Welcome everyone. Today's tournament is presented by Norquest College. This educational institution proudly serves 19,354 learners from Edmonton region and all around the world. For more information on Norquest College and their exciting programs, please check out www.norquest.ca. And that, Rudud, will bring us to the tournament that they're actually presenting here at TGS. We're going to be getting our first game of quarterfinals very, very soon.
Yeah, we are, and these guys have been battling out previously, but we're here to bring you the good stuff, the juice, the beautiful action of the playoffs and the end of the bracket. We're going to be having a playoffs run for you guys here. We're going to have quarterfinals, which is a best of one, then a semifinals after this, which is a best of three, and then of course those illustrious finals in as well, another best of three. So plenty of action, potentially 7 lovely, lovely games of League of Legends for you guys, and myself and Dia are going to be more than happy to take you through it all.
Yeah, quarterfinals are some of my favorite times because when the best of ones are here, the upsets are rampant. And we got two very, very talented teams. We were getting a little bit of a chance to look through what they've played previously in their games leading up to this. And it's been pretty explosive of a group stage. Now that we're actually getting the chance to get into the draft, though, we can already see that there's a small meta developing between these two teams alone. Vladimir, Talia, and Echo are not bands you see too often.
Nope, but we can sort of suggest here that this is going to be a lot of jungle focus taken off the board to begin with, right? 3 junglers on blue side. There's an Udyr taken away on red side as well, so a lot of jungle priority, and I'm surprised that we don't see that responded to with the B1 pick, but, Rel coming on through, incredibly strong, engaging support. The Thresh as well being picked up is going to be very, very strong to try and answer that. Use the Flay to try and interrupt the dismount, and then try to engage yourself maybe a little bit with the death sentence. You can definitely catch out Arel if she's not been able to proc Aftershock just yet. Pairing it with a Senna, though, down on the bot side. This is going to be a farming Senna, if memory serves, and Thresh not typically wanting to be that fast farming champion, so going to get that Senna with maybe less souls, but a lot more income.
Yeah, it'll be something to maybe have a little bit of an insurance for the late game alongside the Senna here. Thresh, of course, providing her some much needed mobility, not something that we normally see paired with Senna as much as something like Aphelios, but still very hyper carry enabling. Speaking of hyper carry enabling, though, we've still got quite a bit of ways to go. Ivern was hovered, but I know they're just playing with my heartstrings for dude.
Yeah, I mean, we are, of course. I think we were a little bit of a head deer. We can take a look back.
Thank
We're
God.
now
I
going to
was
be
wondering
looking
if I was
toward
crazy. Yeah.
what they're picking as an answer to the center. So that's all. That's not an issue at all. It is going to be what looks to be this Kaiser here locked on in. Do you think that's going to be a fairly decent answer, at the very least, to the Senna coming on through, and maybe we get a little bit of spoilers that this one might well be the jungle pick. But from here on in, this is going to be perfectly blinding. Me and Dinny are going to get our absolute, genuine, authentic reactions to this. You can see the Ivan Hover, of course, toying with everybody's heartstrings. Probably the most, I will say, lackadaisical jungler, just in terms of sheer personality.
I love his little quotes as he wanders around the rift, being able to pick up gold from raptors. It does make me wonder though where they're getting all of this income and why the minions are going to war with a bunch of money on them as well. It doesn't seem very good for the economics of warfare. As we have finally hit that Lilia lock in, though, it does appear that despite the meta that we were suspecting having developed inter-tournament, that Lone Butte Gas Station are actually going with a very, very meta composition. We haven't seen too much departure just yet.
Not quite,
As I say
and
it.
there,
As I say
if
it.
you're asking for departure, Kha'Zix, I will dare say to you, not typically one of those meta champions we're used to here. Looks like the assassin style gonna come on out for waiting to expire in the jungle. Definitely a very stable answer to Lilia as well. Pretty decent counter pick in that jungle matchup. The Lilia normally wanting to be able to, sort of dance around her enemies and does pretty well into champions with low mobility and with generally low damage. Kha'Zix, the sheer opposite of that, has got himself a nice hop to get right on top of that Lilia and does have a lot of isolated damage from that taste of fear. So they are going to be looking to try and turn down this Lilia. Ricky going to have a difficult time in the jungle, you would at least imagine here for this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and so importantly in team fights as well, it was just something that I'm always looking towards. Kha'Zix is somebody who can get past the rel. They can get past actually quite a lot of frontliners and cause a lot of havoc in your backline. And if you're focusing on Kha'Zix, you're importantly not focusing on somebody like Senna. And that's not even to speak of the top laners that we expect to be, shall we say, a little bit more damage oriented here. And I think that with that final ban there of Camille and Gnar, it certainly seems that Lone Butte gas station owners are trying to keep that top lane as inactive as possible.
And with all of those bans, though, taken off the board, it sort of leaves Renekton as that one standalone pick that we might have expected to see. And traditionally, you look towards Gragas and Jax to be that answer, maybe, to this Renekton. But with that off the table, you are going to have to default to something that doesn't necessarily win the lane up against the Renekton. Or you could go for something like the Quinn. It looks like we're going to be seeing some Malphite coming on through instead, so it is going to be the first option where you don't want to be necessarily winning the lane, but what you are going to do is provide so much utility and so much team fight prowess that you're able to sacrifice a little bit of laning phase dominance just so that you can be that big beefy boy in the team fight.
Yeah, it's probably not ideal, but very likely what they thought they were going to get was a tank into a semi-bruiser matchup. You can already see with the Camille and Narband away that they knew that the fight was going to be trying to get going in the top lane for Reborn V7. Yone, though, certainly indicates to me that while you might not want to fight in top lane, somebody wants to be fighting in mid lane.
And this mid lane, of course, is blind picked, so coming here is going to have his choice of answers to the Yone. He's going to opt into the Silas here, looking at the ultimates across the board, what they can steal. There's quite a large sum of ultimates to be taking away. What I want to see is a flex come through, and it actually looks like we're going to get it. I want the Silas to go top lane here. Silas into Malphite, very good matchup for the Silas. Renekton, fabled as a mid lane counter to those Wind brothers, Yasuo and Yone, both struggling against him. So I would love to see it swapped around, and maybe even if it's just a lane swap, so that Cosmic Serial goes into the mid lane for the sake of champion comfort necessarily. I just whatever happens, I want to see that matchup happen.
Yeah, either way, I expect we're going to get a lot of that sort of early game action where both teams are trying to figure out where the other solo laner is going so that they can get that favorable matchup. Because obviously, Lone Butte gas station owners, it's really long names, they do not want to be opting into this sort of unfavorable early game, especially when they've got a decent early and mid game themselves. Really reliant on that level 6, though, to really take off.
Yeah, there's a lot of ultimate power coming from their composition, right? Yone just becomes an entirely new beast as soon as he reaches level 6. Malphite, even more to that extent. And looking at it pre-level 6, right? Lone Butte Gas Station, they don't have too much CC before that level 6 marker. In the early game, it should be pretty easy for Reborn V7 to maybe make something happen in that fact, because they're looking pretty much exclusively at a Yone knockup or a Rel dismount. And if your Rel's in the bot lane and you're trying to take fights on the top side of the map, that's not necessarily going to be the best aid and best usage of your CC in the early game. So I do expect the top side of the map for Reborn to be looking for aggressive plays, looking for things to happen in their favor, because we talked about Lone Butte having a fairly decent sort of mid to early game as well. They are up against Kha'Zix, up against Renekton, these two very damage-oriented bruisers and assassins in some case on the top side.
Yeah, even Renekton, if he does get going far enough, can join Kha'Zix and absolutely one-shotting a carry. All of Lone Butte will have to be respectful of that. At the same time, they'll have to be respectful of one member and one member only, and that is the Silas when it starts to come to these level 6s, because there's not a whole lot of engage on Reborn V7. That's sort of the problem that they face in that mid game, as much as there is lane dominance. Look at Cute Duck. But there is going to be quite a lot of versatility around wherever this Silas is to actually be able to find those engages after stealing an ult from somebody like Yone, somebody like a Malphite.
Yeah, the Malphite ulti being that key factor here that we should be talking about, that it can really turn the team fight on a dime here. And honestly, looking at the backline access, or look at the backline in general for both of these squads, there isn't really that much of it, you have to say. Kai'Sa, as an AD carry, wants to go in and wants to be that backline diver as opposed to that backline target. The same, not necessarily there for Senna. She's probably the only target on Reborn 7 that you're looking at that will be sort of sat back waiting to pump out DPS from a distance, where Thresh and the rest of the top side want to be get going and want to be in that position to disrupt anybody that is left remaining there for Lone Butte.
And we can see the thought in Lone Butte gas stations idea of the draft, right? We can see that they definitely want to have this solid engage. It's basically why you draft Malphite, why you have Rel to follow it up, Yone. There's so much teamfight execution here. When we look across the board at Reborn V7, do they have side lane enough to counter that win condition, or are they going to have to opt in and out execute Lone Butte?
I think that their side lane up against a Yone, you never want to take that one. Renekton will probably get outscaled there unless you can get a quick one shot off. It's never going to be easy. The Silas though into the Malphite, there's always a chance that you're able to take that side lane. I think if it's a 1-3-1, then it's going to go one lane one way, one lane the other. I think that Yone will always out DPS and out damage one of, if not both of, the side laners here for Reborn.
And that's going to be really spooky. So keep an eye on this mid lane to see if it can get rolling early, because if it does, it's not really going to stop. Yone, like we say, very naturally inclined towards this scale, and I think I can say that for most of the lanes on Lone Butte as well. I would be very, very scared of any Kai'Sa that happened to get ahead in this early stage of the game because of her ability to, likewise to Kha'Zix, one-shot your carries.
It's a weird world we live in where the best AD carry is an assassin, but that's just season 11 for you, baby. And as we are loading up into the game here, and just as we are moving out onto the Rift, it's a great chance to give a quick shout out to Monster Cat Gold. If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great service for just $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use your music and in your live streams, your videos, and you don't have to fear for DMCA claims or strikes at all. They've got tons of additional perks, including but not limited to the early listening and access to new music. Monster Cat shop discounts and exclusive community features. You should just be checking it out.
All right. Well, with the wonderful Monster Cat being plugged here, I think we're just about ready to get into the game, and we're fully loaded onto the Rift. So when these teams do start to go at it, I don't expect to see too much early game shenanigans, as nobody's got a crazy level 1.
Oh, you need to be careful here, dear. You're quite right that nobody's got a crazy level 1, but early game shenanigans, I think, are going to be rife. And honestly, the way we're looking at it with Reborn V7, they're moving out on the top side of Summoner's Rift. The 5-man stack moving into the red buff, or into the red side, rather, led by the Thresh as well. This could be exactly what they're looking for to try and get themselves just a little bit of a chip, a little bit of a cheeky kill on the top side.
Diopa's got really good position to spot this out, though. It's going to be a little bit of a question mark ping situation. There's not a whole lot that can be done here, although we're still going to go for the hook. Unfortunately, going wide, you'll see a little bit of pressure, but the vision is there to spot out whether whether the invade continues from the side of Reborn V7, and it looks like they will settle for that early vision on blue.
That vision is not answered back, however, so the rest of Lone Butte don't really do anything with all of the resources expended on the top side. Traditionally, you will see the enemy AD carry roam down or roam up into the enemy's blue buff here to at least trade the vision at that point. What this means for Ricky is that he's going to be jungling essentially blind, right? Waiting maybe to see where the laners arrive. If Thresh and Senna arrive late to the lane, then you maybe can infer from that the side laners, the bot laners have leashed, but on the other side of the map, you're going to know that Ricky, at the very least, started down on the bot side.
And importantly, the Gambit has paid off for Reborn V7, as we see it's a little bit of a cheeky level 1 fake. Lily instantly forced to flash, and the Ignite does come down, almost securing that kill with a few more seconds, but outside of the favorable lane that we've got ourselves in bot, the point was the favorable lanes in both mid and top for Reborn V7.
Yeah, obviously the Silas into the Malphite matchup, sort of a fabled counterpick of the ages here against the Malphite. Really good intonation in their draft and really good like little pivots, as we do see a level 2 attempt in the mid lane here.
Yeah, this seems a little bit ambitious, although it will take coming quite low. Despite not killing this Renekton, it's going to get Yone a much better time in the mid lane.
And already, right, we're 2.5 minutes into this game. Lone Butte have already started to establish themselves in this game very, very quickly. Looking for the Raptors, does get secured by the jungler that it should traditionally belong to here. Waiting to expire, able to make his way in, and I think actually picked up the majority of those Raptors right there. Got the full 4 CS for it, so I can only imagine that he got them all.
Yeah, and that's pretty spooky for Ricky. But speaking of spooky, Mr. Mippo in the mid lane is going to claim himself first blood on a big outplay. And I want to say that it was all him, but realistically, Ricky did help out a lot.
Yeah, and even though Ricky doesn't get himself the Raptors, what he does get is the knowledge that his mid laner has now just secured a solo kill. And that Renekton in the mid lane, supposedly there to really punish this Yone. Now, he's lost himself a lot of CS under the turret, lost himself a kill as well. All of that experience going to be going down the drain, and the Renekton with no teleport, of course, is going to have to take the walk of shame back to that mid lane.
And even spookier than Renekton getting behind is Yone getting ahead. Something that we had alluded to in the earlier stages of the game is going to be very, very hard to answer. So keep your eyes on Mippo, who's now picked up the double daggers. Not a huge power spike just yet, but that 400 gold going to get him to it ever so much earlier than coming will. And I hesitate to say whether this Renekton will be able to answer back on the Yone in time.
I think that at this stage in the laning phase, he should still have the ability to try and take some 1v1s. The issue that he's running into is, of course, the XP differential that he's down. That first level going to mean quite a significant amount, really. Not just in terms of all the skills that you've got missing, but also the level, of course, that you get into those ability points, right? Call the Meek going to be a little bit weaker at this stage, where Yone can have himself some fairly decent poke coming out of his kit from just the inherent level advantage.
Do you ever feel confident enough with your jungle in your pocket to just walk up to a Kha'Zix completely isolated? Because Shin does, and more than that, he feels comfortable engaging onto Fake Lily, even with the Lantern there. Seems like Rel's just too thick, and Beta Boy's going to get himself the kill, although a great hook will trade it back, as always bot side diff will at least make this a 1-for-1.
Yeah, so getting... always bot diff. Well, I love that name. Getting a quick trade back. Unfortunately, there the Thresh kind of misplaying, but getting a kill in response. It's sort of, if the Thresh plays it perfectly, it's a 0-for-0. Instead, turns it around for a 1-for-1. So you can't really complain all that much, given that both AD carries fell. I guess overall, it's still more beneficial for Lone Butte, given that the AD carry got the kill, and in the response, it was just Senna that didn't actually get an assist. But now in the mid lane, this is going to be an attempt at a gank.
A tough spot for Mippo, forced to flash there, doesn't have the dash up, and a Dark Harvest stack. My favorite of all miniature objectives will go to waiting to expire.
Topside looking like they wanted to go for some scraps, but still no level 6 through for Cosmic Serial, means that he doesn't have that all-in potential just yet. And now we can see Ricky once again waiting in this brush. No jungler nearby, but there's a Thresh on the roam.
It's as if the junglers feel this compelling to move into the mid lane, as we see waiting to expire and Ricky constantly doing these transition ganks, and as one might expect, Diopa in that top lane is not having the best of times, but certainly not the worst.
No, you can definitely imagine a Malphite not enjoying his time up against this, up against the Silas, but still managing to keep himself just about alive. Keeping even in farm as well is pretty much about as best as you could have hoped for on your Malphite.
I like
Cosmic
this
Serial is
here.
looking for vision.
Yeah, it was a good idea, right? Whether Ricky rotated top lane or not, you get yourself quite a bit of jungle pressure, and it seems like it's going to result in waiting to expire, being able to invade and take away a few CS. Diopa's going to find him, has the level 6 to escape, but would be remiss to use it without the help of Mippo. Mippo doesn't have the level 6 here either, but waiting to expire, flashes over the wall, chasing Diopa, while Mippo fights out with Cosmic Serial. Ricky has involved himself. Yone gets the kill, burning down with the Ignite here. And unfortunately, Silas will go to sleep, have some alone time with Ricky. Fate Sealed gets Mippo over the wall, but Silas is running for his life, has a good flash to avoid the slow, but it's not going to be enough. Lilia is too fast, and will collect him with that last blooming blows.
Kingslayer almost keeping the Silas alive right there. Fortunately enough, Ricky sticking around there is able to pick up the kill. This is going to be a lot of gold missed under the turret. Would expect teleport to be expended here. That is so much gold and experience missed if you don't go back there. The Silas now down a little bit of farm, down obviously the death as well. Really nice from Diopa to recognize that Ignite was going to secure the kill onto the invading jungler and giving that one over to his mid laner. A little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to get in on the action on the Silas. Breaking the sleep a little bit early from Ricky means that Diopa's Fate Sealed does go a bit wide and ultimately does nothing for the team. But either way, it was an incredibly good collapse from Lone Butte Gas Station after what was a little bit of an overzealous invade from Reborn.
And a reminder that since we're on quarterfinals, this is a best of one. So the lead that you're seeing right now, even though it is 2K, for the side of Lone Butte, is one that Reborn really do have to worry about. They can't rely on being able to come back next game and make their way into the semifinals. It has to be right here, right now.
Yeah, this is do or die, right? Unfortunately for them, if they don't do it here, they are going to go home empty-handed here. So Reborn V7, they need to make something happen here. They've got this early game composition, they've got all of this dueling power on the top side of the map, but unfortunately they've just not been able to harvest quite to the same extent that they maybe might have imagined they could. Maybe we see Always Bot Diff making a roam up to the top side and helping out the jungle, helping out with a bit of an invade. That could be an Evan in, but for right now, waiting to expire is just going to get shepherded out of the jungle. He's been caught feeding a Drake that he really shouldn't have been going for, but level 5 to level 7.
It's literally not going to be used, though. Mippo, he just autos him to death, realistically.
Yeah. That one just felt incredibly weird that he just walked so close to the Yone right there, and ultimately does pay for it with his life. You can't be stepping up so close, unfortunately. You're going to be giving over yet another kill to this Yone, now 3-0, working quite nicely toward that Immortal Shield, though. Still has those double daggers, but now has himself all of the sustain that he could hope for in an laning phase, with that Vampiric Scepter coming on through. Up against just the pickaxe and boots for coming. Definitely know that in these longer order trades, the Yone, even if he doesn't come out on top in the initial trades, is going to be able to sustain himself up more than nicely.
Oh, Coming uses the slice, has to use the dice to get right back out, but Ricky's in here with the sleep. Mippo has got the Fate Sealed if they want to commit to this, and they will. Goes on a rampage under the tower while Ricky waltzes his way off through the top side, waiting to expire. Going to have to be relegated back to his jungle where he's collected most of the farm. Now turning onto the red buff might be denied to him, though, with this jungle mid lane duo unleashed.
Yeah, sleep not broken early there. Well played by both Ricky and Mippo there to really connect and really force that dive out. It didn't seem too difficult. Flash in to get the sleep initially means that that's going to be more than enough, as Cosmic Serial is already dead on the top side. They were looking to try and make a dive happen. Malphite just doesn't need the rest of the team. Lucidity Boots is more than enough for him.
It's crazy to say, but he's got himself a Dark Seal as well, so this Malphite might not be going as tanky as we once suspected he would be, at least not for these early stages of the game, and certainly is going to put the hurt onto Cosmic Serial. He's got himself the Verdant Barrier in this matchup.
Yeah, and understandably, to be honest, right, you're up against Lilia Malphite top side of the map, and even Yone does a portion of magic damage that you need to be wary of, but definitely a little bit of respect being paid a little bit too late right there with the Verdant, and now roaming in Shin.
Little respect, little too late. Flash also looks like it was too late, but gets him over the wall, and the dismount buys a little extra space. That, I'm not going to mince words. Shin should be dead for that.
Yeah, definitely. Using the potential... There's so many ways that could have gone better for them, unfortunately, that the list would just be too long for us to go through all of the possibilities. What we do know is that without that kill, they are still down about 4,500 gold. They're going to be looking to try and find some successes in the mid lane. We do see Always Bot Diff looking to try and make something happen.
Oh my lord! It is Always Bot Diff, and unfortunately that gank is going to be no different, as the hook going wide was unfortunate, to say the least.
Or bad, to say the most. Maybe.
That's true. That's true. To say them, I like this. I like this. Maybe I need to start saying more of the most, giving this more weight. Mippo certainly is going to give a lot of weight to these trades in the mid lane as Coming is going pop the dominant. Still might lose the trade though, and that Fate Sealed is going to seal the business. Mippo is running this mid lane right now, and CS is even, but in all other ways, we are not.
No, I mean, when Yone is 5-0, has himself a completed mythic, there's no chance that Renekton wins the trade. You can have even CS if you like. It's just going to be curtains for you. When the fully completed Immortal Shield Bow is at your back, you're going to be getting yourself a lot of damage. And even if the Renekton comes close to killing you, you get that big pop of shield, you get yourself a nice little injection of lifesteal as well. You just keep hidden away. You do find a lot of success in that factor. And now Ricky, with that Rift Herald in hand, is going to drop it down in the mid lane. The Yone with enough attack speed to make this turret break, to make it fall. That gold lead we were talking about, at about 4,500, now gone up even further to about 5,500.
And it's huge to get this mid lane tower broken, because now Mippo, after clearing that wave, is going to be able to help Ricky in the jungle. Can it be fast enough, though, as Kha'Zix goes to sleep? Ricky on literally 1 HP, smites for the health, but now waiting to expire is the one who is very close to death. Soul Unbound going to be reactivated. Take Mippo to safety as Shinshin is in with the fight. Coming, not going to be long for the world, though. Among 4 members, the Death Ball is in full effect, and we will see Lone Butte gas station owners do very, very well for themselves in the opponent's jungle, not getting over a single other kill.
No, and you can see here really well reflected as Mippo has just taken down Senna as well. That's something else to keep our eyes on. But honestly, look at the gold lead across every single lane right here. 1,000 up in the top lane, 2,000 up in the jungle, a 3,000 gold lead from Yone over Renekton. This counter matchup in the mid lane that they'd picked the Renekton for, and they'd taken the Sylas into the top side to make this matchup happen, is not going in their way at all. Down on the bot side as well, Beta Boy has got himself a nice 1,000 gold lead over the Senna. The supports, unfortunately, they don't matter what the gold lead is, because they're not the big carries in this game. Yes, we've seen a couple of roams come through, and Shinshin should have been dead a couple of times, always bot diff. Unfortunately, just not quite finding the hooks to turn these kills back around. But it is looking like Lone Butte gas station are the team that will be trying to continue their way through this tournament, continue to break their way past the quarterfinals, heading off into those semis where they can not only get to flex on us in a best of 1, but maybe do it a little bit extra here if we make it to the best of 3s.
I've got to execute on it though, and if we're waiting for executions, waiting to expire is grateful that it wasn't his today, although very, very close. I would dare say, too close for comfort, as he's not allowed in his own jungle anymore, and there's barely any vision to stop him from being there. It's just a straight-up aggression from Ricky and Mippo that's keeping him out.
Yeah, Mippo's just been dominating in the jungle, right? Trying to push in wherever possible. Shinji gonna get hooked up, but honestly, there's no damage coming through from this bot lane duo. I don't think they need to be worried.
And yeah, always bot diff is gonna be split from his team here. He's going to be put to sleep and is a very, very dead Thresh. Beta Boy does manage to use the Killer Instinct to grab himself some kill participation in this bot lane. Giopa completely split from his team right now with no teleport, is pushing down the top lane tier 2 while the Dragon is going over, and Lone Butte gas station owners, they are winning everywhere. They're not trading over anything, and they're getting the maximum for their lead.
Yeah, they take a kill on the bot side, a kill as well on the top side. Cosmic Cereal did fall. They're going to translate that not only into the Dragon, but into the bot lane turret, into the top lane turret, into everything that they can try to get here, turning every single kill into an objective.
Mippo gets rooted under the tower, though, and the tower, at least, will do damage to him, if not the enemy champions. Level 11 on him, 8 on Kha'Zix. I wonder who wins this. I think it's the Immortal Shield Bow here. Mippo's got a lot of lifesteal. Senna almost turns the tides of this fight, though, and it is very, very close. Ricky looking to escort him to safety, but Mippo flashes for the kill and takes him down, waiting to expire, not expecting that level of aggression.
Not quite. Cosmic Zero might be looking to finish off the job, though. Chains do go wide. That might just be it. Coming goes in.
Do something here, but Mippo's just going to take this if they let him, and he's not being focused down. Double knockup, make it a double kill, triple even for the side of Lone Butte, and They share it with the Malphite. 4-0 and 4, 2-0 and 7, 8-0 and 6 are the scorelines, and they're all horrifically bad for Reborn V7.
Yeah, we don't want to be looking over at those two too much here. Coming in the midst of all of that jungle action, was able to take down the bot laners of Lone Butte Gas Station, but at this point, it is too little too late. 10,000 the gold lead here for Lone Butte Gas Station. That is, by all intents and purposes, insurmountable right here. Their composition in the late game, relying exclusively on a Senna, and when you're trying to battle down a Malphite, a Yone, and a Rel, I really don't fear for how easy that. I really do fear rather for how easy that's going to be.
Certainly going to be extremely difficult for Fake Lily, who doesn't even have his mythic picked up yet. The Kraken Slayer still eluding him for the time being. Nippo looking for a few more kills here. Is going to be a tale as old as time, or at least 17 minutes old in this case. I can't believe that we're only 20 minutes into this game, and it is already such a bloodfest.
We're not even 20 minutes in here. That's another 2 minutes till we reach that check
That's true, I had to round.
Marker.
My brain couldn't comprehend the 17-minute mark.
Yeah, the leads coming on through are just so large. Look at it now. It was 3,000 in the mid lane, now 4,000. Top lane was 1,000, now 2.5 the jungle. A very similar story as well. Almost a 3k gold lead there over the Kazakhs. The safest place you could look at is that support role, where Always Sport Diff has about a 40 gold lead over the Rel, but that is the least useful gold lead that you could have ever that you could have ever hoped for, right? It's on your least useful member, and it's the smallest gold lead I think I've ever managed to point out.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate time to be sure. Although Always Bot Diff truly living up to the name there. Rift Herald gets summoned, I assume, to end the game, as Diopa has grouped up with the team, has the ultimate available, and they could just take this in one fell swoop. Watch the engage here. The Shelly does charge down the mid lane, almost take down the tower. A good triple sleep here. He's going to force a lot of mobility out, but oh my lord, Thresh is already gone. And Rick Shelly, unfortunately, not so just yet. Isn't going to get that last charge, but a double kill does go over as Diopa flashes for it. The engage from Shin is there and coming. He's going to get CC to the ends of the earth. Big Fate sealed isn't enough from Cosmic Serial. If the goal difference wasn't this big, it would have been the play to save the game. But in this case, Rudu, it just cannot be. Lone Butte Gas Station owners, they look for these final kills, but they are certainly taking the final turrets here. No minions. Will mean that they've got to back off for the moment. I'm not sure what you think is happening here, Thresh.
I think he's dying. That's what I'm seeing on my screen. There's a TP in as well. This is looking to be a bit of an end game push right now. They lost Shelly, but they still feel confident enough with that quick sprint from Always Bot Diff to maybe try and take themselves the final Nexus turret. But Senna, Renekton, and the Silas as well, they do form quite a formidable threesome in and around that turret. They've got Kazakhs who, at this point, maybe or may not be an empowered melee creep. But the other guys, they still have some sort of value.
Certainly is, and with Kraken Slayer picked up, I mean, Fake Lily does have the theoretical promise of slowly scaling into relevance. With 21 seconds left on this dragon, though, it's going to be a very tall order. Diopa starts off the fight, and Always Bot Diff just gets taken down once more. This time, Cosmic Serial has got the Lilia ult to try and put folks to sleep. Whether he'll survive that long or not is questionable there. Does flash away from being put to sleep himself. Ends up chilling under the tower. I'm still waiting on this Yone to show up, though. I mean, as soon as Nippo's here, they can just end the game.
Yeah, and maybe they don't want to end the game. Maybe they want to keep it nice and spicy for us for a little bit longer. Looks like I'm entirely incorrect, as they do look to maybe try and even dive coming underneath this final Nexus turret here. Not trying to go for top lane, not trying to go for bot lane all that much. Looking for a bit of an engage there with the Lilia ulti stolen away. Not really finding anything at all. This Swirl Seed as well.
Finds one. That's enough of a pick to get you started. Shin, though, goes quite low. Big shield and a big dismount. Takes down the members of Reborn V7, and they're going to have to be reborn another day, Rooted, because today it is not going to be a victorious one for them. The Nexus is under fire, waiting to expire. Can't even find the kill on the Rel. Finally takes it down, but his Nexus falls in the meantime, and Lone Butte Gas Station owners, they clap that game.
Oh my word, they definitely do. 13,000 gold
Oh my
lead in the
god.
end of it, dear. That was just an absolutely massive slaughter from Lone Butte. They're coming in here as our top seeded team of the night. They are averaged at GM players, our Grandmasters ranking, where unfortunately they're up against a squadron of players around about that Platinum 2 marker. So maybe a little bit of lopsidedness coming in, but it doesn't matter. We did get to see some beautiful execution from Lane Butte, and they knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they had a very very clear idea of how to play this composition. I think really coming to light in the way that they played around the Yone. That mid lane we mentioned was a traffic lane for the junglers, just constantly going through, and it worked out in this case for the side of Lone Butte gas station owners. I felt really good about the jungle mid synergy, and it just didn't go that well for Reborn V7, whose win condition it wasn't.
No, they didn't have to do that mid jungle prowess like that, right? It wasn't a sort of carbon cut route to success for them. Fortunately enough, or unfortunately in this case, it sort of backfires a little bit. The Kazakh's unable to find his feet in the early game up against the Lilia, who absolutely dominated in that jungle. Let's not get it mistaken. Was just roaming around, was just picking up all of the camps, all of the farm, and using that traffic lane pretty much to its best extent every time he went there, forcing out either a summoner spell or a kill, or even if it's just a quick expenditure of health.
I
It
remember
then
that.
led into the first blood, right? Going down, solo killing underneath the turret, Yone getting ahead, getting snowballed. It's all of these small little things that happen that managed to come out on top.
Yeah, Ricky gave several gifts to his mid laner. And if you're looking for one of your own, designed in Toronto, Canada, FanFit Gaming is one of your one-stop shops for gifts gamers love. From collectible mugs to neon lights, they've got it all. So check out their wares at fanfitgaming.com and get your mid laner a present much like Ricky gave his. You like that, Rooted?
I did. That was very nice, very
Thank you.
smooth as well.
Thank you, thank you. I did my best. I'm looking forward though to sliding into this next game. So let's get to that one, eh?
Indeed, let's
All
get
right,
it on.
we'll be back in just a moment here. If you're looking to participate in a tournament of your own here at TGS and test your mettle as a competitor, join the action here with us at the Gaming Stadium, Canada's leader in online esports events. Check us out at tgs.gg/events. See you soon. There we go. All right, hello. I'm back. I'm fine. Welcome back to TGS. Thank you, Rudude, for bearing with me and for all of you. Today's tournament here at TGS is presented by Norquest College. This educational institution proudly serves 19,354 learners from the Edmonton region and all around the world. So, for more information on Norquest College and their exciting program, check out www.norquest.ca. I think I did one too many W's, but that's for the people in EU, right?
Wait, what do you
The
mean?
wider
That's true.
World Wide
Okay.
Web.
The wider World Wide
Yeah.
Web. Okay, I've never heard that one before, but for sure. I mean, we just have more internet than you on the www dot right there. That should be very good. What we've got for you guys now, though, whilst we have this little bit of time to talk you through the League of Legends action, is going to be a semi-final between Irvine Valley College. I don't know why that's so difficult for me to say. Up against University of Alberta A. So we are going to be looking for this best of three to start not too long. The lobby is being built. The players are getting ready, getting themselves situated. We are going to be having ourselves the first best of three of the evening here. Our
Ooh.
first semi-final that we get to showcase for you guys here. And it is going to show us our first team moving into the final.
I really like the best of threes because it gives you a chance, at least, to understand how the players and teams can adapt to each other, and it lets you really bring value to that in more than a 40-minute sense, right? Being able to understand how a team likes to play the game, and not only play against that on the actual Rift itself, being able to adapt and integrate that into your playstyle is something that we haven't seen tested yet in this tournament, and it's going to be what separates good players from great players.
Yeah, and those players now finally going to be in the draft, going to be heading on to at least the first stage of League of Legends action. That pick ban, of course, so important. And whilst we're here, Kadir, I've got to quickly ask you: have you been playing the new Team Fight Manager game?
I haven't. What do you? So what is this? I heard something
Okay,
about this.
It's honestly insane. It's basically just being a coach in essentially League, but you have slightly different champions. They're very generic in terms of like their namings are Knight and Magic Dealer or like things like that, you know.
Okay.
But you get to like build up your teams, you scout out players, you do all this fancy stuff, you upgrade your gaming house, and the pick ban is sort of where your successes come and like Lion Fall and Rise and Fall, I suppose. That's where the leading sort of, I'll say, gameplay element is. But honestly, I've been addicted. I bought it yesterday, and I don't think I've got off it for anything other than a couple of casts.
Just to be very clear, this isn't an ad, but
No.
I will try it out. I'm excited to see what that is. Is it like is it very similar to League in the way that you manage team fights?
Yeah, the draft. So the drafting is just basically all. It's very similar to League of Legends, I'll say.
Okay, so very similar to League of Legends, and in that sense, I suppose you're alluding to the impact that the draft that we're currently in is going to have
Hmm.
on the game.
Exactly, and all of these bans are going to be vitally important. Going to be taking away things that they don't want to be up against, right? That's essentially what you want to do with your bans. And again, we're seeing 4 junglers being taken off the board, and we're seeing Seraphine taken away as a standard red side ban. More than happy to see her getting to hit that ban table. Talon as well coming on through on the bans list. Maybe not
Surprising.
something that we, yeah, maybe not weren't anticipating quite so much, but there's some potential secret spice that we're missing out on with that one not able to come on through. The Norquest pick is here for Louis Reformed. He's going to be able to be quite happy taking himself into pretty much any melee or into any top lane matchup.
Yeah, and this will be a nice source of pressure. I don't know what you're going to take into the Gnar, but if you're going to take Camille into it, which is something that I see more often than not, you've only got one pick left to lock it in, and that would leave jungle unanswered. Perhaps another lane, but Olaf already taken for Darken.
Looking to potentially match their bot lane as well with this, or we're just going to have some very mismatched picks coming on out into the second round of picks, or into the second round of ban phase. We are going to have that Rel picked up as the answer to the Leona, very staple, very standard as a bot lane pairing right now. The Rel being able to steal away the resistances as well, a little bit of the Leona, always going to be quite nice if that Leona does pop that Shield of Daybreak. She's going to be looking to try and go toe to toe, trying to scrap you out. Where the Rel rather puts herself in a pretty good spot as well.
Certainly does, and I wonder if we see more of a respect for the Rel cheese this time around, because it's something
Mm.
that was a little bit lacking last game and cost everybody big in the bot lane, health disadvantages across the board. So this time maybe teams will have a little bit more respect for that very, very powerful, very prioritized support pick. Of course, in this case, University of Alberta A, interestingly choosing that Leona, more of the flavor of the beginning of this season, over the Rel, maybe more comfort pick for Matthew Bobox.
I'm interested by this Samira ban here. I think when you have something like Leona and Ornn already drafted, you don't necessarily need to ban out the Samira. You have more than enough CC to keep that Samira down, but they're just going to opt into it. Maybe it's one of Bomber's most played champions, something that he feels pretty prevalent on. But you can see in the second round of bans where we've got that little mismatch in the picks. That is where these guys are going to be focusing. We've got Dr. Mundo and Echo taken off the board, so the jungler's removed. It is going to be the Kindred coming out as the answer. Means that we are going to have to see a mid lane blind pick here, and then of course the bans on the red side going to be Samira and Jinx pinching that AD carry pool.
Yeah, Kindred an interesting lock-in that makes me look at U of A's composition in a whole different light. I'm seeing it much more as a scaling comp now that Kindred is there than I was just moments before. When you see something like a Kaisa and an Ornn, you go, well, you're going to have pretty reliable mid-game team fight. Is support Fizz actually going to lock in Fizz? Because that would make me really happy. Even if he doesn't play it, I would just be happy.
I mean, it's a good screenshot, right? There's somebody, the support Fizz player locks in support Fizz. We take the screenshot, we take it to Twitter, and we have a good little laugh about it. Looks as though it is going to be the blind pick Vel'Koz coming on out here, and honestly, yep. Okay, I was about to say that it's pretty decent into most mage matchups. Fizz, however, not a mage. A distinct assassin coming into the mid lane to try and answer this Vel'Koz. Can definitely have the run of this laning phase. It's a very difficult lane for Kiepi to make anything happen here, so I'm really happy with the counter pick.
And it punches this U of A roster up from being a we spike at level 6, it's pretty good team fight utility, to all of a sudden we will absolutely murder you at level 6 based solely on the Fizz pick.
And if we don't see Barrier, Zhonya's as the first sort of pieces of the build path for this Vel'Koz, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to really do anything at all. And honestly, right, you can take Banshee's Veil here, but you are just going to be so far, not necessarily behind, but it doesn't give you enough safety, I don't think. If that gets popped by pretty much anything here, the first part of Ornn ulti can pop your Banshee's Veil, then Fizz can come on in. That leaves you still just sat like a sitting duck. Zhonya's is what you need here, especially up against such great dive. You are able to really immune a lot of it. There's a lot of potential for University of Alberta A here to make something happen, and I need to see a Zhonya's come out from this mid laner, because otherwise they're going to have an absolutely torrid time of it in the mid lane.
Yeah, as soon as that invulnerability is available, though, suddenly Fizz is going to have a lot more difficult of a job, and the team fight really becomes very even, because if we look across both rosters, Gnar, Olaf, Vel'Koz, Ezreal, Rel, it's still a great team fight comp.
You're not wrong. It's still one of those things where you can see it in your head, right? You can imagine the gnaw into the wall, the left on disintegration right across the entirety of the team. True Shot Barrage, Ezreal firing off skill shots left, right, and center. Even if he goes for the Divine Sundara build here, he's still going to have a ton of damage coming out of those Qs, of those autos, of those ultimates as well. The sort of potential is there for Irvine Valley College. We just have to see if they are able to execute upon it quite yet.
And I look forward to seeing whether they will actually opt for some of the earlier gameplays that Olaf can bring to you, or whether they sit back and wait for people like Vel'Koz and Ezreal, because it is a scary composition from University of Alberta. But University of Alberta, crucially, outside of something like the Leona, don't have the early options, and that's where I see Irvine Valley maybe looking to, get a little bit of cheese in.
You see, I feel like there's a bit of a misconception around Fizz here that, oh, he needs level 6 to make something happen, and Fizz doesn't do anything in the laning phase, needs their ulti, blah de blah de blah. And honestly, Fizz from level 3 onwards can easily take trades up against Vel'Koz. In this ranged versus melee matchup, it's very easy for the melee or for the ranged user to try and weave in those auto attacks to try and punish the Fizz. But if you get stepping too close, you can definitely take the brunt of a bad trade. The QW from the Fizz, and then having the ability to playful trickster your way out to safety, or to continue that trade and all in potentially, is always something that I want this Vel'Koz to be cognizant of. Because honestly, this lane is so rough that he can't really trade back effectively. It takes such a bad misplay from the Fizz for the Vel'Koz to win this lane that I can't describe it, because everything is a skill shot from the Vel'Koz, all of which can be dodged by one single button from the Fizz, that this lane is just so one-sided.
Yeah, it's a very big skill matchup in the mid lane, and the skill emphasis being heavily on Keffi to be able to survive it, because Fizz, like you say, is going to have a much, much easier go of it. As we look across the other lanes, though, it's also going to be a little bit difficult for Kindred if we see lane priority, if we see lane push from something like Gnar and Vel'Koz, to actually be able to farm safely in her own jungle, or at least that's my conception of it.
That's yeah. I mean, I'm imagining a sort of similar vein at the very least coming on through right there. I'm hoping to see the top side for Irvine be somewhere that they can focus though. Right, they've got Olaf, they've got Gnar, they've got themselves a lot of priority to come on out on that top side. The Olaf just needs to hit a single Q, a single under. Yeah,
Yeah,
Undertale,
yeah, yeah,
Undertow.
yeah. Yeah, you're good, Undertale. Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah, okay. I've got the game in my head as well. That's why I'm confused. And he can chase down the Gnar, or chase down the Kindred, rather, chase down the Ornn if necessary, or up on the top side of the map entirely in the lane itself. Gnar should be able to take the fight up against this Ornn very, very freely, right? He's that supposedly ranged versus melee matchup where in the early stages, of course, not necessarily the most ranged of ranged champions, obviously scaling with his level, the range in the mini nod does increase as you get more and more levels in yourself, your kit, but it doesn't help or doesn't really matter when you're up against something like the Ornn, who is a hard melee champion.
Yeah, and Ornn is going to, I expect, have a very, very difficult time in the lane and even outside of the lane, finding these consistent engages, especially when Ezreal and Olaf are involved, two very slippery champions. And this time, I'm at least very happy to see that both teams have engage options. One in something like the Rel and the Gnar, the other, perhaps more reliably, in the Ornn and the Leona. It's just going to be very difficult to find the actual angles where you're getting somebody who you genuinely want to pick off. And that's where I think the game, and it sounds so weird to pull it back to it, but refocuses around this mid lane. Vel'Koz is the target that you can pick off, that is high value, that cannot leave.
Yeah, exactly, and that's again where it comes back to the build path, right? I want to harp on the fact that we've got rule number one sorted. Barrier has been picked up. He's gone one step further and opted into resolve in his runes as well. So there's a little bit of extra tankiness, a little bit more sustainability and durability in the laning phase, so that he doesn't fall to the fizz quite so quickly. And the next couple of features that we're going to be looking toward: Lucidity boots. You need your flash up as often as possible. If that is not a summoner spell that you are prioritizing above all else, then you're going to find it very, very difficult for pretty much anything to happen. And then you want to be seeing the Zhonya's come through on the rare instance that you do get hit by that Chum the Waters, by any sort of dive power. You have that ability to Zhonya's it, immune the majority of the damage that will come out from that fizz, from the dive itself, and make sure that you are at least in a decent position to try and turn the fight back around.
We have popped onto the Rift, though. So, Irvine Valley College taken on University of Alberta Team A. Doesn't look like we have as many early shenanigans as we had in the first game of the day in the quarterfinals. But as I say that, we do get 4 players roaming in towards the top side. Sweeper gets popped, and we're going to at least have some early vision plays. Darkin finds 4 people with an undertow and is glad he didn't step any further.
Makes himself more than aware of the situation in that top-sided brush. Going to move on forward with the rest of the knowledge that he has got a bit of vision scouted out in his own jungle. Unfortunately, Iduhi there has not managed to pick up the ward in response. And actually a really good, we talked about it in the first game where you're expecting the vision to be traded back. This time around, it is so, and both junglers going to have a vision or at least a ward on each other's blue buffs.
And that'll be really good, and I want to say even more so for the side of Irvine Valley College, who are going to know that Kindred did the start bot, know that she's coming towards around there. It's somebody that we expect to gank early. Olaf, very much somebody who can gank early and is going to be, of course, spotted on the ward, as illustrated by our lovely observer, Sam. But is going to be less likely to actually show up in this bot lane, at least in my conception of it.
Yeah, I think that the bot side is somewhere that we might expect to see just a little bit of 2v2 shenanigans, right? We've highlighted and addressed how important we think this mid lane is going to be, and with that, we do expect to see more priority and more presence focused there from the junglers, just because if obviously we understand those implications, those guys almost certainly going to know as well that, hey, this Vel'Koz into Fizz matchup, it's not great for my Vel'Koz, or hey, this is pretty good for my Fizz, I should probably try and shadow him, give him some successes here. So the bot side of the map, that bot lane itself, could very well become an island. Similarly with the top lane, you're expecting newly reformed to be in that position to just take the lane to the Ornn, and no amount of Kindred ganks might help that one. So maybe we just see a lot of priority, a lot of focus around farming, around Drakes, around objectives, and whoever has the priority really going to be able to help their jungler out a lot.
Good ward in the river is also going to spot any potential Scuttle Crab starts, and that is where Woshi Garvin is expected to fall behind to the Olaf, who has the faster clear time, and who in this case has the pushing lanes as well. Woshi gets spotted, has the rotation from his bot lane, but with Ezreal just now being shoved in, we might actually see what I had just said change quite significantly.
And we need to check the crab flip right here. That fabled Kindred minigame unfortunately comes out on the bad end of the 50-50. Doesn't get himself that mark on the first scuttler. But to his credit and to his favour here, Olaf is still down on the bot side of the map here. We have got Darken not looking really for this crab. It looks like he's going to be moving up to the top side, trying to take away that top-sided scuttle, and is going to be met with a nice little successful venture. Going to be more than happy to be able to pick that one up for himself.
Olaf, a pretty angry dude. Do you think that the Scuttle is scared at all by him yelling?
No, I think the Scuttle is impervious to all intimidation strategies.
It's seen so much at this point, I'm sure.
Yeah, and as well, Scuttle Crab has the best jukes on Summoner's Rift, I swear. So I'm just convinced that, I mean, every game it comes back, and it just doesn't care, right? So last game, same thing happens. He takes killed about 5-6 times a game, and then just comes back, bounces back. He's like, hey, I'm back again, guys. You can do what you want. I'm just going to continue on living my best life. Not living their best life, though. Might be the Ornn.
Yeah, AFK Shadow takes a portrait into Gnar, but might find the solo kill as there's a lot of base damage on this. Oh, and the smash, though, from the brush will turn it for Louis Reformed, and that is a clean first blood. Unfortunately, the low health bar will mean that he has to recall, but it's 400 gold, and 400 gold you will take every day of the week.
Wallop indeed able to find the kill from Fog of War. The ward going down just a little too late for the Ornn to realise quite what was going on, and weird to see a Mega Gnar kiting people out as opposed to using their ultimates offensively, using it to engage and all whatnot, that good stuff. Able to find both sides of the coin right there. He'd used it previously to look for an engage, instead manages to use it on the top side and is in fact going to be rewarded with a quick kill.
Yeah, very good for this Gnar on the side lane as well, who's expected to bully the Ornn, but only insofar as the Ornn lets himself be bullied. Very often we see these matchups go pretty neutral at the highest levels of play, and Ornn gets away with quite a bit, maybe a little bit of a CS deficit. This case, not to be so, as Fort Fizz is not going to get away unscathed either. There's a lot of damage coming back, and it is fortunate for Rel that the Plasma Stack did not end up completing there, or it would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, those stacks really do be dishing out the damage when you get all 5 and that final explosion comes on through. I want us to quickly make note of the Vel'Koz's itemization once again, as it's all I've been talking about. This top side really shouldn't amount to too much at all.
I think it might result in a kill, actually, as AFK Shadow has stepped a little bit too far forward. That's a great bounce, and we're going to see the Mega Gnar almost AFK Shadow. Just with the timing and the confidence there, takes the 1v1.
Yeah, and no flash on the Gnar means that team fight, that little solo kill on the top side, is as easy as you would like right there. Now we do have Draken. Let's have level 5.
Okay, I'm not sure if we get the cancelled recall here. We do from the Ornn. Darken has the potential to take this, and with Levi Reformed, actually might find another kill here. AFK Shadow goes unstoppable, takes him down with the brittle, and is still alive at the end of all that flashing away. Woshi Garvin might be able to find a second kill here. 1, make it 2, and a third one, almost finding its mark.
Oh.
Reformed just barely surviving there. He's going to go Mega very shortly. Doesn't have the flash to close the gap. Needs to be able to hop there, and will get the hop 1-2. Ult not going to find its mark. But the top lane is the battleground that nobody saw coming.
It's all gone wrong for the Ivern Valley College, unfortunately. They give up 2 kills to the Ornn, and honestly, it's just not the position. And I said Ivern again, didn't I? I mean Irvine. I'm gonna do that about 4 more times, I anticipate.
Yeah.
But every single time, you're gonna hit me with the sigh of disappointment, and then everybody at home is gonna go, rude, unfortunate. But by the end of this best of 3, I will know that it is Irvine, and well, down on the bot side, it's Irvine that are, well, finding trades.
Yeah, Irvine's doing quite well right now. Hong Kong player is going to pick up an easy kill for himself as well. And you got your Fizz rolling, your front line is a monster, your jungler appears to very soon be picking up a kill, as that's a lot of damage from the early game Kindred. So it's a lot like last game, where things are going well pretty unanimously across the board.
Yeah, and Irvine College again continuing down this sort of path of least resistance, where they're just not putting up any sort of resistance themselves and pretty much ceding everything to University of Alberta A right here. The quick dive down on the bot side, it's good at least that they get themselves a little bit of a retribution kill. Taking down the Kaiser is the not necessarily best case situation they could have hoped for, but it's a nice little injection into their pockets nonetheless. You can see so far we are 8.5 minutes into the game. No dragon has been taken. We'll be interested to see which jungler makes their way down there first of all, and whether or not they feel comfortable to go for it at any rate.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the dragon priority is in this game, because right now, with the way that the game is going for University of Alberta, I actually feel like they could just continue pressing in these solo lanes where they've already been winning. A Hong Kong player especially recently picking up a kill. If I had the Fizz, I'd be waiting to see whether he could just style out Vel'Koz with that.
I mean, he can at this point, right? I think that this is more out of mercy than ignorance from Hong Kong player, trying not to give up how incredibly strong he is right now up against this Vel'Koz. Especially when the Vel'Koz has no mana, there's a very real possibility that you don't quite have the damage to kill the Vel'Koz just because they've taken Resolve and they've got Barrier, Flash and all that good stuff. But the ability for them to kill you, very much non-existent. No mana means that you do not die up against the Vel'Koz. Just auto attacks, not by any margin the need or the damage that you need.
Moshi Garvin does start up the dragon though, Hong Kong player. Very close in the mid lane though. Kefi saving both summoners with the low mana bar that he had. I'm impressed that he did it, but it's very, very smart.
Now looks to the recall as well as the dragon goes down in the bot side. University of Alberta A managed to pick themselves up a cheeky little cloud objective, which means that ultimates are going to be up a little bit faster. We are of course going to be gifted a decent enough soul right here. Not maybe the mountain or rather the ocean that we do see spawning in 4.5 minutes, but that infernal or mountain soul. Whatever we do see, we are going to get a change in terrain.
Plate goes over to Hong Kong player, and the change in terrain is actually going to be pretty important because well, actually, you know what? I want to hear your thoughts on this, Rudude, because I am but a simple man who yells about video games. You are a man who thinks about video games. Which of the terrain changes do you think would be better for the side of University of Alberta or Irvine College?
Okay, we'll talk about it this way. Olaf hates terrain. Olaf is a smoke run at you champion, and we might have to hold it, so we do see Turbo on the top side.
Well, I mean, we can hold it for a moment to give him like a rest in peace, yeah.
A quick little moment to acknowledge his death, and then continue talking about Olaf. He hates terrain, right? Meaning that the mountain rift, if that one does so spawn, not really going to be his flavour because you can get kited a lot more easily around those newer walls that get built up. If we see the Infernal Soul coming on through, it means that a lot of those walls get burnt down and that Olaf can chase you much, much easier. So if you're looking at this from an Irvine Valley College perspective, you want that Infernal to come through. If you're looking at it from University of Alberta A, you're hoping that the mountain comes through.
I think he could go down here. Barrier, though, is still available, so is Flash, so Hong Kong player actually just takes a lot of damage for really no return there. Still does have Ignite and the Flash. Both these mid laners playing so conservatively.
And you can see the Verdant Barrier coming through early on. It's that way of just pretty much cheating your way through the lane.
Oh, that's Barrier and Flash popped instantly. So is the ultimate from this Kindred. Woshi Garvin being chased down here, goes under the tower and picks up a kill. As confident as you like is answered back with a shutdown from Kefi. We pan to the fights in the top side as everybody wants to style across the map, but Hong Kong player picked up a kill. So did Woshi Garvin, and right now that is favoring University of Alberta A.
It is presently. They do get themselves a 2-for-1 in that mid lane. The Fizz, the recipient.
Things could change. Fizz very, very low. As I'm talking about support Fizz, not the champion. But we see the Killer Instinct over the wall here, and that last Plasma Stack, once again, just not going off. But the remount engaged. The stun is going to be enough. And what a play in the bot line to turn this for Irvine Valley College.
2 versus 2 kills going in favor of IVC right there. That's exactly what they needed. With their top side not looking too great. They're the ones that are coming up huge, but now call the Forge God.
He's scary skeletons for Levi, who gets ignited, but not actually going to burn down here. It doesn't look like Last Tick won't do it. He escapes on single-digit HP as Darkin is here to hover, making sure Woshi Garvin does not pick up another kill. Olaf still running his own river, despite the 3-kill Kindred on the map. Very potent early game champion is this Berserker.
Yeah, kiting out the Ola, or the Gnar rather, just well enough. Keeps him safe and means he doesn't fall to the own damages coming on through. That Spellbook Ignite almost catching him off guard, but again, as you'd mentioned, just about surviving that final tick. Fizz opting into this Zhonya's Hourglass as the first item is definitely perplexing to me. I feel like something like, well, a Mythic, I'm going to be honest with you, favours him much, much better in the early game. We're not quite at that stage where he's looking to get dove on 24/7, but if he feels like he needs that Zhonya's, I'm sure he has a perfectly valid reason, perfectly valid explanation. I'm just here and I'm just sad that we don't have damage.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, although as we pan to it, damage is abundant with this Fizz. Triple knockup off the Tectonic Disruption, though, is going to cause a lot of problems, especially for Matthew, who ends up going down. Hong Kong player, though, still alive, and now the second carry has arrived. We currently are going to see this Ragnarok, this Olaf, going down. I've confused him with his ability, but unfortunately, ability or no, he will end up going down in a 3-4-3.
Both the AD carries and the mid laners left alive. It looks as though Irvine College are going to be the ones putting down the pressure on the structure, on the objective, on the more important back end of the trade. It's going to be IVC that come out just a little bit ahead, getting themselves the gold from the turret. But at this stage, it's not the gold that's important, it's the ease of access around Summoner's Rift that taking the mid-tier 1 gets you. They now have a much easier way into the enemy jungle. They have a much easier time getting back out of the jungle if they're caught, putting that vision down, looking for picks. Now becomes so much easier.
I really like what Hong Kong player did there, recognizing that he was melee, wasn't going to be able to do much to stop that push. Goes and pushes in top lane. Now, University of Alberta A know that Nara is top, know that he doesn't have teleport, and they have somehow miraculously, off of a losing team fight, secured themselves dragon priority, and likely this dragon.
The swing of momentum, always important, and yes, as you'd mentioned, the fact that the Gnar has to go up to the top side is exactly why they don't feel comfortable taking this fight, but Mega Gnar is available soon.
Very, very soon, but will it be soon enough? Levi gets taken down for the second time before the Mega Gnar pops, and the confidence of University of Alberta in 2 separate solo lanes to go for those kills staggers me.
Yeah, the ability to just say, hey, we got this, right? This guy doesn't have the timing. We know it well enough to apply the pressure and apply that kill. They don't answer back with a mid lane tier 1 turret of their own, unfortunately, nor are they going to be looking to find it on the top side. However, this bot lane, you can see the Fizz paying the respect that you could imagine this ADC top lane duo so rightly deserve.
Yeah, AFK Shadow does have the ability to proc the plasma on Kai'Sa from very far away, although is also very tanky, so shouldn't be burned through here. Does pop the barrier, and now return ultimate going to come in with the backup from Woshi Garvin. AFK Shadow not even needing the ultimate, but ultimate invested very much so from the Kai'Sa is going to almost pick up the kill. Matthew choosing to take that one instead, but they will get a turret on top of it, so all is well that ends well for University of Alberta, who now still have themselves a 3k gold lead. It's not actually as massive as the game state would suggest, though, because it looks like they're smashing.
Looking to extend it just a little bit as well with those kills. They should be looking to force down some turrets. You can see them working on the bot side one as Chum the Waters goes in on the Gnar, but Mega Gnar going to force him back, going to say just, hey, you know what, join this fight, are you sure? And the answer to that question, decidedly no.
Nobody should be that confident into a Mega Gnar, and I'm glad to see that at least we have the appropriate respect paid, not just blindly ignoring the resource of this small ancient Yordle. Darkin picks up the Rift Herald in the meantime, and makes his way, we presume, top lane, where Hong Kong player is waiting ultless here. Hasn't expended all of his cooldowns yet, although with the Playful Trickster gone, he's got to pick up Levi Reformed. Hong Kong player does end up getting him. Ragnarok is expired right now as well, and Ghost just about ending, so I think that is just about as sad as the cat might suggest. Not getting the pick off on the mid laner there is really rough.
Yeah, and it's just a free kill on the top side. You talked about no ulti, but at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. This Gnar has absolutely no resistances. Didn't have Mega either to buy him the space, buy him the time, and a really good timing window there from Hong Kong to make something happen and get himself the quick kill. You can see that this mid lane tier 1 still remains unfelled by the University of Alberta A squadron, but you can only imagine that once this top lane goes down, these guys are going to rotate their way in, and that turret should very well be theirs.
Well, it should, especially with the way that Yidui is doing right now. Has the Gale Force, is a powerful Kai'Sa. Even if the kill score doesn't suggest it right now, this item spike is big for her, and appears to be pushing down pretty solo here into Cappy, respecting, of course, the Vel'Koz damage ability, but look at where everybody else from U of A is in the jungle. You're pressuring Irvine Valley College out, and Infernal Rift is giving them a lot of space to do so. And unfortunately, not quite working out for the Olaf.
Not quite yet. 1-3-2, not the early game that he will have been desiring here. There's still a little bit of a way back in if the Irvine College so desire it. I caught myself with that one. I almost got it. Like I say, this Infernal map is going to favour the Olaf, right? He's going to be able to move his way betwixt terrain much easier and try and catch out these squishy solo members of UOA if they so give it to them. Important to note that finding the pick onto Kai'Sa, onto Kindred, onto Fizz it's darn impossible. Onto Kai'Sa it's pretty difficult, and onto Kindred even more so difficult than that previous marksman. So the Olaf in the side lane, not something that I'm expecting to see, not something that is going to have all that much success. But nevertheless, should you hit that first undertow, you can quite easily keep chase and continue going down.
Certainly should. I'm concerned for sure about the Olaf, but I see its potential. And certainly as a frontliner, especially with this Gorge Drinker, is going to be able to have a lot of sustain in that front line. Interestingly enough, Stride Breaker has been completed from the Gnar, not going the Divine Sunder that we sometimes see in the tank matchup.
I much rather have a Stride Breaker Gnar on my team, to be honest. Him getting into the backline and him finding the disruption that puts your team back in the lead at that team fight stage is going to be much more important.
Shelly's not going to do a lot here, that's for sure, although Levi, Stride Breaker looking for the Gnar here, serves everybody right up. Lance Respite does go down to buy time for the side of U of A, who now, as it expires, get to clean up the fight. Levi suffering for his engage here. Support Fizz doing what he can to see the remaining members of University of Alberta, but in goes Matthew trying to finish off the kill. Whooshi Garvin commits as well, gets the heal, but so crazily, no one has actually ended up finishing off the kill on the support or the jungler here. Instead, just taking Idui and AFK Shadow, the two who were unfortunately too close to the flame.
It's getting very tight here between these team fights. 2 kills left and right, backwards and forwards, however you may wish to describe it. Same thing happened previously around the last Dragon, where it was just a quick 1-for-1, and then the Drake was sort of secured after the fact. It's going to be a nice little pickup right there. The Irvine Valley College able to take themselves their first Dragon of the game, and if you stack yourself 4 Ocean or 4 Infernals, that is a very sizable buff.
See if they can do it, because right now gold lead is still favoring University of Alberta, but it's looking, or that last team fight rather, looked a lot more even than the gold would initially lead you to believe, and in no small part is that due to the incredible amount of AoE damage that Irvine Valley College have at their disposal for these fights.
Oh yeah, the team fight is off the rails right here. They do have themselves a very strong team fight capability and team fight composition. Now, Kai'Sa, you do need to be careful here if you're trying to face check into a Gnar. Just going to use the Void Seeker and yeah, quite nicely just interrupt the recall, but nothing else, nothing more.
Matthew roams up, tries to find the engage onto the temporarily mini Gnar. I wonder which Gnar form Gnar identifies as. You know, like when he looks in the mirror, do you think he sees big Gnar? Or do you think he sees little Gnar?
I feel like we should ask the Hulk.
That's true. So well, the Hulk is a different person, isn't it?
Is it not? Well, yes, it is a different person, but is it not the same mentality, the same sort of philosophy?
I don't think so, because like I mean this is because what is it called? The scientist, I forget his name, who is the Hulk.
Bruce.
Bruce. He talks about how he wanted to not be the Hulk and how he has attempted in many ways not to be a part of the Hulk's life anymore, but how like the Hulk will save him. And so, like, I think it's a different person. I think I don't actually. I know that like they share something. Maybe it's the same with Meganar though.
I mean, when was the last time you spoke to Mininar? How do you know his mentality? Maybe he feels the same way.
I think the dance emote is enough for me on the Mininar. I think he feels. Hold on. I think he feels like this. Ah! Why does that sound like a creepy Italian grandpa? I don't know. That's not Nar. Maybe that's what Nar identifies as.
A creepy Italian grandpa. I don't think he does, dear. I'm gonna go with that one not being his go-to identifier. Either way, no. We're back to the game. Back to the game.
Pull me out, Rude. Save me. We do have a Baron.
There was an attempted Baron.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't really go too well. They walked up, they tanked it for a little bit, and then somebody walked around the corner and they went, "Hey guys, we should probably not do this anymore." And that was more than enough. Small little conversation for them to go, "Yeah, you're probably right." They're still up 5,000 gold though, University of Alberta. They are looking pretty strong here to take at least a good chunk into this first game.
Great rotation.
True Shot Barrage denies it a little bit, but you can see here that that's here 2 turret falling in the mid lane. It's really, really strong. They've got themselves what they need before they're setting up for the Baron.
These
Mid control.
are so active.
They're just going everywhere. For me, a big pet peeve. When teams don't establish mid lane priority, it's very difficult, or it's very easy really, to just push in a wave and then move back to your team, especially when you're so far ahead. But now the Ornn getting a little bit chunked here. Remember, Vel'Koz does do true damage once he has procced his passive entirely. They're looking for the fight though.
Oh, Keffi! He's so ridiculously gone right there as everything connects. Now chasing down Levi as he's about to go Mega, but in the backline, Ragnarok is not doing a whole lot of favors here. Good Gnar into the wall, though stuns up 2, takes down 1 as Matthew, the last remaining member there, but the carry still in the pocket of E. Dewey almost takes down kills, almost gets killed himself. Now with the Lance Breath, should be able to get in there for the heal. The Acathian Rain off cooldown here, gets the shutdown with the help of Support Biz. Actually, Support Biz, the one turning that was she, Garvin, the one who was punished. AFK Shadow wants this kill here, flashes for it, but Louis on single-digit health. We keep this even. It's still a 2 for 2. These teams cannot break away from these even trades of players.
Oh, the knife's edge is not yet tipped onto either side right here. It's going to remain at that very even state in these team fights where it looks like going forward that with the gold lead, with everything in University of Alberta's pockets, you would expect them to come out on top. Unfortunately, they're just unable to do so, and that is without Lifeform Disintegration Ray. I talked about Vel'Koz's items needing to be very much correct, very much on point. Unfortunately, I still don't see a Zhonya's in your inventory here, good sir, and yes, you've got yourself the component of the Banshees, and maybe it'll be a different story when that one gets picked up, but there's a lot of dive right here. I would have loved to see a Zhonya's come on out.
Yeah, it's a big maybe, and it's really spooky when you consider that the difference between having Zhonya's and not is this big area where you can make some positioning errors, where you can buy yourself some time, your team can come to save you. Without that, you're still relying on more or less perfect positioning, just relying on a little bit more resistance to buff you up, and it's not quite the same.
No, you're quite right that it's not what you would ever hope for, and it's not quite the optimum 100% play right here. Well, speaking of, we have got ourselves the Infernal Dragon alive and spawned. Once again, it's Irvine College that are in position to try and take this one, and it's University of Alberta that just don't want to try and contest it.
UA don't really have the vision set up there, they don't have the priority, and the poke is actually really big. When this Ezreal and Vel'Koz do get set up, we see the result of it there. Now, we see Irvine Valley College, despite their gold deficit, able to equalize the Dragons at 27 minutes into the game, and now get themselves some Baron priority that I struggle to say whether U of A will be able to wrest from them.
I'm very impressed that they've been able to secure it for themselves in the first place. And moving into this Baron, not going to be the easiest case for them in the world. Are going to be relying pretty heavily on their two frontliners to move forward together and scout out, get some wards, take away some of their own. And then if it's looking good, if it's looking like a potential fight can come on through, that's when you're looking for Wuxi rather, to make something happen. Ward goes over the wall though, they are going to spot out this Baron, and once again, the sneak is not too sneaky.
Vel'Koz is in the bot lane though, so this is the best chance that you have to take a fight now. Big engage from support Fizz though, a bigger stun is going to force the land's respite as Hong Kong players goes golden in the backline. Support Fizz being DPS down in the front line means one less tank here, and maybe another one as Levi gets picked off as well. Hong Kong players still dancing around the sides here, but finally, University of Alberta refused to take the even trade. They stay alive, they get 2 picks, but now, can they take the Baron? Matthew engages. If they can finish off Kefi here, it's huge, but Matthew goes so ridiculously low, and Dewey cannot follow him up. Ult over the wall is going to secure a double kill, and it's turning around, Rudude. We can't actually do it.
Time and time again here, dear. These guys going for blow. It's a 2 for 2 overall once again. They look toward maybe trying to turn and try and take the Baron, but Irvine, they've still got their ultimates, they've still got all of their cooldowns ready and available, locked and loaded in their arsenal to turn this fight back on its head. University of Alberta, they're still struggling. Irvine College, they are still trying to break their way into that positive gold gap. They're going to try and do that with the Baron.
Yeah, they can't afford to smite steal this. They've just got to straight up win the team fight. But Sport Fizz is back and has his engage tools ready and available once again. Is looking for the right carry to prioritize. Baron is burning down there. Dewey gets locked up, gets knocked up, gets taken down by Kefi. Traded here by the side of the Fizz. Cannot quite find these final kills though, and unfortunately Baron Nashor will fall. Hong Kong player looks for it, doesn't find Kefi ultimately though. Now with 2 tanks on the escape, it will be Irvine Valley College that turn this fight, get the picks necessary, and they secure the Baron. It is so crazy that we find ourselves in this world.
And if you guys were curious about it being a best-of series, this is going to be a best-of-3, right? And I say that in the sense that if we don't get 3 games, then I'm going to feel disappointed because these teams are so clearly evenly matched, so clearly can take games off of one another. And I can say that off of the first game because they're just trying absolutely everything to get themselves a single win in a best-of series. It's obviously pretty important to do that, but it always feels so strong and so powerful when you can get yourself that first win, especially here for Irvine. The fact that they've had to battle down through adversities to get here is going to make them more than happy if they do manage to turn this game completely around and take the victory. They've still got a lot of work to do here. They're still down gold. They're still not yet able to start hitting on these turrets. They've got themselves about a minute and 45 seconds left before that Baron falls off and before their sort of advantage begins to subside.
You know, we can see right now the differences between carries. I'd say biggest difference that we actually have on the map, though, is in top lane for Louis and in the bot lane on the side of Dewey, who both are up about 1,000 gold on their counterpart. Kefi has evidently completed that Banshee's Veil as well, so we'll be a little bit safer, and we haven't seen that real dream come through where AFK Shadow gets to start the fight, Hong Kong player gets to finish it. It's been very disjointed.
No, and I want to draw everybody's attention to the biggest disparity being the junglers right here. Yes, there's only one level, but it's about a 2,000 gold lead from Kindred to the Olaf, and that's where the majority of this gold gap lies. You know, you'd already touched on a few of them, but now in the top side, he's just taken off the map. Louis Reformed, who is that gold gap that is in favour of Irvine, is now off the map. That could be everything for University of Alberta. I think that's just going to stall out, going to mean that the Baron doesn't go and use anything else. Means that should just dissuade everything. Maybe they're going to look for an engage of their own, though. Yeah,
it also means you can get a 4v5, and we see quite a few ultimates engaged on there. Good job from Support Fizz to dissuade that, and at least Kefi pretty safe in this backline. Dewey, though, does manage to assassinate Support Fizz in the meantime, but the backline is safe, and it's all because of Support Fizz.
Yeah, that rel just bought so much space, so much time, didn't allow the rest of the squad to go forward. It was pretty much a sacrifice of each of the supports right there for anything to happen. Now they're fighting again.
Goes for the kill. Hong Kong player finishes it off. Dark and quite low here. Woshi might need to pop his own ultimate. Doesn't have it available, but Dewey is going to take on the team fight by himself as the third dragon gets secured by U of A, putting them on sole point this game.
Yeah, somebody was going to go to Soul Point, turns out to be the Alberta University. They managed to take themselves a quick little fight right there off of the back of a re-engage. Kindred flashing over that tectonic shove from the Valkos means that they're able to find you a nice little pick into that squishy tentacle monster.
And really good target acquisition from Woshi, Garvin, and Hong Kong player to take down Kefi before he can do too much damage. This mage has been played really, really well, and I know that we've harped on the itemization, but I suspect we'll be harping on the positioning of Levi Reformed. Does take quite a bit of, well, no, I want to say quite a bit of poke. It's quite a bit of poke for anyone else.
I mean, he has Force of Nature at this stage as well, so magic damage is going to be the one thing that he's more than happy to start receiving. And at this point, it is going to be Wuxi Garvin who has to dish out the damage onto this Gnar, because Kai'Sa deals, at this point, a lot of physical damage, but also a little bit of magic. The Fizz as well, purely magic damage. On the only damage that he does come through in that magical format, so they do need to be looking toward the Kindred to try and cut through this Gnar, because he's a very tanky boy at this stage.
Yeah, Kindred fortunately does have the Kraken Slayer, has a lot of damage, and certainly the ability to take down tanks with the Blade of the Ruin King, which I think is crazy, by the way. I know he's not in the game. I think it's crazy that you gave an item name to a champion. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to name the champion, but I do think it's really upsetting.
We're going to move on from that one real quick here. And what I want to discuss, you talked about this build coming through for Wuxi. At the minute, Infinity Edge isn't getting its most effectiveness out of it. You've bought yourself an item that costs 3,400 gold, and you're not even getting the full effectiveness out of it. That critical strike chance, dealing an extra 30% damage if you've managed to have 60% crit on your items. At the minute, we're missing 20% of the crit chance. Kraken Slayer gives you 20, Infinity Edge gives you 20 as well. Blade of the Ruin King, a little bit of the odd one out right there, doesn't have that ability in its arsenal. We're probably going to have to see the Executioner's Calling upgraded, because that will give you some crit as well, but unfortunately, no chance to get the GA in previous or in quickly, because you really want to get that Infinity Edge popping so that you have for yourself that bonus extra damage.
You've got to get that power spike online at this point, because otherwise you are slowly but surely losing control of the game. I know that University of Alberta A did win the last dragon fight, but it was by an inch, not by a mile, and you have got to be making these team fights convincing, because otherwise, even if you get Baron, there's not a world where you don't have to engage into, or don't get engaged on by Kefi or Louis Reformed before ending the game. You can't just choke this team out. It's not the style of composition that they have.
You're quite right. I want to see them try to make more things happen. They've got themselves that dragon spawning in about 1 minute 44 seconds. That's surely going to be what they're looking towards, and that is surely going to be the little objective.
Oh Lord, there goes Bomber, and now Dewey in the fight as well. Lifeform Disintegration Ray is doing work, but the kite back isn't quite enough. Dark and Lull ends up picking up a kill, and another one goes over to Kefi. Not everyone there. Importantly, the fact that AFK Shadow wasn't there to provide that additional CC, all of a sudden you lose 4 players.
Yeah, he TP's in, but it is very much too late. Even if he TP's at the very beginning of that fight, which he probably did, he's just always going to have that delayed timer from teleporting all the way down. He uses the Call of the Forge God to try and dissuade them away from this turret, but it's unfortunately not going to be enough. They still have the Baron to default back to. They wanted to get themselves a little objective in terms of the turret, but not quite able to do so right there. Means that they are going to walk away with not necessarily the tails between their legs, but they are going to walk away with the Baron at the very minimum.
And that Baron is going to finally put them ahead in gold. Irvine Valley College has been playing from behind for ages. We keep panning back to this. I really appreciate the minions keep crashing into this tower. But Irvine Valley College has been playing from behind for ages, and now finally, when I say that, they should have found themselves at a golden day.
They have themselves a tempo advantage, and for me at least at 37 minutes, that is much more important.
It is.
The fact that they've got themselves the ability to start trying to work their way through the base and maybe into the Nexus as well is something that we need to keep our eyes on. Unfortunately, given the fact they went for the tier 2 and the fact that they were late to start off that Baron, means that they're going to be a little bit late to the Drake spawn right here. Priority and control of the river severely in Alberta's favour.
We just see the burn here as we do end up getting the Dragon secure. Death Ray not going to do quite enough there as AFK Shadow still gets to play frontline this time. This is the difference in the team fights here. Lamb's Respite goes down. Hong Kong player going golden in the back line is going to be able to walk his way out. This Fizz basically unchallenged right now as E. Dewey sees the blood in the water, goes for the kills, gets the shutdowns, and now Kefi is going to be on the retreat along with Louis Reformed. But that is the difference between having your Orin and not.
They're able to take that team fight this time around here, dear. They're unfortunately going to have to try and push into Baroned up minions, which is no easy feat at all, especially with the Valkos constantly pumping out wave clear right here. You can see he's just pumping it out left, right and centre, and unless they start stacking the waves, this is going to be pretty difficult.
We do end up forcing the barrier out of him. Still flash available. Woshi Garvin goes golden under the tower as well. No follow-up damage is enough here, but Woshi Garvin could go down here. Will be Louis Reform who picks him up, then gets the Gnar into the wall. And it's just not enough for University of Alberta here to finish this off. They're getting picked off one by one, and E. Dewey seems to be no exception, although he is playing this really well. Looks for Kefi, forces the flash out. Now going toe-to-toe with Support Fizz, isn't going to be taken down by the Rebel. Will be stunned up enough. Killer Instinct! Not quite enough, and the shutdown goes over to Support Fizz.
Was a very good effort there from Eduhi there. He definitely puts on a little bit of a show on the Kaiser, constantly working his way in and around the enemies, making sure that he is the one to watch. And unfortunately, it is just a little bit too little too late, at least for the Kaiser to try and take that fight. The rest of the squad already just a bit too tanky. You can see with that Baron still available, remember, on the Berserker, on the Pyromancer. Should be looking to maybe try and finish off another couple of turrets. That Bolty, that Curry rather. I don't know what I'm talking about. There we go. The mid lane inhibitor turret rather is what is going to go down.
And if you too want to overextend just a little bit and give over a mid lane inhibitor or something that will make the enemy team feel just as good, well, might I direct you to FanFit Gaming. Designed in Toronto, Canada, FanFit Gaming is one of your one-stop shops for gifts gamers love. From collectible mugs to neon lights to mid-lane inhibitors, they've got all of it. Check out their wares at fanfitgaming.com.
Other inhibitors are included.
The inhibitors, they cost extra. As this Baron Vision is certainly going to cost Support Fizz extra. Gets taken down right before there as 2 minutes 40 on the Baron. But unfortunately, no Vision bot left on the Rift here, and no CC bot, most importantly, as Support Fizz has been playing these team fights really well. Now, a crucial resource they don't have.
Maybe they're going to be looking to make something happen with those numbers advantage, and I would certainly like to see that at least be the case right here. Kindred has moved their way up to the top side of the map, so Woshi Garvin going to be maybe looking to push in for that top tier 2 instead, recognizing that, hey, it would be nice to try and push into a Valkos. That is simply just not an option without Baron. He's got himself 5 completed items at this stage, is full build, and is going to be able to try and defend you against the push, right? If you don't have minions with Baron, Valkos will be able to kill them.
And that's why we're going to have to wait at least 2 more minutes until we see a push from U of A. And that's assuming that they win the Baron fight. And these fights haven't been coming super easily to them. And we've talked about the fact that, they do have the Infernal Soul now. And of course, things should theoretically be getting easier. But the reality is that Irvine Valley College are not going down with fight. And that has been true without a fight. And that has been true for the entirety of this game. They're not going to give this up easily. Darkin going to be forced to pop the Ragnarok here, and takes a lot of his health with him.
That's a pretty decent trade for you, honestly. The fact that Baron is spawning in about 1 minute 10 seconds, that Ragnarok is probably going to be available. What it means is that you're not going to be able to secure vision with it. You're not going to be able to secure your way into that pit and around that Baron all that easily, because your Olaf, who would be one of your lead scouters, is going to be in a pretty rough spot.
Oh, no Vel'Koz ultimate left, although AFK Shadow does end up taking quite a bit of damage for it. Still without the ultimate as well is going to make this a little bit difficult here, but remembering that the bot lane inhibitor is down, we're just escorting the next wave of supers, buying a little bit of time for University of Alberta, who have 35 seconds on that Baron, and Darkin has respawned at this point, but the map is dark around the objective.
And they don't necessarily need to go here for that Baron buff. They've got themselves this bot lane inhibitor taken down. They have cleanse and they've got the ability to keep themselves safe. What they can do, stall it out for another 30 seconds or so and go for the Elder, and then with the Elder becomes Baron, and with Baron comes the end of the game. It can definitely be in their favor and can definitely work out quite well.
I wonder if they can stall it out, or if Irvine Valley College are just going to go for it on spawn here. They placed a control ward. U of A are at least going to have to confirm that that's not happening and see if they can win this team fight. AFK Shadow crafting a little bit, is going to be caught in the brush, although Idui is the one that's actually caught. Huge engage from support. Fizz and a massive misstep. Bring Kong Kong player into the backline. Kepi goes gold and finally has that stopwatch. Woshi Garvin is doing what he can with Louis, but the rest of his team is wiped. It's just the DPS and the tank that are left, and AFK Shadow is going to be left alone, is going to go down here, leaving Woshi Garvin alone, and it's not how we thought it would happen. We thought it would be a team fight, but instead, it is a face check, it is a pick, and Woshi Garvin is left alone to try and defend here. Louis more than comfortable taking on that Kindred, giving over his life for the pickoff here. Woshi's gonna go down. The ace is gonna come in for Irvine Valley College, and they have just won their first game of semifinals here, taking down the Nexus turrets, focusing on the Nexus. It has been a long game, but at the 43-minute mark, the 44-minute mark, they finally get the win.
Oh, and it was more than just a team fight in the end. It was the end of the game that goes that way. Incredible stuff. And we talked about it. These team fights were going blow for blow, pace for pace. And you mentioned it about 20 minutes into this game, that if these guys keep going blow for blow, it's going to be Irvine College that come out on top, because eventually they're going to have themselves all of those items and they're going to have scaled up. And it maybe didn't happen the way that we'd imagined it. Maybe it didn't happen quite how it was supposed to. But the part and parcel of the end of the game is going to be that Irvine College take themselves game number one. By hook or by crook, they managed to find it and they managed to get themselves the win.
And given the way that this game went, I cannot wait for game two, because these teams certainly feel comfortable adapting to their play styles on the fly. But now, as we mentioned even before we got into the game, they're going to be able to do that in draft and adapt to the strong points and the weak points that they've recognized both in University of Alberta A and on Irvine Valley College. So, Rooted, any last words before we send this to a break so we can get into that game two even faster?
I mean, my anticipation for game number two just has skyrocketed. I think that both of these teams can take these games, and I think we've definitely got ourselves a very strong semi-final.
I think we do too. If you want to be part of this kind of competition and test your mettle as a competitor, be sure to join us here at the Gaming Stadium, Canada's leader in online esports events. Check us out at tgs.gg/events. With that, we're going to send it to a very short break before we get right back into the action. Welcome back, everybody, to the tournament here at TGS, presented by Norquest College, the educational institution that proudly serves its 1,354, almost 20,000 learners from Edmonton region and around the world. For more information on them and their exciting programs, please check out www.norquestcollege.ca. If you're in Europe, add an extra W. That's a joke. Don't do it. We're getting into the second game here. I had to make it again, though, as University of Alberta are going to be going up against Irvine Valley College here. Game one was a banger, and if you missed it, Rooted, what did they miss?
They missed. Where do you begin? They missed 7 dragons, 3 barons, a significant amount of team fighting, very close team fighting as well, might we add, until the very end game, where we'll say, we can say, right, they're going to find out pretty soon that Irvine College were able to come away the handy victors off of the back of a really beautiful engage. So, got to constantly be looking out for those. And this time around, we are going to be swapping the sides. So previously we had Irvine Valley College on the blue side with University of Alberta Team A on the red side. Game number 2, we are flipping those sides around, and of course it is going to be a little bit of a mirror in that instance. So I'm going to be interested to see what the teams adapt, what they change as we move on into the draft here, because the things that we did see in game number 1 were a lot of focus in and around the jungle, but this time around that Vel'Koz has been taken off the board as well.
And good thing it was, because Keffy, as much as we harped on his itemization, did real good work on the Vel'Koz. Got several great lifeform disintegration rays off that messed up University of Alberta's otherwise very nice team fight. Udyr, though, is going to bring a totally different dimension to this game than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, the power, of course, of this blue side is that they're able to drop one of their own bans that they took from red side, put the Vel'Koz in so that they don't want Kepi to be on that one, and then they can take away this pit champion that they sort of value so highly here. The Udyr are going to come on through, and Wuxi going to be more than capable of taking that one into the jungle. I already seen at least myself a lot of Udyr play this patch. The buffs, the nerfs rather, not really hitting as hard as maybe Riot would have maybe wanted. This Udyr still incredibly strong and can still power farm, can still dish out damage, and can still be a potent force.
And this time it will be Darkin still taking the Olaf here, so it'll be sort of a tank v tank matchup in the jungle. And I actually haven't seen the Udyr Olaf matchup as much as I would like. And I'm hoping you, Rue Dude, with your high level of game knowledge, can give me a little bit of insight into how this one goes.
They both farm, and I think that Olaf in the early state, when we get to level 6, the Olaf definitely wins this matchup, at least in terms of how they want to brute force against one another. If they both just sit there, use their skills, Olaf will come out on top. But Udyr's benefits and his prowess comes from being able to kite out an Olaf. And it might seem a bit weird to have 2 melee champions kiting out one another, but with Udyr and his increased movement speed, you can stun, Phoenix stance, maybe even Tiger stance if you're feeling risky. You can move away, wait for your cooldowns to start cycling back up again, and then you can go back in, hopefully assuming that the Olaf has missed either the axe or the ability to close that gap on you, because your movement speed is just so much higher than his once you've cycled through all of those cooldowns. What you're looking for is to try and make sure that the farm stays consistent between these two junglers and make sure that neither one of them is falling incredibly far behind, because that's when issues start to open up, and that's when one of them can really begin to run away with the matchup.
And as we've passed the second phase of bans now, we see a Vayne Morgana locked in the bot lane, another lane that you definitely don't want getting behind. So a lot of just keeping with the pace here for University of Irvine. Karma, considering being locked in here, will go alongside the Kaisa for a little bit of support in that bot lane that would otherwise be pretty harassful. This might be the second Viego I've ever seen.
And this a little bit of hovering here, definitely giving us a little bit of a tease, a little bit of a something to be interested by. Gotta wait for this one to be locked in before we make sure what we do get.
I like this a lot.
Silas comes on out. Tell me why.
I like Silas with Gnar ult, and it's mainly because of me watching a lot of CB LOL. As well, you will know there's a player, FNB, who makes great use of the Gnar ults, and I've been converted, honestly.
Been converted. I love that. I mean, yeah, Silas here into this composition is pretty powerful. You're going to be able to steal a fair few decent ultis. I want to point out the Gnar ultimate, the Morgana ultimate. Right now, I want to say that this is a fairly decent answer to the mid lane, to be honest. I think that Irvine College have definitely picked themselves a fair few good ultis for themselves, but not so decent ones to be stolen away. Ragnarok as well on a Silas can only be good, right? Being immune to CC. You also don't have the benefits of dropping your magic resistant armor when you use that ulti as much as Olaf does, so that is always going to be worthwhile. Looking forward though, the Kassadin pickup is a very strong pick into the Silas, because stealing away Rift Walk gives you just a single charge, and it's a one charge at the second stack, I believe, so it's not all that much damage coming out at all. It is good for a one-time quick escape, which might be necessary if you're trying to dodge out on a Dark Binding or dodge out on one of those Condemns, Gnar Wallops, whatever it may be, a bit of hard CC, but overall, it's definitely not the most impactful ultis to be taking away.
No, certainly not. I did not know that. That's really unfortunate for Silas is what it is.
Yeah.
And that feels really really bad. We got a little bit of shenanigans here. Is It's not Olaf v Olaf, but other than that, if we change out University of Alberta's for an Udyr, that's the matchup we got in the jungle. Mid lane we've already covered a little bit. Bot lane I'm not nearly as familiar with.
Bot lane, it's very rare to see double enchanter supports coming on out, and honestly, I do feel like this is a bit of a meta that we should be starting to see a return to, because enchanters just scale so much better than tanks do in the bot lane, and you can buff up your AD carry, and provided that they don't turn their monitors off, they can stay out of danger with the support of these guys down on the bot side with them. Karma giving movement speed, giving tethers to, or tethering up backline dive threats, always going to be able to give a little bit of peel, a little bit of safety to the Kai'Sa, and similarly Morgana does a very does pretty much the same job. Has a shield, has a root, has got tethers, and has got the W, of course, for just a little bit of poke, a little bit of harasser. At some point, a pretty useless Morgana spell, if I am being completely honest, but that's just my 2 cents.
Mm.
So I want to see how these two interact together. Typically, Kai'Sa and Vayne, both traditionally weak laners here. Kai'Sa with the Hail of Blades, you would imagine, has a little bit more of a potential for output. But unfortunately, doesn't really have anything to pre-stack the plasma with. And so often you'll see on Kai'Sa pairing with a CC heavy support like Alistair, like Nautilus, where you don't need to get in and apply all 5 stacks of plasma yourself because your support has already done that. And normally the Hail of Blades aid you in that effort quite significantly as well. I have seen a little bit of a smattering of Hail of Blades Vayne. I believe, speaking of CB LOL, BRTT today, having just played Vayne, he took the Hail of Blades in that matchup as well. I don't know what matchup necessarily it was, but when he picked the Vayne, picked the Hail of Blades, giving a little bit more lane dominance as well. So looking down on this bot side, whenever you've got these two AD carries who do very similar things, right? Kai'Sa and Vayne both very strong late game scalers. You are looking at that 90% support differential. Which one of these two supports can make the most impact and can punish either the enemy support or the ADC for a lack of positioning, lack of missteps, whatever it may be. We're looking to the supports to make this difference in this game.
And it's going to be a very stark difference at that because the Karma in this case has the luxury of being able to go for something like Moonstone Renewer if she wants to. Morgana, it's a little bit more difficult to go for that Moonstone and be able to constantly be procking it. Although the thing that I've noticed, as much as flawed as that statement may be, I encourage you to correct me. That the late game scaling is certainly something that Irvine Valley College have really focused on. You mentioned the Kai'Sa, but I looked at the Kassadin and the Vayne together, and those two, man, I think Irvine Valley College, they just think this game's going to go to 40 minutes again.
I mean, they're definitely hoping so with their composition. This Ornn really not going to be an issue for Vayne as we get later into the game. The Silas could potentially be able to just one-shot the Vayne and take her off the rift, but the Morgana is one of the perfect answers to that. I feel like knowing that this Olaf, in fact, for University of Alberta, not an Olaf, definitely puts them in a lot better of position. I think that Irvine, their composition speaks to me a little bit here. I like the fact that they've got themselves the early game priority on the top side, which they're going to be looking to carry the early game, and then they're going to transition those leads down into the bot side of the map, where Kassadin, where Vayne are going to be able to take over in the late game, because that is when these two carries come online and when those two thrive. Worth noticing here that we do not have Hail of Blades Vayne as well. Just quick tidbit, quick little notice. It is going to be press the attack, as is tradition, really. But the early game dominance from Darken needs to happen, and Louis Reformed also needs to have some sort of priority in this early game up against the Ornn, which he should have, because if this isn't the case, then there's a chance that they just get rolled across the board. The Silas should have priority down the mid lane, and I'm expecting Kai'Sa Karma to have a little bit of that advantage down on the bot side too, but that is really subject to how well these bindings connect.
Yeah, I'm curious actually to know how it is that this top lane matchup is going to go because we saw it largely determined solo before we saw anybody else get involved here. AFK Shadow and Louis Reformed clearly both very comfortable on their individual champions, and as it goes later and later into the game, Louis Reformed has an edge on the Ornn, as one can only expect. But early on, it really can be either one of them pulling their
Mm.
way ahead, and that top lane, kind of counterintuitively for this matchup specifically, is something that I'm going to keep the corner of my eye on.
And as we just about get ready to get loaded into the game, this is a beautiful time to give a quick shout out here to Monster Cat Gold. If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great service for just $5 a month where you can download music, stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use music for your live streams, your videos, with absolutely no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. They've got tons of additional perks as well, including early listening access to new music, the Monster Cat shop discounts, and the exclusive community features. You may as well just check it out.
And as we have plugged our Monster Cat, and hopefully we'll be listening to it quite soon, we do get ourselves loaded into the game here as Irvine Valley College and University of Alberta have indeed gotten themselves all ready to take on their opposition. I'm wondering if we get that early game shenanigans that we have seen more often than not actually in this tournament.
Morgana level 1, definitely something to be feared if you are the University of Alberta, and fortunately enough for them, it does look like Support Fizz is not roaming with the rest of the team, not roaming as a pack to go into that direction. Looks like it's going to be the traditional 5-point here. You can see, actually, Wuxi looking like he's trying to get a little bit aggressive with his ward placement. Very often you'll see junglers try and put down their own jungle or put down their own warding totem, take a recall, and then pick up the sweeping lens as well on their first recall. Obviously the one being before minions are fully spawned onto the rift so that they can start clearing out vision, start setting up for ganks if they so desire. Unfortunately, it is going to not really amount to too much in terms of vision exchange. Both of these guys are going to be starting on the bot side, and the defensive ward from the Olaf really just suggesting that he might be a little bit on the back foot in the early game.
And we'll see if he ends up getting challenged at all by Woshi Garvin, who is another one of those clearing junglers, but definitely a very aggressive jungler at that. We can expect to see at least a little bit of early shenanigans from him, be it an invasion into Darken's jungle and a non-interactive one, or whether it be a pretty early gank from a jungle that you wouldn't normally expect it from. I'm definitely looking at Woshi Garvin from last game and going, well, if something's going to change the flow of this game, it's going to be this guy.
Yeah, exactly, and he's got that onus, that little job to do, really more so than anything else. So, keeping your eye on that one, going to need to be very, very important. As for the early game across well, at least this mid lane right now, you can see Hong Kong player is definitely in the better position for the start off. Kepi as a level 1 casted in, not really going to be doing all that much.
The level 2 Gnar, though, you can certainly feel very comfortable taking these trades. What a binding from Support Fizz! Ignite goes down, First Blood will go to this guy, and he's not playing Rel, but he is looking for the engage.
Yeah, absolute no-look bind right there. Those are those sweet ones that you can hit where you path directly toward your non-intended target, make them think, okay, I gotta juke this, I gotta juke this, gotta juke this. You lower the expectations, you sort of catch them off guard. The support player in this instance, you could see Matthew Boboxed really wasn't expecting it, gets caught right in the midst, right to the face. He takes that bind, and a quick little flash closes that gap as well. Overall, it is a 1-for-1. Both supports get the kill, which is kind of funny because both the ADCs are kind of there like, what? I wanted those. But they are able to continue on in their lane. And overall as well, it is worth noting, Karma saved her flash. Well, didn't get to use her flash is probably the better way of describing it. Whereas Support Fizz no longer has that cooldown available.
And that might be the difference maker, but with Woshi Garvin showing in the top lane, it at least will temporarily not be that impactful. Louis really wants to take a fight here. Ends up getting a slow, but the stun will land, and Udyr does a lot of damage in this early game. It might cost Louis his life. Flashes away, but now straight into the jaws of his Olaf here will be another 1-for-1. But it costs Gnar his flash. Of course, Woshi not having his either. Scuttlecrab going over to Darken here, but it is a just inch of difference.
It's just a case of deja vu right here, dear. Pretty much the majority of all the team fights last game were 2 for 2s, 3 for 3s, even trades, the most important factor. And I've seen that down on the spot side of the map. TP here.
Very low, but Louis shown up here. Kaisa goes for the kill, does find it, gets traded back here. Another 1-for-1, and with the flash away, it's going to stay that way. Although Woshi Garvin's looking for this. Hop, I think, is available for Louis, as he is going to be running away from the Udyr once again. I'm getting some serious deja vu, but this time it is answered by AFK Shadow, who gets a lot of alone time in the top lane. And again, inches of difference emerge.
Now, obviously the Ornn with solo plates, not the most impactful champion, but this might limit the performance that Louis is able to put out. Now no level 6 onto Kepi.
See if they can find him. Woshi is hemming him in here, and there's a lot of assistance. Goes for Matthew, but this Cassidy does not have the damage just yet. As close as it never mind gets.
Gets the kill there. You could say, I think it must have been a minion there, or, well, no, it was a minion, must have been. But you could see that the Karma just sort of dicing around on the edge of the range for the majority of that, just steps a little too far forward. I'm not sure if we didn't have Tether, or if they'd already used it to try and make that fight happen, but a quick Mantra W bait would have definitely been the way forward right there. Nevertheless, it is a 1-for-1, and the Cassidin getting a kill right there is going to be more than happy.
Going to be very, very happy indeed, now having moved himself to a better scaling place, and is doing pretty well in farm against this Silas as well. So going even in this matchup is really, I don't want to say the best you can hope for, because the best you can hope for is always solo killing your opponent multiple times, but still really, really good. Sport Fizz, though, not having the best of time, is going to be knocked up by a great teleport from AFK Shadow. It's going to net U of A this dragon, so gold being even, Drake going to the favor of U of A, still giving me even more deja vu.
Yeah, and we are at a very even gold graph right here. We are going to see the top lane take a few plates in the favor of Irvine College, so they're going to be quite happy. Rather, the top laner is going to be quite happy. Louis gets himself a couple of plates. He's going to be continuing to hit on that one, make sure that he's getting all of those little plating couplets as best that he can. And now down on the spot side of the map, that is a big freeze being trying to be built.
This is horrific for Bomber, who is sitting there 21 CS to 48 right now, and cannot catch a break to save his life on this wave.
No, you can see the power of wave manipulation truly is immaculate. They're trying their hardest to keep this out of the turret, and unfortunately has now been broken, so we'll have to see whether or not the Udyr makes his face shown down on the spot side of the map now that there's an opportunity to make a gank happen.
Louis gets a really nice hop out of there, goes Mega very shortly, and we're going to continue to see this top lane explode. And interestingly enough, a similar CS lead is developing in favor of the Gnar with that alone time that he got with the turret. So we're having a sort of yin-yang develop across the map as mid lane has stayed relatively even thus far.
Yeah, and granted, the CS lead might not be quite the same extent for the Gnar, but what he did manage to get was all of those plates down on the top side, so that's really where the discrepancy's coming on through, and where we're seeing this gold lead be pretty much even, right? Across the majority, or across the mid-jungle duo as well, there's not really too much to write home about. Maybe you could note Kepi with a slight CS lead here, but with, of course, Silas moving his way back to the laning phase, should be able to pick up a fair few of those and try to deny them under the turret as well. So big games of just backwards and forwards are going to be coming out right here, and really trying to battle for priority on your lane, trying to battle for priority to go toward that Rift Herald, going to be what you're looking for. Not sure if you know that the Udyr is already on it, but instead he gets off and tries to help out his top laner.
And should be able to. They might be able to secure a kill there, but a great Gnar will buy time for Louis. Gets ignited and then subsequently taken down, but Kepi's teleported up this top side, and it will be yet another 1-for-1, as these teams love these, man. I have not seen a more gentlemanly handshake game until now, although Darkin is going to be regretting that handshake very much so as Woshi Garvin sneaks away a kill. And this man might be pretty obtrusive, but ninja-like he does appear as he gets away from Kepi.
Yeah, finally the first sort of comeback of not picking up the trade kill here as Caston sort of TP's up there, does get himself an assist onto the on-falling, but unable to trade back, unable to get anything really in favour of himself right there. You can see Louis is going to try and walk down this Silas. Not going to be able to get away with it right there, as off the back of that roam, Silas does go up in gold over the Caston.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the gold overall right now. There's a pretty significant gold lead in the top lane, and that is where most of the action has been centered around. We've seen a few picks off in bot, but it's once again this battlefield that nobody really expected in a lane that normally just gets traded away.
Since the early shenanigans down there, we've not really seen all that much come through, which you will always say favours the Vayne right here, and this is mainly, of course, due to the fact that... Oh, okay. I didn't want to make sure. I wanted to make sure that we were all good on that top side, just using the Gnar as he was hopping out of the Mega Gnar to get rid of the cooldown. But down on this bot side, right, since the early game has been a bit boring, has been a bit of a farm up fiesta, it's mainly because Matthew has been roaming around on this Karma, trying to make things happen regardless, and trying to find advantages for the rest of his team.
And yet, despite that, we're still up 30 CS for University of Alberta in the bot lane, which is going to be really problematic. Not necessarily even on the first item, when Kai'Sa is still good, but really when that second item comes in and Idui can take over some team fights, like we were shown last game with the Kai'Sa. Very evidently, this champion is one that can blow up in a game, and it really happens around these mid-game team fights. Being on that second item even faster is really going to be a huge difference maker.
With Runans having so much value this game as well, definitely expect to see Kai'Sa pick up that one. Got a lot of potential for the Runans to have a lot of value here this game, so would hope to see that one picked on up. Maybe not after the Kraken or the Collector pick up quite necessarily, but it's going to put you in a very, very decent position. Going for what looks to be that Collector second build right here. Not opting into the Stormrazor, a little bit of a new age build where if you take the BF instead of the Serrated Dirk, you can opt into Stormrazor as opposed to opting into the Duskblade, but other than that, at the minute, both these teams just jockeying for position.
Yeah, Dragon up right now, second one of the game. We'll be getting either an Oceanic Rift or potentially a Cloud Rift spawning. And before that, we've got to determine who's going to walk away with this extra bit of damage. Already an extra little chunk of tankiness given over to U of A. And that extra gold in the mid lane.
First Dragon going down at about... Oh, this is... Oh, never mind, it's going to be second Dragon. Looking to be taken at about 12 minutes is... pretty much then on pace right here. The Udyr should be able to try and take this one all for himself, so if they are picking this one up, it is going to be pretty good for University of Alberta, but you can see they are looking to try and contest.
Louis got his own TP, and Bomber is on a flank right now, and the team fight starts off. Great call. The Forge God is going to lock up support. Fizz ends up getting taken down by Idui as Olaf is quite low in the back line. Bomber trying to do what he can with Kefi, escorting Darken out for right now. Louis still looking for a way into the fight. Doesn't have the Mega Gnar. Bomber, though, without his ult, will have limited impact. Dragon just going to be burned down right now, and good knockup is going to land from AFK. Shadow is going to be deletion onto Karma. Matthew going down is going to set up for Louis. He gets a great Gnar into the wall. AFK Shadow quite low right now. Bomber needs to chase them down. Last auto should land, and will find a kill here. Even kills across the board, but the Dragon goes in favor of U of A. It's the small edges that keep adding up.
Yeah, importantly though, the Vayne able to pick up a kill, able to stay alive, and I want to keep sort of touching on these late game hyper carries that Irvine have picked up for themselves. They did it in game number 1, they were able to stall out seemingly until the end of the game. If they're able to do it once more here, Vayne and Kassadin will be able to carry them in the later stages. Vayne almost doing it already. Kassadin looking very, very strong as well.
And we've got a Cloud Rift spawning, which is going to give a lot less snowball potential over to those dragons. Of course, Cloud Soul still quite nice to have, but ultimately not going to be something that decides the game one way or the other in the same way as Ocean Soul Knight.
Yeah, you will never complain about getting a soul, but you will complain about getting a cloud soul. Just because it's so much weaker relative to the rest of them. You're quite right that it just doesn't hit that game-ending buff mentality that the rest of them do. So it tends to feel pretty bad that, hey, you've managed to secure yourself 4 dragons, but one of them, or the rift turned out to be cloud, so you don't win the game off of that. Feels pretty rough.
Oh, Kefi clearly feeling confident in this mid lane though. Would be nice to get something on him. The nice thing about the Ocean Drake is, of course, that nobody really contests it, so we get to Elder Drake faster.
Yeah, you're quite right. If you do get that's sort of a strategy that I've seen teams employ. That, you know what, we can even give up 4 Drakes if it's a cloud and just take the Elder.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be the hope of the scaling team. Louis, though, just hoping to stay alive right now, and with a teleport in there and 3 people on him is not going to be a dream that is long-lived. Gnar gets picked off and not looking nearly as good as he was in Game 1 here. Is going to be a much less effective front line.
Does still have the Stride Breaker, does still have that capability to make it into the back lines. I'm still holding off on saying that the Gnar in terms of front line is going to be not quite so strong here, because I feel like Gnar is Gnar at the end of the day. But look on the bot side.
Bomber's just gone there off the Q from the Karma alone. Support Fizz is going to get taken down as well, and a big overextension is drastically terrible for the side of Irvine Valley College. I couldn't even words there.
No, I mean, you were quite right that they just had a complete lack of respect. You're going for a play down on the bot side. You can't be stepping up on the top on the bot side or top side. Now, similar sort of situation for the Olaf there. He has to force the flash as well. These guys just go away, Zitz. Yeah, nice little pickup as well there. Going to be able to pick up a little bit more damage, a little bit more gap close capability in case he was already struggling with the Ghost, with the Conqueror as well. Ragnarok going to be aiding him in that effort too. Turret on the top side, under fire, but not going to go down here. Does spot out 2 members coming in their control ward area, but no way are they going to be able to miss out on this kill.
That is quite a few people committed, although great hop. Looks like it's going to keep Louis alive for now. Rotates into that mid lane, throws a house, or whatever astronauts are throwing these days. Satellites, I think?
Satellites, yep. Because why not?
I don't know where he's gotten these, yeah. He's like...
He just has them stocked up.
That's true. He's got a pocket full of satellites, does the Mega Gnar.
And also he just throws the same one on repeat, no?
Maybe so. I guess he does pick it up. And then when they expire, I guess they port back to him. Because, I mean, if we're going to have an astronaut in the game, we may as well. I don't actually know. You know what? The existence of Targon makes it difficult to believe that astronauts exist in Runeterra.
You're going to have to gate walk me through that one here, dear.
Oh, okay. You know...
My lore is not quite there.
Oh, okay. You know Leona and Diana? And, like, Aphelios and all that?
The Sun, Moon, and yeah.
And then, you know, there's like Aurelian Soul and all these champions that are like star related. The very existence of that kind of mystique and godlike power around the stars makes me doubt that astronauts exist in the same way. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I do know what you're saying. I see. You're saying that they're just not necessary.
Well, I think they're not necessary, or like. Yeah, I guess, you know, like, if people are still confused, if there's still lore about what there is in the sky, or if there are gods in the sky, why are you going to the sky? And in the same way, Darkin, why are you approaching this dragon? I'm not even sure you win this fight. Woshi goes to the engage, though, goes quite low. Great ult from Hong Kong player, stolen the Gnar away, doesn't secure any kills, but sets them up for the rest of the team. As U of A find their fight here, find their 3rd dragon of the game, and support Fizz about to find his grave as Woshi Garva chases him down. No black shield left. Matthew takes the kill because, you know what? I don't see why he wouldn't.
True support greed right there. It's about the only answer that I can give to you. 3 members fall. They secure themselves the dragon once again, and unfortunately we're just reaching a little bit of a misunderstanding of quite what we're supposed to be doing with this composition. They have Vayne, they have Kassadin. Just sit back, wait, get your items, come back at a later date right here. Even if you do give up Cloud and give up Cloud Soul, honestly, it's not the worst situation to find yourself in. Obviously, we've already talked about the benefits and disadvantages of that Cloud Soul, so giving that one over isn't necessarily the worst case in the world, and it's definitely still something that you can come back from.
Certainly is, although the gold lead is going to be pushing itself with these kills that continue going over less and less in the direction of you can come back from this, right? With 34,000 gold to 30,000 gold, it is only the 4K that separates them right now, but if this gold lead persists, if the way that this game is going persists, it's only going to take 10 minutes for this Elder Dragon to spawn, and by that point, I don't know whether Kefi and Bomber are going to have the farm or the kills to support the itemization that will take them into the late game stage.
Now, I'm curious about the Vayne's second item here. Traditionally, could well be a Bork, could well be a Rage Blade coming on through. The Kassadin seems to be heading straight toward that Seraph's Embrace. There's a potential chance that it's going to be the Rabadons here just for some outright action here tonight, but we are looking to maybe see where we're going with that build path.
We'll take a look. We'll check in very, very soon on what the Vayne has gone. For right now, Idui sitting around with double buffs like a prince, queen?
Yes. 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 One of the above.
Just all of the ascent is heard from the crowd.
Yeah. King and Queen. Why not? We'll give them all Lord, Lady. How many titles are there?
I don't know. You're the one that's English. I don't.
Oh yes.
There's the president. That's all I know.
You have the vice president.
Certainly presidential. Actually, I told you about this, right? That I was watching the documentary on Dick Cheney.
Yes, you did. You did.
Watch that documentary. It's insane.
Noted.
Yeah. It's really good. It's about the vice president. It's a very interesting manipulation of government. I realized that I really like media that has people breaking the rules creatively, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I really like, I don't know if you've seen Hunter x Hunter, the anime. I really liked Trial of the Chicago 7, and I know that normally you would never put those two things together because they are not similar in many ways, but the sort of like bending of the rules that comes in, people discovering loopholes in either magic systems or logic, it's a real fun time.
You know, do you know what, dear? There's a team on this Rift who's not having a fun time, and there's a team that are. Fortunately, for all of the League of Legends fans, it's University of Alberta A that are having a good time on the Rift, and if they do win this game, they're going to force us here to a game number 3 on the night, and maybe just take us to that, as we say, best of 3 status to really live up to its namesake here, to give us that third game here. And maybe make it so that both of these teams go down to what will be the best of 1 at the end of the day, right? If you win both sides of the best of 3, and you end up having to face it back up against one another, you do just have that best of 1 formatting essentially. So, going to be interested to keep our eyes on the rest of this game, see how it closes out, see how it plays out. Because honestly, at a 5,000 gold lead, you would say that Alberta had themselves a chance to take this game, but they're staring down the barrel of a Kassadin, staring down the barrel of a Vayne, who are more than happy to continue to farm up. And if they can't close out the game soon, then they could very well be in themselves a bad spot.
And the rules of League of Legends here, kind of tying that in as well, with Irvine Valley College struggling to survive right now, are relatively simple, right? You know, you get gold, you get items, one team will beat the other in a fight, but the theory behind sort of like bending the rules, bending the game to your conditions, which right now is just to survive for Irvine Valley College, is with lane assignment, is with macro. And if they can pull that kind of thing off, this could be exactly the kind of media that I am not only used to, but excited about consuming. Right now, though, the consumption is certainly going to be taking this dragon as no team fight going to ensue from this. Irvine Valley College seemed to have learned from earlier, and now we've got 6 minutes on an Elder Dragon.
So the clock officially started right here. You've got 6 minutes to pick up all of the gold that you can and get yourselves to this position where you want to take these fights. They recognise that with the Cloud Soul, they don't want to fight for it. They're not too worried if it goes over, and it is that 6 minute buffer between that and now the Cloud Dragon spawning. If we take a look at our gold tallies right here, Vayne has about 2,500 gold to catch up. The casting is very much level with the Silas, so we are pretty much exclusively looking down at that Vayne over the Kai'Sa matchup. At this point, pretty much the full collector is the item disparity between these two AD carries down on the bot side, so that should sort of give you a very immediate representation of where the issue lies.
Yeah, it's an absolutely massive gap, and it is mirrored in the mid lane somewhat. The kills very much making up for it. And it's a tough line to ride in terms of how you're going to prioritize Bomber's success when he's not only that amount of gold down, but also 2 levels down, while also keeping yourself in a place where you can teamfight. Because so often we see Vaynes, at least in solo queue games, go, well, I'm just not going to fight. That's not necessarily an option here, especially once Baron is up and the game end is on the table. If you aren't willing to at least try to dance around the edges here. Baron burning down off of a great start is spotted by the control ward here. Louis already here with the teleport in from Kefi. AFK Shadow tries to find the stall out. Kefi's on the side here. Which way do you go? It seems like towards the 4 members is the collapse here. Woshi Garvin goes on a killing spree, taking down Morgana. Now trying to get his way out is Dark, who has 0 HP left to him. Kefi, unfortunately, was not long for the Rift, even on that flank with the teleport, and have yet to lose a single member. Our University of Alberta Bomber, not nearly so lucky, is going to get melted by Phoenix Stance. And now you get to turn your eyes right back on to the Baron, the one thing you wanted to begin with.
Yeah, but they get 3 kills as well, which is just the perfect bait to come on through. Yes, Darken is alive, but he's nowhere near this Baron pit, nowhere near the chance to steal it. 800 health, and that is going to be the quick on smite that goes through the Udyr, looking very, very potent this game, able to pretty much half HP the Vayne off of just one combo. Now they're looking to take a fight even further.
Woshi Garvin, he can always look for a fight. This Udyr just gets to walk on forward, and they pick off the support here, going to make it another 4v5 under the tower. That's even the contest right now. Brimstone actually doing quite a bit for this team, who already almost have every single key cooldown right back up. They're taking down the inhibitor right now, dancing around Irvine Valley College, who have no choice but to just watch their structures go down. Hong Kong player does get rooted in place, almost taken down by the third proc of the Silver Bolts. Well, EW goes in, finds the Gnar, and manages to get out, stay safe all at the same time. Kefi can't even finish the assassination. A triple kill goes over to Dewey, and now pushing out of the tower, Bomber does manage to find a kill in conjunction with support Fizz. Keep U of A on their toes, on the back foot, but this game is looking all but over for U of A.
Yeah, getting so many kills down in the back lines. The Kai'Sa is definitely fully invested in closing out this game and fully invested in picking up even more gold for herself right now. Unfortunately, Vayne not even able to pick up the kill on the Ornn under the turret. That one does fall into the hands of the support, I believe. Support Fizz stealing away that one just a little bit here. And unfortunately, you know, great, you pick up your Moonstone, you pick up an extra Amplifying Tone, but that's not really going to do the work for you. Vayne could have had something a little bit extra, could have had maybe even just some extra control walls, whatever it may be. The extra gold on your Vayne is always going to be useful.
It really is, and the longer this game goes on, we've said it before, and I'm sure we'll say it again, it's going to be a Bomber win condition, as Kefi alone certainly not cutting it right now into the massive gold lead that has amounted. 10,000 gold is often what we say is enough to end a game, and Elder Dragon would certainly push that over the edge into certainty, as Irvine Valley College don't have the survivability that they appeared to have last game with the insurance of the Vel'Koz. Levi is being chased down by Woshi Garvin, absolutely fearless, by the way, 100% HP. And they're not even going for the setup of this dragon, not even playing it safe. They want more before the Elder Drake spawns.
Yeah, they want to be making the most of their Baron right now. They have 30 seconds left available. If they want to break the base even further, then they definitely can do here. Stolen away, not ulti. This is your fabled classic here, dear. They've got themselves casted in, not quite level 16 yet. They've got themselves Vayne, who has finally finished that completed second item. You know, you're staring down the barrel of a 3.5 item Kai'Sa. But, if you're looking for little win victories, little win conditions where you can, it's all going to be on Bomber to try and step up in these team fights because, as you've mentioned, Kefi has been trying his hardest but hasn't been able to do enough.
Louis about to go mega. This engage has to be found here. The Gnar doesn't find any stuns, but it does start the team fight off, and Big Stride Breaker does bring everybody into the backline. Unfortunately, Hong Kong player is able to dodge it out, but you do take down Dewey. Woshi Garvin running away right now. Bomber and Kefi still very much alive, want to look for the finish off here. I don't know if they can catch the Cloud Soul, though. That's the big problem, as everybody's movement speed is so much more enhanced. Bomber not going to be able to finish off this kill, and Woshi Garvin, he's just walking himself into your base. You've got a recall right now. You cannot take this dragon, or you're just going to lose the game.
You definitely are here. They're trying to look to find the Karma Cloud Soul.
Woshi Garvin takes down one tower, now has the second wave arriving. It's just Morgana in his face here. Pool goes down. Woshi doesn't feel comfortable pushing into this. Hong Kong player very comfortable contesting, as Woshi's going to get one shot by Kefi, we thought, but the flash forward even isn't going to be enough here. He might actually take this duel. The blasting plant going to get him around, and we're still looking for the engage onto this dragon pit. In goes Hong Kong player, doesn't secure the Elder Dragon, and two members are just going to get blown up here. That's two big picks that now Irvine Valley College have. This is ridiculous. This is insane.
Yeah, check that brush vein. He's definitely still in there. Don't worry about it. He's definitely not at his own gromp by now. He could have definitely made it. I mean, he's going to be taking up those golems, picking up those ones, but the fight. He didn't need to be so clean. Didn't need to be anything really that daunting, but it was. We got this very tight team fight where the squads were fighting for their lives right here, right? We're looking at University of Alberta, who are 0-1 down. They've got the victory. They can taste it. It's in their sights. They're up 10,000 gold. They have every condition that they could have possibly hoped for to take the game here with that soul. But the fight just doesn't quite go in their favour. The separation of Ornn from the rest of the squad, he easily gets melted under the vein at this stage in the game, right? It's still only a 2-item vein, but it's enough. That's enough there to get you through and manage to cut through the tank. And you're looking at it on the other side of it. Gnar, maybe not quite the tankiest member, but the tank Shred on the other side just isn't living up to the Vayne's priority, isn't living up to the Vayne's expectation that you would hope for. And they're able to get themselves a numbers advantage and turn that numbers advantage into a Drake fight. It's a really good heads-up play by Wuxi to take down the Nexus turret as well, recognizing they've got that little bit of an opening to make something happen. What we need to see now is Irvine College, excuse me, that's another one. That's another one. Take a fight. They have Elder. Please, if you're not taking a fight, you absolutely have to force the Baron, because you do win these team fights right now. Even if you're down gold, Castin, level 16, has a Rabadons. If that's not bad enough, you have Elder Drake at your back. Please, just start hitting something, hit some turrets, hit some champions, hit anybody to try and force this Elder to have some effect.
They're trying as much as they can to take down the first line of turrets right now, at least get that mid lane priority. And you see the pings on this this Baron right now, as the Death Brush is in effect for University of Alberta. Spotted out by E. Dewey. Now they turn onto this, and they're going to melt this Baron at this point. Bomber has so much damage for it. Woshi Garvin waiting around the side right now. Wants to get into the pit, but is getting half health by Louis Reformed. Bomber in here as well. AFK Shadow does start off the fight with a big knock up here, and it might be them just taking it by storm as U of A find a team fight into it, and a quadra kill goes over. Not quite the penta, as Woshi Garvin helps finish off the Cassidon. Kefi, unfortunately, going down there, but even with the Elder Dragon, Irvine Valley College get engaged on, they can't put out the DPS.
Vayne gets taken down, and that is just a team fight in a nutshell right there. The CC up Cassidon as well, he's going to fall as well. And it's going to be game number 2 going back, and now we're into that best of 3.
Certainly looks like it, as University of Alberta refused to be shut down by this late game garbage. How dare you think that you can beat us with scaling? They take the Baron, and they take the game.
And I said it in game 1 that we could definitely be on for a 3-game series here, and that's exactly what we get, dear. They get themselves into this position now where they are very much excited to see a third and final game come out between these two squads.
I am super pumped to see what Game 3 has in store for us, because I could not have predicted the way that Game 2 was going to go, especially based on how long Game 1 went. Watching the timer tick down, I was like, Irvine are going to win this. Irvine are just going to win this. U of A can't close out, but their team fight execution in the end did push that over the edge as close as it got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there was a team fight where we thought, okay, this is the turning point, right? They start to win it, just get 2-1 in that instance, and you think maybe this is it. But unfortunately, tanking up the Baron, resistances are lowered. That means that they are going to be in a rough spot, and really good engage coming on through from University of Alberta means that they're able to come back, they're able to take the game, and they are able to take us to this game 3 here. It's only the semi-finals, guys. You might have thought, okay, this is probably the finals with the sort of competition that we've got between these two sides. But no, we have one more game for this best of 3 and then another one after.
Then I am super excited to get into them. It feels, Rooted, as if we've been gifted a game. And if you're looking for gifts that gamers love, look no further than Toronto, Canada FanFit Gaming. They are your one-stop shop for gifts gamers love. From collectible mugs to neon lights, they've got it all, even in-game wins. They don't actually have those. Check out their wares at fanfitgaming.com, and you'll see that I was a liar on at least one of those items. But for now, I think we're only going to throw it to a break, Dude. If you want to get in with us at TGS and test your own medal in one of these competitions, join us at tgs.gg/events to be part of the Gaming Stadium, Canada's leader in online esports events tournaments. We will see you after a very short break with the last game of University of Alberta A versus Irvine Valley College. Welcome back to the Gaming Stadium's stream presented by Norquest College. This tournament here is entering its third game of the semifinals, University of Alberta versus Irvine Valley College. Now, being presented by Norquest College, I should tell you that this educational institution proudly serves its almost 20,000 learners from the Edmonton region and all around the world. If you want to check them out and see what their exciting programs are all about, check out www.norquest.ca. And with that, Dude, let us get ourselves into this game, as it is certainly an exciting institution in and of itself.
Yeah, we've had 2 banger games, to be honest, right? First game was Irvine trying their hardest to hold on till the very end, and then when it mattered most, they finally managed to come back and finally managed to get the team fight that swung the fight back into their favour. And game 2 felt like it was going to be a bit of deja vu. It was a lot less less, I'll say, close really between the two teams. But then there was a fight where you thought that this could all turn back around. It could all start crumbling once again for the university. But they do manage to find the team fight. They managed to take them at the Baron, managed to get a sweeping ace up against an Elder Draked up team. So that is no mean feat by any means. So coming into game number 3, it is anybody's game here. And honestly, I can't wait for it to start.
Yeah, Irvine Valley College winning game 1, University of Alberta winning game 2, and now we have swapped back sides. Irvine Valley College on the side of victory so far. Now get their own chance at maybe, well, adapting to what happened in the first game. I expect the Udyr to be banned, certainly, but Vel'Koz is, of course, taken away by University of Alberta.
Yeah, and if they are banning away these, we'll say other champions, right? We've still got the Udyr up and available. We've now no longer got the Vel'Koz. It's going to be a question of, well, if we don't ban the Udyr, are they going to pick it? Because yep, there we go. The answer is they're just going to ban it out.
That's good.
They're not going to give it up. That's all. I don't like seeing blue side Udyr bans. To be honest, I would just much rather Darken play it for themselves, but. I guess not wanting to be on Udyr duty, definitely going to be at least comfortable with it off the Rift.
The thing is, I bet Darken just plays Olaf again. That's the thing about not picking the Udyr here, is that it doesn't really seem like he's interested in playing any other champion, and they're relatively similar.
Yeah, relatively. You're quite right. They both have. I was thinking about this one earlier. I got to see a Jarvan into Udyr matchup, and they both have this similar sort of philosophy of they can run at you, but technically they're not innately mobile, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that instance, if you do pick something like the Jarvan, Udyr does become very much useless if he's pinned inside a Cataclysm. And somebody not fitting that brief is going to be the Udyr, not the Ezreal rather, that we've seen get first picked here. And that for me is a big question mark. I don't know if this is going to perform as well as they may be expecting it to. I think that there are a lot of AD carries in this meta right now, which are, I will say, on a par with Ezreal, and I don't think that the first pick warranty is given to him.
You know what? I agree with you in a meta sense, but based on what the heck was happening last game, I don't think you can give Bomber something that has to go even in lane, even that that is that hyperscaler for later. You want to be picking him the Ezreal so that he can farm from a distance, because otherwise, I mean, he just got frozen on last game and absolutely dunked by Dewey and Matthew.
Hmm. Yeah, you're quite right there. Honestly, that comes down to wave manipulation, and it comes down to basic understanding of how you want your lane to be playing out. And honestly, at this sort of level, I'm expecting teams to be able to, even if they somehow mess up their lane, even if they somehow mess around with how it's supposed to be played and where their lane is supposed to be, I would have loved to see them maybe call for their jungler to come down and break the freeze, because honestly, that was what they needed to do in that game, and that was what set them so far behind in the first place.
Third Ornn in a row locked in for AFK Shadow. I wonder if they ban the Gnar or if they just don't care about that matchup anymore.
No, I mean at this point, right? He's fairly well versed, and we're obviously anticipating that he's played more games outside of just these two, and now the third that we are going to be seeing here for the semi final. That he knows exactly what the inner workings of this NAR are. Instead, ban it off the table. Why the hell not? It's just taken off, and not going to really be too much of a threat. We are going to get to see Louis on something a little bit different though, and that's always going to be exciting because that's another AD carry that we're not, or not another AD carry, but another top laner that is going to be out of the pool.
And Mordekaiser as well. So two matchups that do quite well into Ornn, no longer available. Samira ban, interesting.
Ooh.
This is
Lock it in,
also
lock
this
it
is
in,
also
lock it in.
fascinating. Yeah, I
Do it.
honestly would not hate picking up a Jinx right now.
I think teams are sleeping on Jinx. To be honest, we saw it a little bit in the Proving Ground circuit. Gorica, in particular, a big fan of the Jinx right now, and I think that this champion can take over games here. And up against an Ezreal, I think that Jinx just does pretty much everything better, save for poking. Ezreal's sort of number one passion and number one trait here going to be his ability to poke you out and then commit to an all-in pretty quickly. But I think that team fighting in general is just Jinx's bag, and she can do so much more with the team fight capability than an Ezreal does. She also wave clears a lot better as well, so if the wave is in a bit of a rough spot, if she's able to just step up, fire a couple of auto rockets in, you can break that freeze, you can reset the lane and put yourself in a much better spot.
Well, Louis is stuck in an interesting choice right here. Gragas kind of standing out to me, although it seems like he's opting for something else. Malzahar, of course, locked in already for Kefi. I like this pick for him. We'll give them a little bit of that later game scaling, a little bit of tank shred. Kled going to do very similarly.
Yeah, and of course applying the executioner's, the grievous wounds rather, passive onto targets that he does so pull back with that bear trap on a rope. I'm a fan of this blind pick, Malzahar coming on through. Honestly, I think it's a very strong pick to be taking in blind, but I think that the Aurelia is a very very strong answer, and it's not something that we'd seen from Hong Kong player previously. But if you can pilot this and take this one into the Malz, it might seem like a bit of a counterintuitive counter pick in the mid lane, but honestly, the Aurelia has a fairly decent time up against the Malzahar, so long as he doesn't get ulted, and that's the same for everybody.
Yeah, everybody loves playing into Malzahar until they really, really don't. And well, Aurelia gonna have a pretty good time because of a very similar thing with the Yorick interaction. It's a lot easier to take down all the Voidlings and just get your passive stacks for free.
Yeah, exactly. That's really how it works out, because if you're firing off the voidlings, which you'd need to for wave clear on Mal's, you're giving Aurelia free stacks. You're also giving her free gold, which might not be a lot. A couple of gold here and there might not seem like it's all that much, but really, when you're giving over so much again at a time, it's that repetition
Mm-hmm.
coming on through that can really cost you big time. So they do need to be careful of how much not only gold they're funneling over, but also just the sheer amount of experience, not experience, rather the passive stacks that you are granting over, which can be the difference between living and dying in an Aurelia 1v1.
I got to be honest with you, though. Speaking of living and dying, there's a lot of life on University of Alberta. Not a whole lot on Irvine Valley College, who really only have the Rel and the Kled, who are not as tanky as an Ornn. Kled very much a tank shredder and will help reduce that Ornn's health bar, but Nautilus and Ornn going to be providing a lot more CC and a lot more general tankiness around their carries.
And I wouldn't even go to the extent that Kled is a tank shredder by any means. I think that he
Hmm.
does a good enough job at maybe dealing with them in a side lane in terms of not dying and putting down enough pressure. But I think that your main tank shred comes from the Malzahar right here, the ability to build like Andrew's build the Monarch, do that damage over time style of DPS, and that is really where you're looking towards your damage. I don't imagine that we see the Ezreal go for the tank shred build. There are two different types of Ezreal build these days. Everybody will be familiar with both of them by now. It's been around a couple by about a month at this stage. We have got, of course, the Essence Reaver into Duskblade, the more lethality, more poke oriented build, and then Manamune, Divine Sunderer, and traditional Ezreal ADC items coming on through in that case themselves. So I expect to see the Duskblade one coming on through. If we do see Divine Sunderer, then it is going to be a very much focused build at taking down the Ornn.
Yeah, and there's plenty of ability to play this front to back, but a lot of it is reliant on support Fizz. Thing is, I don't hate putting a lot of faith in support Fizz. This guy has
Mm.
been really, really solid for Irvine Valley College. He's been consistently protecting his carries and making these fights a lot more difficult for University of Alberta A, even turning bot lanes constantly in the favor of Irvine Valley College when he can find his edge. So keep an eye on this fella in the bot lane, and as he moves around the map on this rel, because even in the team fights, you can find yourself very quickly with support Fizdiff.
You really can. I'm genuinely going to be looking out for the rel to make something happen, to be that king of the support role if at all possible. I don't want to take away from the other guys either, because like honestly, we've had a 1-for-1 so far, and both of the teams have been standing out to me as definitely challenges for this tournament here. The fact that we're in only the semis and we've had such a tight series is a bit of a blessing to us, more so than anything else. And going into obviously the third game here, it is going to be quite telling that we might have a little bit of mental warfare going on. I don't want to say, but with obviously Irvine College sort of grasping victory of game number one from seemingly the jaws of defeat, and then University of Alberta able to win a fight up against Elder Drake and taking it away from them at the Baron with a clean five man ace. Like those things do have a bit of an impact. Will have a bit of a mentality issue if teams aren't quite ready and prepared for it. So going in, there might be a little bit of something extra to be factoring into these games.
That's true. There's definitely the mental factor that comes with the best of three that isn't necessarily there in best of ones that have taken these teams to this stage. Even the quarterfinals, the games before this were best of ones, but now we are in the later stages of playoffs where all of a sudden this mental game that you didn't have to play before suddenly exists. With Bizahar, though, you're definitely getting the mental edge.
The B skin. I do love them. I'm sad we didn't get to see a Cogmore for it. No BMO either. Either way, though, I mean, double TP in the mid lane suggests that the Aurelia maybe not as intent on finding as many solo kills as an Ignite Aurelia might have been. And of course, the main issue that Aurelia finds is breaking that spell shield. Traditionally, if you're in the 1v1 matchup, it's fairly easy because you can just, at any point, throw out your W. It's a quick little clip, has a nice long range on it, and you can take the Malzahar spell shield off fairly easily, and you get to jump on, break him with a stun, get on in there, do your damage, do your worst, and in the best case, you find a quick kill. In the worst case, you dive under the turret and you die because you get Malzahar ulted. But we will have to, of course, see how many Malzahar taxes get paid, because trying to find your way through this game against a Malz without a QSS can be very, very difficult.
Now, in game one of the day, of course, we did see a lot of visiting of the mid lane, and in this game, I would expect that we're going to get a couple drive-bys as well, but with none of the junglers having any CC here, I wonder what lane they're going to look towards most. Bot lane, of course, rife with crowd control on both sides, but I mean, top lane, additionally, can really be a good place for the Lilia to visit Graves as well. Maybe having a little bit of a harder time, but once the sixes are hit, the whole map just turns into a fiesta.
Yeah, so for the Lilia here, this is going to be a really important game because she's the pretty much only source of magic damage coming out for her squad. If you're looking at it from a excuse me, from a blue side perspective here, we've got the Ivern. Oh, there we go. That's two. That's two.
That's three. That's three.
Three. Okay, I said four, didn't I? I did say it would
Yeah,
be
yeah,
four.
yeah.
the Irvine Valley College, they don't really have any tanks, right? And up against 3 AD users, normally you'd like a tank to just go, hey, I'm going to stack armor, and then you can't kill me. They don't really have that luxury this time around. You talked about Rel not really being the tanky force that you would hope she would be, but we do see a little bit of a cheeky level 1 here. Nautilus going to be leading the charge here. Looks for Rel, doesn't find it though. Oof. Nice to see them go for something a little bit spicy though.
Yeah, and they do try and find that early advantage. Fortunately, Support Fizz, having his monitor and his brain on, isn't going to be just sitting there after last game and letting this one be dictated to him. Is still very active. Darken, also a little bit active, does try and search for a little bit of that deep vision, but gets dissuaded rather quickly.
Yep, quick auto and a quick draw is going to take him just about out to safety here. Very worth wanting to note right here. Greedy item starts coming out on the top side of the map right here. Louis has gone for longsword refillable, which I would have said is the most greedy that you could have gone for, were it not for the fact that AFK Shadow has opted into just the refillable potion, expecting that he waits for maybe 100 gold to come on through and picks himself up the Doran shield, or just opts into a quick ruby crystal, whatever it may be. These top laners going full greed on the top side of the map.
Just alpha males in this top lane are really gonna be going at it, as I expect we have seen all series long. They've really been going toe to toe with things like the Gnar into Orin matchup, getting solo kills off of each other. I'm so happy to finally have this skin for Malzahar on Cash, though. I have really wanted to see it up close and personal. I haven't even gotten a game with it, Rudude.
Are you a big Malzahar player, dear?
No. Although, as with all things, I used to be.
Ah, lovely, lovely.
I'm one of those guys who's like done his time on most champions. Matthew, though, certainly checking out this jungler is here in the bot lane. Tries to get a kill here, almost burns down himself. Bomber not getting that final auto, and both supports escaping on single-digit HP.
I was going to say, how did that work? And then it didn't work. And then it almost worked again. And then I was very confused, because Nautilus flashed in, missed the auto attack, and they still almost, and they still got 3 summoner spells and almost got a kill for it. The fact that Lilia has spent all of her time down on this bot side, though, is going to cost her. You can see Graves already ransacking her jungle. Raptor's going to be first up on the menu. Expect the red buff to be second. AFK Shadow going to be walking in to maybe try and defend against a Krug's take and prevent a complete red side demolition. But honestly, it's not looking too great for that Lilia. Not finding anything other than summoner spells. It might seem like that's a decent enough gank, but with Graves just taking absolutely everything, you would have wanted even more.
And the quick draw over the wall is not going to even respect AFK Shadow's time trying to make sure that the Krugs were there being pushed in. He can't do much about it either. And the Rear Reformed has got a lot of safety here. Able to, I believe, deny some CS under the tower to AFK Shadow, who doesn't quite have that Ornn trademarked wave clear in the later stages of the game. Fortunately, the Krugs will be traded back by Woshi Garvin, the one camp that was left up for this Graves.
And now, the issue that Wushi's going to run into is that Darken didn't reset the camp. There's still a little Krug remaining on that top side for the Lilia to clear out, whereas Graves' Krugs are going to be cycling, going to be giving more experience, going to be taking up more of a mantle of experience, and yes, it'll take a little bit longer to damage, but...
Oh no.
No.
Support Fizz is going for this engage. We might actually just get another 1-for-1, but good flash from E-Dewey will get him behind his tank line. Triple teleport into this bot side as Louis shows up, takes down E-Dewey for first blood. Woshi Garvin not quite able to get on top of anybody just yet, going to be taken down by Bomber in the meantime. And finally, Hong Kong player finished off the kill on the AD carry. Louis Reformed look for the remount here, doesn't quite have it, but Matthew gonna hook into the pillar from his very own Ornn here, giving Captain plenty of space to back out, and it is going to be, well, a trade that, honestly, I can't decide who it favors. We got kills going over to both sides. Top side, of course, benefiting very much from U of A.
And I think I'm going to give that to Irvine's Valley College, to be honest. They only committed 4 members to that play, where there was 5 full members down on the bot side for University of Alberta, and they still come out even, if not on top, right there. I think they got themselves a 2-for-1. Only Ezreal falling in that exchange there for the Irvine College. There we go, there's for Irvine College. Honestly, that's definitely worthwhile. Graves has been picking up farm left, right and centre this game. is going to be leaps and bounds ahead of the Lilia in terms of that experience, in terms of the gold that has been generated with just a single assist there on the Lilia. Like we say, we would have wanted more from her at this stage, given all that she's attempted to do on the map.
Yeah, and if you want to just sit back and farm as Lilia, don't get me wrong, it's totally fine. I mean, you will fall behind somewhat to the Graves as is expected, but not nearly as much as right now. The thing is, Lilia has gone for the plays, and they haven't quite worked out. Very much credit to Irvine Valley College's safety in the bot lane to be able to hang on in what looked like, well, the face of a lot of ganks, a camp, realistically.
Yeah, exactly. In the face of adversity, right there, making it a very difficult task to stay alive, and they somehow manage it, which is very much a discretion that they've not been able to make so far throughout the series. And I think this is probably the first time that we've seen Irvine at a gold lead, to be honest, save for, of course, the end of game number 1. Traditionally, we have seen Alberta start to take the reins in the early game and maybe make something a little bit more spicy happen throughout the early games that we've seen here. So it's nice to see a bit of a different take, nice to see them able to sustain themselves and weather a bit of an early game storm, and this time around be a bit of the storm themselves.
Now we're getting the chance to check out some of the gold differentials. 200, make it almost 300 gold in favor of Darkin right now, who has managed to farm up pretty significantly. Is not going to be anything to scoff at, as much as it seems quite small here. Graves going to continue to stack that farm and thinking about a dragon take right now.
Can definitely opt into trying this one. Has got his sweeper available as well, so can be safe with Lilia as well on the top side of the map. Just doesn't have priority down in this bot lane, which is probably the lead suggestion for why he's not opted into it here just yet. With Kled roaming down though as well, I would have loved to see him hop into that pit, try and take it for himself, because he's very far ahead. Noon Quiver versus Seeker's Arm Guard, that's a 300 gold difference in terms of the effectiveness, especially before Lilia's got any stacks on that Seekers as well. Going to be more than capable of taking these fights early on, and instead opts back into his jungle, power clearing through it once more, and not going to be giving up the generous donation of himself to the dragon or to the Lilia that would have come to stop it.
And as much as Darkin is ahead right now, going to be spotted on vision, I believe. What's important is the fact that the level 6s have been hit in these lanes, and Darkin doesn't know that he's on a ward. This is really tragic.
He doesn't, but at the same time, the Aurelia is not playing as though she knows he's there.
I think she knows perfectly well. With AFK Shadow roaming down, it just doesn't matter. Darkin got on the wrong side of the rift, and that lead ain't gonna matter as Hong Kong player picks up a second kill. Very well done from U of A to recognize the Graves was there. The unilateral information was collected and then abuse it.
And what I mean to say there is that the Aurelia is playing as though the Graves isn't there, and using the teammates to be the perfect bait to move in around the rest of the map, going, hey, yeah, I'm just an over-aggressive, arrogant Aurelia player, I'm just going to continue wailing away on you, why not? But baiting in, using the rest of the team to come on down on Horn is beautiful. They managed to find themselves a lot of success, and 2-0-2 now on the Aurelia. This mid lane counter pick that they drafted for themselves is up a significant amount of CS here. He's now up 2 extra kills. He's going to be very, very happy in the mid lane to try and farm this one up and go into the mid stages of the game.
And with the roam down there from AFK Shadow, the way that this game's been going already, he's also doing pretty well. Granted, we have a 20 CS odd-ish deficit for the side of Irvine Valley College. Louis Reformed getting quite a bit of minion kills, and other than that, is more or less even with AFK Shadow right now, which is going to favor the Ornn, the person who just has to not die and be fine. Now having the Bramble Vest, getting very close to his own Mythic, is very happy with this.
Oh, incredibly happy. He's just walking around, being a living tank right now. Has got himself grievous wounds as well to deal with the Conqueror healing that will be coming out. Not really a chance at a steal there, with unfortunately the Swirl Seed going wide, and not really an opportunity to find her way all the way around into the pit. So that is Rift Herald going over to Dark and Lol right there. That's a nice little pick up there that should swing the gold lead back to about even, expecting 320 golds to go in. Some sort of orientation over toward the Irvine Valley College members.
We'll see where they choose to prioritize this. Kelpie, of course, continuing to push in this mid lane, as the Malzahar do. Hasn't been really challenged by this matchup in the 1v1 sense. It's just that play that has blown it out of proportion, and Hong Kong player hasn't really gotten this chance to cash that one in just yet.
We're still waiting, of course, for, like you say, Hong Kong player to really put down the damage and become this sort of split pushing threat that we're so waiting for, so longing for right now. Should be basing and picking up the Blade of the Ruin King here, and instead just going to wait. Doesn't want to be missing any minions under the turret, doesn't want to be missing any minions at all. Doesn't want to be giving up that experience lead or giving really anything back to the Mals.
And at this point, Malzahar isn't really putting up any substantial threat. Hong Kong player has got enough mana to sustain, so after clearing that wave, looks like she'll finally back, although I may eat my words in just a few seconds if Hong Kong player's history is anything to be repeated.
I think we're going for it up on the top side as well now. Gonna pull back, but a good unstoppable. Gonna immune that one. The important timing on the Aurelia recall right there. You're back on a cannon minion wave, I believe, at the very least. I would have loved to see if it was or wasn't. I don't think it was, looking at the state of top lane. Just so that you miss even less minions, but fortunately enough, both of these mid laners clear waves so quickly, I don't think either of them are going to miss out.
Woshi Garvin, though, missing out on his own flash right there. He's very fast as the Lily, but not quite fast enough to avoid support Fizz. Hong Kong player with the Blade of the Ruin King wants to challenge for this, has the flash of his own, throws out the ult, but will it be enough? 3 members are going to sleep right now. Hong Kong players in the backline looking for Kelpie, but can't quite find the last couple autos. Gets shut down by the burn there, and Ornn on the chase isn't going to be able to finish off the kill either. It doesn't seem. The ignite goes down. Kelpie will fall, but it takes 2 members to do so. Woshi Garvin able to swoop back in on the side here, and it buys so much space for E Dewey. Only 2 members falling right now. Tank and AD Carry not able to quite find the kill. Dewey taking a lot of damage. Woshi Garvin very, very low right now, but Louis Reformed is right on top of E Dewey, and it's going to take him down. Still maintaining the gold lead, our Irvine Valley College, and even in the face of that scary Aurelia, do manage to prevail.
Yeah, we talked about the Aurelia being very, very scary here, but Ezreal has got himself a completed Essence Reaver. The Malzahar is still Malzahar at the end of the day, and now Aurelia's TP'd in behind.
Hong Kong player should be able to finish off at least this single kill here, and you've got to make this an even trade, as these teams love to do.
Yeah, 4 for 3 overall then in the extended trade, once again in favour of Irvine Valley College here. Bomber does need to be careful. Any minions start rolling up and that Ezreal will be minced meat as soon as the Aurelia looks for those dashes, looks for the stun or any sort of play. He's instead just going to get the plate back on out, keep it nice and safe, doesn't want to be giving up any more gold into this Ezreal's pocket, who at this point looking like a pretty big carry for the squad right here. Bomber with, yes, downed in CS, but yes, he's up in kills, so looking pretty confident here. Has going to have that Essence Reaver working toward the direct lethality item as well, so straight Dirk into Duskblade, going to be the optional build of choice here.
Very different game from Bomber this time around than we had last time. Of course, on being on this Ezreal, a lot safer and able to really pump out that damage without the close combat that Vayne inherently forces you into. AFK Shadow will ditch the top lane for now. Darken going and grouping up with a few of his friends to try and inject this gold finally before that 14-minute mark, and they get a fair bit of it. I don't think they get this tower with Hong Kong showing up.
No, and now the hook hits as well. Should it be an engage all the way?
Is big, although with the charge in here, I expect this to be a nothing fight. As I say that, AFK Shadow will be taken down by the shred here. Hong Kong player commits the ultimate, but hasn't committed his literal body yet. Goes for the last hit, but the Idui is the one to get that. Now potentially being taken down himself, gets flashed on, flashes away, and we're trading lives back and forth, but the damage favoring Irvine right now as they just have the gold advantage, the tempo advantage, and the advantage ultimately in the summoners as they do walk away, disengage, turn right back on to the Infernal Dragon.
So 3 for 1 right there. They're going to get themselves the mid lane turret. Also going to get themselves this Infernal Drake to boot. Going to be trying to pick up themselves what is the components of this Cloud Soul this time round. We've seen them neglect to go for it in previous games. This time round, while they've got such a strong hold in the game, I definitely don't expect that to be the case once again. Need to see, of course, how well Irvine continue to play this one out. They've never really been playing from a position of strength in these games, and this time round they have that exact position, so let's see if they can make something happen with it and close this game out here. 3,000 gold lead is exactly the foundations you need to try and do it.
And they do have a little bit of a timer on them because Dewey has not been trolling this game by any means. He's been doing quite well despite the fact that his scoreline is pretty middling. Jinx will take over a game and has the strong front line to do it. So you've got to take that advantage that you have, however small it may be, about 3,000 gold right now, and translate that into more. Translate that into things that Jinx cannot overcome.
And the of course build path from the Ezreal does sort of gateway into a chance to kill this Jinx is what I'll say. Lethality up against a character that isn't going to be building up any of that armor. Definitely going to be looking pretty decent if those two end up in a sweet one-on-one, and one where the Ezreal can dictate the pacing of it. Now looking for a fight on the top side.
AFK Shadow hurting quite a bit here. He's going to be charged under the tower, and Support Fizz, good guy Support Fizz, going to tank that one up, leaving AFK Shadow very, very dead.
Yeah, Gold Drinker and a timeout there was the Caulfield's Warhammer. There's a lot of AD on this Kled right now, and Conqueror as well, definitely going to be helping out in that instance too. Ignite going down makes it even easier for them. AFK Shadow, unfortunately, not yet completed his Mythic, really quite susceptible to these dives, and he's definitely down a significant portion of the team's gold.
4k gold right now. University of Alberta still hanging on to most of their structures, importantly, as the side lane towers haven't quite gone down yet. Hong Kong player, well, very comfortable in the side lane right now. Bomber, I'm genuinely not sure if he wins this 1v1, although...
Good shot.
Well, yeah, well, very well done. Predicts the juke there from Hong Kong player, picks himself up the kill.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of, well, just skill shot players in general don't manage to factor into. Nice little dodge there on the hook, just to bring that one through. But yeah, 1-for-1 down on the bot side. We're back to this even sort of trading pattern again.
It's kind of weird how it goes. It's a lot of respect, and I think that honestly, it's a lot of really, really good play from both of these squads, right? To look for these and constantly be able to find trades when they happen. It's not just a, oh, well, you got our support, so good for you. You get that one, we'll get you next time. It is always the, you got our support, what is it going to cost you?
And those sort of cross maps are always what you look toward the big teams to try and make happen. You can see right now on the top side, it is just on trying to farm himself up, trying to get himself somewhere back into this game. Definitely not been having the best time of it up on this top side. I said earlier that the Kled, maybe not the best tank shredder, but maybe I was wrong here, dear. Maybe you're onto something that I'm not quite ready with.
It's just the terror of my solo queue games that I think has scarred me in this way, and with a 4-0-6 Kled, he's certainly going to shred tanks, whether his kit is intended to or not.
Well, definitely going to be a terror as well in that case, with the sheer dominance that he's been able to exert on the top side of the map right here. Got himself the completed Ravenous Hydra as well, so he's going to be getting a lot of vamp from that, a lot of vamp from the Gore Drinker as well. There's already just an insane amount of healing coming through for him, and without a traditional answer necessarily, could be very difficult. This Aurelia in the 1v1, we'll have to wait and see who comes out on top of this.
I don't know who it is. Louis thinks it's him, especially with the backup of Support Fizz, but it's not a 1v1. Woshi Garvin is here with the sleep. Two members will actually, well, I guess Louis isn't going to.
Here comes on.
Hong Kong player goes quite low, but yeah, AFK Shadow is in here. Hong Kong player's got the teleport, but not before he's going to lose two of his friends here. Unfortunately, Woshi Garvin going to go down, join AFK Shadow, and it is the trade. Dark and Law does go down in the meantime. Not the 1-for-1 anymore. It is Irvine Valley College slowly but surely eking out the single kill advantage.
Yeah, we did see there from the beautiful camera work of our lovely observer Sam here, able to find that we saw Graves go down on the left side of your screens, and Bomber might be looking for a little bit more here. He's going to be cycling up. Arcane Shot will be back up again.
Oh, that hit going wide is a death sentence right now, and Bomber's going to find another one right here with the speed up from the Rift Scuttler. Can just auto E Dewey down. I am not sure what Support Fizz is doing, but you know what? I trust him. He's still been really good.
Cheerleading, that's what that is.
Yeah, there we go.
He's cheerleading with his flash. He just wants Bomber to know that he's there for him, know that he's got the support no matter what, and they are able to get away with it. Force, I mean, I say force, there was absolutely zero force right there. Using the flash of the Rel to no avail. Ezreal more than capable of closing down that gap, and he should be looking to take a reset here. I'm uncertain of quite how much gold he's got, but I know that he's got a lot. 1 and 6 right now. He's had these 2 completed items for a fair amount of time, and sometime soon he's going to need to go back, try and pick himself up. Probably more Ravenous Hydra components here, so the second one for the team. Definitely be interesting to see if they get that one picked up all the way through. I expect just components, given he's probably not the richest boy, but still going to be funny regardless.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. I'm taking a look right now at the vision game, as our observer has done a lovely job of pointing out. There is just that tiny bit of deep vision available for Irvine Valley College. Certainly something that we'd expected maybe a little bit more of, given the way that the game state has been going recently, and something that'll help them close out the game, more than just Shelly will.
We'll have to see what Shelly can accomplish. She is a very fickle beast if given the opportunity to run rampant in your base. For the time being, though, just going to be one charge, and that is unfortunately all that she is going to be writing here. Double Swirl Seed comes through. No Wilting Lullaby to combine. Maybe expecting a little bit more than that, but nevertheless. Turret should fall right here. Essence Flux applied. Turret down it goes. Nice little pickup right there as Hong Kong player in charge of keeling out these minions.
And a little bit more control does go over to Irvine Valley College, who, again, are not clearing out the vision that University of Alberta have put down. It's not something that's going to lose them the game, but it makes it easier for University of Alberta to find their fights, and this is a feisty team.
Definitely something that they, yeah, you're quite right. These guys have been battling out in this semi-final. It's not been a, well, you know what, I was going to say it's not been a pretty set of games. They've been very good to see, and now we might even catch out this Rel here.
Alright, well, face checking is going to be the death of you, and, well, you can't see him.
That's just another summoner spell wasted right there. I mean, this bot lane, support fizz flashes in for nothing. Bomber heals, also nothing. You know, 1 for 1, the blow for blow here, the true support style comes on through, and they are going to be able to, well, move on with the knowledge that they've given up a little bit of gold, they've given up a heal as well, but overall the state of the game feels somewhat unaffected by that. A nice little cash injection for your Jinx and for your Lilia and for your Nautilus as well for hitting the hook. But overall, again, nothing too untoward about all of that, and shouldn't change the output of this game too much. Needs to be much more of that. Many more picks need to come on through, and the staggering the death timers is a good way to get back into the game, but you need to do that around pivotal timings. And with Baron up and available, that could be a pivotal timing. They just didn't really do anything with it.
Yeah, and I think next time we see something like that, it's certainly going to be the Baron taken. Right now, Darkin on a little bit of an invade here, clearing out the vision that remains around Baron to try and secure this objective, as I'm not sure how bot lane is going to go. But we're going to have to concern ourselves with that later as the charge gets channeled in the mid lane. Matthew is the choice pick, but never mind, we go straight past him onto E. Dewey, who's forced to flash and heal away. He might still go down. Bear Trap on a rope pulls him back in, and Louis is unchallenged, sitting in the base to walk his way out through the tower. Gets knocked up, but Skarl may abandon him, but we never will. Popping himself away, gets the last cleanup on the minions, and a teleport in from Kepi is going to mean that they're making a push for what we expect to be this Baron here. Everybody backing away with the 2 picks that they've found themselves. Irvine Valley College maybe looking to close this game out in fashion.
Yeah, I am indeed very perplexed about the positioning of the Lilia right there. Looks like we have got ourselves a completely blind Baron take right now. They may know it's going on, but they don't know that it's going on. You can anticipate that it's happening, but you can never confirm it until, of course, you get that lovely notification and Baron has been slain by the enemy team. They are just so far ahead right now. They should be looking to pick up this game right here. They're about 8,000 gold to the good, and that's typically a very good benchmark to be at with that Baron at your back. They've still got a couple of economy turrets to be working towards. Top and bot lane tier 2 going going to be the sort of start point here for them to make something happen. Maybe they can go a little bit further afield and maybe even break the base if we dare be so brazen as to suggest something quite like that. For now, though, Cloud Dragon going to be the objective of choice, and for me, I don't like this. I feel like this is a bit of a waste. You could probably pick this up in a few minutes' time, but you know, they are going to opt into a fight straight after, so who am I to complain?
Yeah, turns into more than just that, and it's going to turn into the deletion of Woshi Garvin. Does not have that big HP pool to work with. Darkin chasing him down. Good stun. The flawless duet saving Hong Kong player's life. Will it save everything else that comes with it? Hong Kong barely surviving right there from the collateral damage. Louis gets to push in this mid lane, and AFK Shadow might get a turret in response here, certainly does, but now we'll be a little bit late on the recall on the response, and the standing turrets will start to be willed away at by University of Alberta.
I mean, honestly, that's probably fine to that's probably fine to get that trade right there. The Ornn gets back. They were going to concede that tier 2 turret anyway. They're now in position to get this tier 3, or try and defend this tier 3, so nice little timing to find the opening on that one. He's going to be looking to try and now find an engage.
Horn, Vanguard's edge still hasn't come out, so Hong Kong player won't be committing to the fight just yet. Finally, we see support Fizz go in for the engage and just peel for everybody at the same time. Louis, huge tank in the front line, is not being taken down at all. Finally, Skarl will abandon him, but his team stays well and truly alive. That is a super dead Jinx on your screen. The Magnet Storm pulling her even out of the Malzahar ult. Not going to be nearly enough space bought, and unfortunately Jinx not having flash, plenty of tankiness in the front line, and not nearly enough on the other side is going to be the final couple picks. Hong Kong player trying to 1v5 it finally, but just a little bit too little from this Aurelia, and many ages too late. It will be Irvine Valley College taking the 2-1 over University of Alberta A and moving themselves to the finals.
Whew, and against the run of play, against the run of really everything that we'd seen in this best of 3, to be honest, they come out just kicking and screaming, managing to take the game by the hands and really just run away with it. They get themselves a little lead in the beginning and they just run hell for leather, take pretty much every single fight that they could do and manage to get themselves the victory right there. A very valid recipient here of our finals position.
And I love that you point out that it feels different than every other game because of that tempo that that Irvine Valley College were able to bring into Game 3. If they can bring that same energy, that closeout with the mechanics that they showed us in the previous 2 games, the ability to stall out as well, I think that you've got yourself a really well-rounded grand finals team that can challenge.
They definitely can, and I want to see them do their best up against who is going to be Kitsuo's, I forget the second lovely name that they've put in, Kitsuo's Goons. It's going to be, I believe, that we're facing up against in the final here, and obviously we shouldn't be waiting too long before we manage to get into that one, but either way, regardless, this semi-final is delivered. We can only hope that the final gives us half of what we've just imagined.
Well, then let's get ourselves over there, Rudude. We're going to send it to a very short break before we get into the finals here. If you're looking to get involved with action just like this, potentially even being on stream here at TGS, go ahead and join the action at the gaming stadium, the leader in online esports events. Check them out at tgs.gg/events. Welcome to the League of Legends Tournament Grand Finals here at TGS, presented by Norquest College, the educational institution that proudly serves its almost 20,000 learners from the Edmonton region and around the world. For more information on them, you guys can head over to www.norquest.ca. But right now, Rudude, we find ourselves in the Grand Finals of Irvine Valley College versus Kitsuo's Goons.
We definitely do, dear. All of today's action, all of the games that these teams have been playing, all of the ones that we've seen, all the ones that we've not seen, have been culminating in this, the grand final here of the TGS Open Series. And now we get to see it. It's Kitsuo's Goons up against Irvine, oh my word, College, and they have been doing so well to make it this far off the back of an intense, grueling 3-game series here. The fact that they've made it through and they now get to face up against Kitsuo's Goons, who were in the final after just 2 games, 2 very quick games as well. It seems like Kitsuo has been leading the charge here, and they're going to be looking in to continue their dominant run and maybe try and take this in quick 2 series.
Yeah, this could be the biggest challenge, or certainly should be the biggest challenge that Irvine Valley College have faced so far, and they're going to have to reach deep to find the victory here. Kitsuo's Goons, a complete unknown to us coming into this grand finals, is going to be a force to be reckoned with on its own. It seems like Louis Reformed, though, really liked that Kled performance from last game.
So did we. I will definitely say that Kled looked strong. I'm not sure that it looked first pick strong, but if he's feeling confident and he's feeling himself on that champion, who are we to say, no, don't pick this just yet? This is not, this is too early in the draft. Comfort will rule supreme in the majority of these sorts of compositions and these sorts of team fights. And if you're feeling comfortable on the Kled, if you're feeling juiced up like you're ready to rock and roll on that top lane, then by all means take that one away for yourself. It looks like Kitsuo's Goons, they're going to respond. They're going to take the Lucian here, an AD carry that is a bit more difficult to stick to here, so something that the Kled might struggle to find that access to in the later stages of the game. But you never know. This could still be a Lucian flex to the top lane. We can't be too certain just yet. There's all manner of spice that we could be expected to see from these squads, because of course we haven't seen Kitsuo's Goons play at all yet. We have no idea what's in their locker. We have no idea what they're preparing for by any means.
And given the fact that this could be a Lucian top, we have a potential feint of the bot lane given over as Nautilus gets locked in alongside it. Darken, figuring out what he wants to play, will show us a new face on this Hecarim. I was expecting it to be the Olaf, I'll be honest with you, but I'm well used to support Fizz's Immaculate Realm.
These guys falling back to comfort here, and I believe Hecarim had been banned away a couple of times up against Darken in the previous series, so this time around going to get his hands on it. That is exactly what we want to see. It's exactly who he would be loving to go for, and already we can see the makings of what is a very heavy dive composition here from Irvine College here. They are definitely looking strong, and they're definitely looking to go all in. They've got themselves some very decent champions to start doing that. The issue now comes with what do they pair it with. We're looking at the mid lane and we're looking at the AD carry role to try and find themselves some partners to go diving with. Now, traditionally, I would look at Galio and I would look at Tristana and think that there gives you the perfect dive composition. You've got everybody doing exactly what they want to do, and everybody is in a pretty decent position to get it done. But what I will say is Kitsuo has what I know to be his patented Lee Sin at this point in his time. Definitely his most comfortable champion by far, and up against a Hecarim as well. Lee Sin, we've seen it even in UGP. It had a couple of games scouting out where the Lee Sin just took the early game to the Hecarim. You know, traditionally you expect Hecarim to be that early game jungler, that power force that you're looking at to really make things happen, but Lee Sin just supersedes him in that fact. Just is better at ganking in the early game, better at fighting in the early game, and can clear almost at the same pace. Maybe not quite as quickly as the Hecarim on those multi-target camps, but you just know that the Lee Sin can make some things happen, and that Jarvan, dear, could very well be solo lane.
I think it just might be. The question to me is, where is it going? Because right now, it seems like the mid lane doesn't seem like a terrible place to put it. Mid laner hasn't been locked in yet, though, so it's a potential flex pick to multiple lanes, and we've got those in spades along with the Lucian as well. Anything could bring Kitsuo's Goons comp together, playing it safe. We will see Orianna locked in, and I don't expect this to be a Janna, that's for sure.
The Orianna going to be the safe staple blind pick here of League of Legends. Has been the safe blind pick for about as many seasons as I can remember at this stage in League of Legends' tenure, I suppose. Looking for something to round out this composition as that AD carry role.
That makes a lot of sense.
Ezreal does make a lot of sense. It makes us very sad, let's not get it mistaken. If we'd have seen a Draven, I think we'd have both been much more excited for the prospect of this game. But obviously, Bomber last game showed up on the Ezreal in a massive way, and taking it again here for himself, definitely worthwhile. He's definitely going to be looking to perform as admirably as he did in the previous game, and up against what we can now confirm is going to be a Lucian Nautilus bot lane. No such Lucian flexes into solo lanes. We're going to have a little bit of a rough time. This is a very aggressive bot lane. Lucian should be looking to win out in this laning phase. Corgi Dorgi here, looking to pilot that Lucian, maybe try and get himself a little bit of an advantage in the early game, if that's all possible.
Yeah, it should be pointed out, of course, that while we haven't seen Kitsuo's Goons in this specific tournament, you and I have seen this team Around and Korgidorgi Omnix
Hmm.
and Kitsuo are very, very familiar names. At least to me. I'm a little bit unfamiliar with Big Head and Sunny, though. So we'll see what they bring to this particular roster. Certainly, right now, what we can see looking at this composition is aggression at a high level.
Oh, for sure, right? You see blind pick Oriana and you think, oh, Resident Sleeper, what am I going to do here? And Big Head, he just whips out LeBlanc. He's like, yo, I don't care what this is supposed to be. I'm going to try and find the one pick that makes it difficult for this Oriana to even make it through laning phase. So often you can see champions like Kassadin come on through that make it difficult as the game goes later and later. LeBlanc going to be trying to put pressure down from the get-go.
And that's going to be true for most of the map, right? Like the Jarvan solo lane is not something that's known for letting people just slide through, at least in jungle. Very similarly, wants to take the early game to Hecarim, Lucian, Nautilus, very potent bot lane. I don't see a lane where Irvine Valley College can really look to strut their stuff, and it seems like they're going to be forced onto the back foot as they have been in so many of their games in the semifinals.
And with that, the power of all these three winning lanes, and it comes down to now having the advantage of a winning jungler as well. When you have all of this early game prowess, all this early game dominance, you just think, where do Irvine College go for any sort of advantage? And really, they're on the back foot. They have to play reactively here. This is not a composition that they've drafted for themselves that will do well when trying to make plays and force aggression onto the opponents, simply because they will be outmatched. And it's not through any wrongdoing of their own. The champions they've drafted just aren't up to the same level as the enemies in the early game. Their job is going to be weather the storm, fight out this early game, make sure that they're actually not fighting at all, try and dissuade from as many fights as possible, keep themselves safe, keep themselves tucked away where they can get themselves their CS nice and cleanly, nice and safely, come back to the team fight. 2, 3 Drakes in, 2, 3 items in, importantly, and then try and take yourself a fight front to back. Team fight it quite nicely. You've got yourself a very good team fighting composition. Engaging is very easy onto the enemy. You just have to make sure that you don't get engaged upon too quickly either.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is that even when Irvine Valley College were playing this stand back game, this sort of style where they wanted to try and take a few fights every once in a while, but realistically scale up. They were still showing up to objectives. They were still giving over picks. And so often with early game compositions, like the ones that Kitsuo's Goons have, we see things like Renekton locked in. That's not so in this game. We have a Nautilus in the bot lane. We have a Jarvan in the top lane. These are both champions that can engage on you, that can start team fights, not just find these individual picks off missed positions. So Irvine Valley College are really going to have to step up their game, not just showing up to objectives and giving over a pick or two, but really fully knowing when they're going to contest something, when they're not going to. The decisiveness of this composition and of this team is going to be tested.
And it's what we saw from them in I think, game number 2 of their semi-final, where they unfortunately did take an L, right, because they were a little bit too hesitant on what they were and what they weren't supposed to be fighting for. They put themselves in a position where they tried to contest a second dragon, which they should have never been going for. They could have sat back, waited, and gone for a soul point play, gone for a soul Drake play itself. But instead, they went incredibly early, and that put them on the back foot to an extent that they could never fight until the very, very end, until the point where it was an Elder Dragon being taken, a Baron on the Rift as well. There was so much in store and so much that was really, really on the line at that late stage that if they hadn't have taken that early fight, if they hadn't have taken that little skirmish when they really didn't need to, then they would have been in a much better position. We need to see if they've learned from their mistakes and see if they are ready to get going.
Well, we're going to find out one way or another very, very soon as we've loaded onto the Rift. Irvine Valley College versus Kitsuo's Goons. The game starts now. And as both teams head out onto the Rift, Kitsuo taking a little bit of extra time to orient himself, to get his mental right. We'll see if any of that level 1 shenanigans that graced us in the semifinals will reappear in this grand finals for all the marbles.
Now, Dave, I've got to ask you a question real quick. If you're playing really, we'll say try hard game, right? You want to focus, you want to do the best that you can. I'm going to sit here and I'm just going to wait to see what Omnix does. Let's throw a hook, surely.
Hook. Good flash.
Yeah, managed to get away. Kepi, they're going to be down that flash, and already, that is from the get-go, some early on aggression, and going to be quite nice to see that Kitsu's goons are trying to make things happen. They're recognizing they've got some early game prowess, and they're going to be trying to flaunt that. No flash on your mid laner could very easily be exploited.
Omnix wants to exploit it right now. He doesn't even want to wait till that roam up timing. He's going to walk in, go for the hook again, doesn't land. Whew, it's a spooky time to be a mid laner if you are on Irvine Valley College. Right now, though, ball will go over to scout that out. I want to note, first dragon, still a ways away, is going to be the Infernal Dragon, and that is going to make Kitsuo's goons very happy.
Getting yourself an extra little bit of early power, and as you progress through the game, if you are able to have that Infernal Drake, you have 4 damage dealers on your squad, you're going to be more than happy to have that one in your back pocket. And locked and loaded, ready to go. Obviously, the majority of these dragons do scale with levels, because the sort of statistics they give are percentages as opposed to flat numbers, and percentages obviously scaling much better as you get later and later into the game. You can see now Kitsuo going for this Lee Sinclair, which is obviously very common right now, where you don't take your Q so that you can take these multi-camp or multi-creep camps more so than anything else, because obviously Wolves and Raptors definitely a crucial part of jungle clear these days, so picking up your E at level 2 definitely helps you out in that instance to try and make something happen.
I for one, remember the Blue Sentinels. I am missing little monsters that used to come along with my buffs now. They were so ridiculously cute. Unfortunately, they have gone by the wayside, and this sort of style of Lee Sinclair would have gone really well with that, but still doing him quite well with this clear that he chose to go for. Red into Raptors, of course, something that his Q would make him struggle with, but being able to take 2 multi-camps, of course, is going to be benefiting him here. Sunny very easily taking this top lane, though. Flashes forward. Louis Reformed going to go down for first blood, and the Jarvan, he makes it look easy, Rudude.
Yeah, it just looked so straightforward for him, right? Louis feeling himself on the Kled after a beast of a game number 3 in the semi-finals, but Sunny just puts him right back down, says, hey, do you know what, I just grasped Jarvan. Hook hits bot lane. That
was a huge hook right there. Bomber fortunately gets out alive. Support Fizz, though, not so lucky. Takes those last fade-away autos from Corgi Dorgi. Darkin's hanging around the bot lane, though, and Corgi might be in a little bit of trouble. Big Head's going to spot this one out, and heal is used preemptively, making sure Darkin can't actually get on top of them. Now, hemmed into this bot lane with the Lee Sin on the way. We could see the dive here. Kitsuo joins up, and a teleport is going to be forced out. Kelpie coming down to the bot lane just to keep everyone alive. Omnix going to invest the flash defensively, will go down to Darkin, making this a 1-for-2 right now, but with Big Head here with the chains, so we could see that turned around. Darkin quite low, and the resistances just are not there in the early game. Remember, Kitsuo's goons drafted for this, and now they've got themselves a 1k gold lead to show for it.
Yeah, and they're just feeding into it here, unfortunately. Irvine Valley College are just giving them everything that they would have wanted in this early game. It's nothing that they should be doing at all. They need to sit back, they need to sit and wait, and unfortunately, TPing members down to the bot lane, trying to answer the roams. It might seem like the right play to try and defend, but once you've defended, you have to back away, you have to recognize that you've done your job, you've prevented the dive from happening, you've given up a little bit of your minions in the mid lane to prevent that dive from coming through, you've given up your Krugs as well, just to get in there and save your bot laner, but after that fact, that's all you can hope to achieve. You can see everybody that was unaffected by that, going to be Sunny, going to be Louis up on the top side of the map, with Louis having already TP'd up there much earlier. He's going to be now in a better position to move his way through and hopefully try and impact the rest of the map at level 6.
Remember, Kefi doesn't have the flash either, so he's just going to be forced to eat this damage. Kitsuo, though, does go quite low, and Kefi barely gets out alive. Ignite being on cooldown, the turn back. Sunny is literally just fighting Darkin in his own jungle, and I think he's going to win it as well. Could just turn on to Kefi if he feels so inclined. With support Fizz here, it will just be that slight tick of armor off of the Attract and Repel that ends up saving Kefi's life.
A very close margin. League of Legends always has been that game of margins, and unfortunately Sunny doesn't quite find the kill, just roaming around inside the enemy's jungle looking for anybody to try and brawl. Almost comes out on top, doesn't quite manage to. He's going to have the TP to go back up to the top side of the map, and I mean, that is pretty decent in terms of the lead that the Jarvan has been sacrificing there. But now level 6, and Omnix is here.
Oh yeah, and you're going to be able to trap him in as well. Omnix does show up though and goes a little bit wide now, needs to get the heck out before he goes down. Only level 3 here, and the level 5 of Kled, while not intimidating to most, is going to be to an extremely underleveled Nautilus.
And it doesn't matter that he's underleveled. He's giving a lot of solo experience down to Corgi Dorgi. There's no chance that this Rel ever engages just because Relentless Pursuit is too strong at dodging out on it. And he's even able to step up and take farm as well. That is not something that I would have hoped for. Now hopefully they can set up a freeze here. This gank really shouldn't be working out. Even with Onslaught of Shadows, it's probably not enough gap close to get this Lucian safety net pierced at all. You can see now they should be setting up a freeze right now. Lucian should not be able to step up to this wave in a 1v2 and try and break this freeze. You need to keep him out, keep him at arm's bay, and then continue on your way. As Sunny, how are you doing this?
Oh my god. That's so horrific. I can't believe we just witnessed that on our screen.
Are you okay, dear? Do we need a minute? Do we need a second?
I just, like, it felt so bad. Louis was almost at the remount.
Game of margins, dear. That's what are we telling you? It's every second. It really doesn't matter. And no, I mean, well, I just think this is going to be a quick dive again.
Yeah, Omnix does end up landing enough damage there. Should be taken down on the back end here. It's a 1-for-1, but Corgi Dorgi, importantly, manages to crash this wave as well. Still has the ultimate available to him. Lucian, famous for sometimes just burning it for the wave clear, won't end up doing so. Will Corgi Dorgi instead, choosing to stick around for this last little bit of gold and pop himself right back to base.
And you can already tell that the way Omnix is playing this game, he does not care about his own life, does not care about how fed he is or how strong he's going to be. He just cares that he can funnel into his teammates, right? You've seen him at level 3 roaming up to the top side, sacrificing experience the entire game. He's going to be looking to do pretty much the exact same thing down on the bot side. If he has to sacrifice his life to make sure that the Ezreal misses a massive wave under the turret, he will do that. And obviously it's not optimal, but now Louis on the top side, so far forward without a ward, this is just going to be another quick kill.
Very likely, as Sunny does manage to actually secure the gold for that specific kill. Visions being set up elsewhere on the bot side, and Kitsuo's goons, their draft, their play has earned them not only priority on this dragon, not only several kills, but almost a 3,000 gold lead at this point in the game. Flash away by Corgi Dorgi, well invested to keep that gold lead safe and secure, to keep their priority existent. Omnix now gets to continue as Kitsuo has shown up with the level 6. Has it, but is afraid right now, gets taken down before he can use any of his cooldowns. Now Corgi Dorgi on the way out, channels the calling to try and take down Darken, who is seconds away from going to the gray screen. Corgi needing to respect Bomber, though, is going to take the auto, is going to go down. Bomber gets the shutdown and now gets to chase down Omnix with the red buff. Disaster in the bot lane as Irvine Valley College claw their way back in the skirmish.
You say just trying to keep themselves that bounty and trying to keep themselves that gold lead, and Bomber hears you, he goes, hell no, guys, this is my bounty these days. Sunny as well, now fighting on the top side.
Oh, but Sunny wins these. Sunny wins these, flashes for it. The final Q should finish it off and gets the kill just barely. The game of inches continues in the top lane, but the bot lane is a different story.
And the level up keeps him safe. Now can Rel find anything? No ignite. Surely that's not going to come to anything here.
True
the dragon doesn't quite find it. Dragon is going to be secured. Going to get picked up here for Kitsuo and his illustrious goons right now. 2,000 gold to the good. It was bigger a little bit ago, but right now they're looking to rebuild that lead. They're looking to put themselves right back in control right now. They've got themselves a bit of a window here, a bit of a time window before their composition will elapse, and Irvine Valley College just has a better composition to play out with. But if they're not able to get to that spot, then it just doesn't matter. These Quadra Melee, Quadra Bruiser champions should be looking to make something happen and should really be looking to continue in this early game dominance.
And this, what we're seeing right now, shouldn't be happening. Irvine Valley College, in this top side, should not have any priority on the Rift Herald because Kitsuo's goons should be shutting them out. But Darken somehow gets this rotation as Sunny is much too focused on keeping Louis down. Red team, whoa, my lord, I was wondering what that notification was. Kitsuo just takes the Rift Herald, so you know what? Never mind. It can happen all day long, because Sunny gets his kill, gets his cake, and he gets to eat it too, as this Rift Herald is going to walk up, be dropped here with Kitsuo, but not before they find a kill. Kick's available under the tower, but he might not even need it, as that Hecarim disappears. Culling channeled in this bot lane is going to find the kill on support Fizz. One can only expect, but Corgi Dorgi quite low, doesn't want to overcommit. And we will
quick
see towers
kill.
drop.
Quick kill down on the bot side, and up on the top side, Sunny, not only is he able to get his cake, eat it too, he's going to have to try and disengage though, Louis going in.
Thing is, Omnix's life, and you said it before, it doesn't matter to him. What matters to him is Corgi Dorgi's. Torgi gets out unscathed. The top lane is dropping plates like there's no tomorrow. The gold lead is growing, and you're committing to a support Nautilus with 0-4.
Yeah, TPing for that might not seem the most worth it at all, and that's just because it's not. You can see the plates vastly in favour here of Kitsuo's Goons as we're looking across the board. 5 taken down on the top side through sheer dominance. We're looking to make it 5 in the mid lane as well, as Kitsuo has to flash out.
Oh, this fear is always getting him, man. Big Head should be able to escape here, has the mobility of the LeBlanc, actually sticks around trying to get the local turret gold. And the last auto here, and this might be a little bit too greedy. Flashes in though, tries to take down Dark and doesn't quite have the damage, it gets shut down. Greed from Big Head is going to cost him not only the turret, but another shutdown, and it keeps putting Irvine Valley College just a little closer in touching distance. The gold lead is growing, but you're throwing just ever so slightly.
Yeah, and against better teams, these are mistakes that you really couldn't be making, but fortunately enough, Kitsuo's Goons just feeling like they are so much superior to this squad that they can maybe make these mistakes, as now you can see Corgi Dorgi down on the bot side might actually win out on this 1v1.
Yeah, the confidence looked unwarranted, but ultimately was exactly what Corgi Dorgi needed to just find himself another kill. Kraken Slayer already picked up for this Lucian is massive right now, and certainly looking to press that advantage is he is. Corgi Dorgi can basically just side lane at this point. Solo lane Lucian is a thing for a reason. Big Head could have just autoed the turret. They can't just take down the whole outer line. Of course, it will fall eventually, but I'm impatient, Rudy. I'm impatient.
As I would be as well if I were Kitsuo and is in the squad. Honestly, 5,000 gold to the good, and you've still got yourself a mid lane tier 1 standing, being a bit of a nuisance here. We'll focus on removing that one first. Take something else off the skyline maybe as well, but we do see a fight in the jungle.
Great engage from support. Fizz wipes one off the map. Corgi Dorgi not long for the world, and gets followed up by Kitsuo. The engage is huge here, and Big Head escaping through the back line is going to manage to survive. Omnix not so lucky. Bomber goes on a killing spree, and the Onslaught of Shadows looking for Big Head isn't going to find him. You don't want to get deleted back in turn, though. Darkid, of course, having plenty of HP here, is going to feel himself taking these Raptors. Big stun comes in as support Fizz was all over that kill for Big Head.
What is going on here? Like, it's just fight after fight, chaos after chaos, and Sunny's trying to scrap up on the top side. They're just giving kills back over here. Kitsuo's Goons definitely not providing the most utility, and Jarvan's just going to die again, surely.
Yeah, you're going in one by one. You're funneling, if one can call it that, kills and gold right back into Irvine Valley College and undoing all of the work that's been done in the early game.
What they'll call it is making it interesting. What we'll call it is sprinting it. They're going for plays completely solo at this point. They've completely abandoned the mentality of we need to fight, but we need to fight cohesively and at the right time. At the minute, they're just fighting hell for leather with no regard for their own safety, with any regard for wards or anything of the sort. The second that they start playing normal, the second that they try once again to establish themselves, they should be fine and should be okay to come toward these objectives, come toward these team fights and have the numbers advantage and just take it in general. And that might be what we see here. Dragon gets started up, Kitsuo's Goons almost already have the first one and the second one as well. Maybe going to be able to take it away.
If you're Kitsuo's Goons, you are thanking your lucky stars that this is an Ocean Dragon, because anything less and the time when you turn on your serious face might just be a little bit too late. Irvine Valley College right now do still have to play the hanging on by a thread game, but if they can do it and managed to stall out that Ocean Soul for long enough. They do have a real fighting chance here. Honestly, even if the Ocean Soul does come in, there's enough early stacking power here that Kitsuo's goons are still going to have to fight pretty hard if this game goes late enough.
And look at the build path from Big Head here. I mean, a single completed item is your Magi Soul Stealer. 1,600 gold's worth of investment into, at this point, about 900 gold worth of stats here with 0 stacks on it. This item definitely cost effective if you have stacks, but at the minute, you're really not in that spot. You're really not in a position to be pulling these kind of maneuvers, and they definitely are going to struggle to get these stacks rebuilt back up if they continue to play in such a one-dimensional structure.
We are going to look like such idiots when this works out.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. I fully anticipate this to work out, but we need to tell them to work it out before it works out.
That's fair. That's fair. I look at this, and I mean, as somebody who feels for Omnix right now, I'm definitely looking at it going, what is happening here? Because if I saw this happening in my own solo queue game, I wouldn't know what to say after the early game. You put yourself in a lot more difficult position than it needs to be. But even so, I'm gonna stop saying it. Kitsuo's goons, of course, have managed to pilot the early game well. I don't know why they wouldn't be able to continue it, and they certainly will around this Rift Herald.
5 people up there means that it is going to be a swift pickup here. No real contest from Irvine Valley College. Oh, yep.
Does take a lot of damage, though, from Darkin, who should be able to find the solo. Oh, never mind. Big Head goes over the wall. Darkin's still very fast, so he can catch up to this if he chooses to invest into no vision. But seeing the problems that are occurring everywhere else, we've already got Kled going down. He is going to have to turn tail and make sure that he stops the bleeding, since the Rift Herald is always an ever-present threat now that it's been picked up by Kitsuo.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't ask how Big Head managed to pick himself up a solo kill. We fear for the answer. It could be too dark and too much technology for us all to handle in one single moment. What we can see is a little bit of a declearing of wards on your lower end, I suppose. They're looking to try and clear out these wards and make sure that they've got themselves free reign into the Dragon and into the Baron Pit, but I don't think that they do. I think that the majority of setup done by Kitsuo's goons has been good. It's been in a position to roam into the jungle when necessary, and in a position to fall back if they need to as well. Their entire composition, their entire competition been drafted around the fact that, you know, they're sort of the I suppose, goons here coming on in and looking to really just appeal to that and that sort of forehead mentality of fight, fight, fight. Definitely got them this far in the early game, but right now maybe acknowledging that that is all that they've been doing for the last few moments, and they're going to take a little step back and try and take their time again.
You'll see Big Head still searching as ever for these small pokes, testing his damage, seeing what he can do. Rift Herald gets channeled in the mid lane, presumably to draw attention away from the fact that the side lanes are going horribly. Sunny pushing into the top lane. Charge gets invested to try and stop this. Should go completely wide here. Darkin still looking for the engage. It's going to find Omnix right now. The more time you spend here, the less time you're spending peeling for Kelphi. And Kitsuo is certainly threatening his life here. Flash forward is going to punish him, though. Kelphi gets overzealous and ends up giving over a pick. And now it's a 4v5. Culling gets thrown into the mix here. Finally, Corgi Dorgi is focused down by Darkin, but it isn't quite enough damage in quite enough time. A double kill goes over to Corgi Dorgi. Kitsuo is looking for this final last pickoff. Louis will go down, and Kitsuo's goons have finally cracked the game wide open. It is just as Baron spawns.
Oh, it's crazy, dear. We tell them to fight together, they fight together, and they win. Who would have thought it here?
Like they're listening.
It really is. It's almost like they got the stream open. We know that they don't, and obviously they're going to be more than aware of how their composition wants to play out. They know exactly what they need to be doing, and they all played to it darn near perfectly. And you could see it was a really strong start off from Kitsuo's goons. Now we need to see how well they can close this one out. They've got Baron, they've got a gold lead, but do they have the capabilities of making this one clean?
One could only hope so, because as we approach the 10k gold lead, of course, teams can't see it, but certainly Kitsuo's goons should be feeling it in that next fight. We're about 2,000 gold away from this game being called by most analysts likely over. Sunny forced to flash away there, testing his limits just a little bit too much, but around this dragon, it's expected that he gets to truly flaunt them, as he should be teleporting in at any time if it's even needed. Is technically going into the backline, but the fight is already won with the pick on Louis. Sunny looking for more. Everfrost gonna find him. Not quite enough as he locks two into the Cataclysm, and Big Head blows him up with the warp in. We will see ultimately support Fizz going down as well, and I guess you don't even need the dragon at this point. You've rocketed yourself with those kills past the 10k gold lead, and now seems like they can look for whatever they want. Kitsuo's goons run the map. What do they choose?
Regardless of what they choose, dear, they're going to be looking for success here. Looks like mid lane inhibitor is going to be their choice. And who told LeBlanc not to buy a Magi's? Who said that that was a bad idea? I don't think it was either of us, and I think that it was very full. It was the producer. Yep, yep, for sure, for sure. It was a little bit of a slate, and then we both sort of looked at it and went, "Yeah, this is going to work, isn't it? This Magi's, it's got 0 stacks right now. I can bet you it's going to have 25 later on. And now do we get to see a 25 stacks Magi's bop?"
Yeah, if it could go past that, it certainly would. Cappy gonna go down to the ethereal chains here. Big Head, I assume that's a lot like what the solo kill looked like earlier. Now gets himself a nice reset. Doesn't get found by that true shot barrage. We're on Soul Point. Baron is in the pocket of Kitsuo's goons. They've got themselves an 11,000 gold lead and still plenty of time left on this Baron.
Yeah, really good use of the clone right there to bait out the Ezreal ulti. It's the little things that matter, and with that one off the board here, it makes, well, I suppose clearing out waves a lot harder. Well, trying to achieve a few other bits a little bit easier here, so managing to find himself some success in clearing out these minions with the Ravenous Hydra, with the Qs as well, just really doing all of the work.
Bomber gets to hang out in this mid lane. Sport Fizz not so lucky, doesn't have the vision control to actually be able to safely face check, and unfortunately will go down. Wishing he had that vision extension on his own item. Louis Reformed gonna have to bump his way out of there. I don't even know if you can take a fight at this point, even if it is under both of your Nexus turrets, and Kitsuo's goons certainly don't seem like they believe in it. The charge is going to be channeled, finds Omnix. Is this the man you want to focus down here? Depth charge is going to come in. Omnix still not down. Finally gets assassinated by Louis Reformed, but now Kelpie being assassinated by Sunny. Gets taken down himself. Plenty of damage here to be traded back 1 for 1 at the moment. It's going to turn into so much more than that. It's even if you can't end the game, you're going to be able to extend your lead by taking down the second inhibitor of the game. Big Head almost assassinates Bomber. And it is such a risky time to be a squishy champion. And unfortunately, everyone is squishy if you're Kitsuo's goons with this massive lead. Sunny is just face tanking the turret right now. Holy moly, Kitsuo eliminates Bomber, and at this point, Darkin, the last man standing, is not going to be for long. Gets taken down. A double kill goes over to Corgi Dorgi. Kelpie needs to be very, very careful about it, even looking at these carries the wrong way. The Nexus towers are being focused down. Big Head and Corgi gonna finish this one off, looking for Kelpie, padding the stats, padding the kills, and Kitsuo's goons are waiting on the end of the game, playing with their food just like they did in the mid-game. Will it cost them here? It does not look like it will.
I think it might cost them the end here, dear, but that is going to be the worst case situation for them, as you can see, quick little insect to end things out. I believe what that sort of freeze means is that we do have a surrender vote coming on through. Irvine College, they are going to be taking the first defeat with a little bit of grace here, just saying, hey, okay, let's you've had enough, you've had your fun, let's carry on, let's keep it moving, let's go into the next one, as game number 2 gonna be obviously right around the corner, but that was a very strong start for Kitsuo and the rest of his goons. They looked very, very strong. They played their early game composition to a T, and pretty much just rolled over the Irvine squad.
Now, one might almost say that the game was gifted to them. And if you're a fan of gifts, dude, be sure to check out Toronto, Canada FanFit Gaming. They're your one-stop shop for gifts gamers love. From collectible mugs to neon lights, they've got all of it. And I know you need a neon light, Rooted, so be sure to check out their wares at fanfitgaming.com. And as we continue to break down that match, it wasn't just gifted over to Kitsuo's goons. No. Of course, Irvine Valley College really fought it out.
onus of execution on Kitsuo's goons was really there, right? We can say as much as we like that it's on. Oh, it's on Irvine. They've got to sit back. They've got to wait. They've got to make sure they don't die early game. But with that, the other side of the coin is always that Kitsuo's goons, they've got to find the fights. They've got to find the kills. They've got to find the engages that enable them to get themselves those advantages. And you saw time and time again just how successful they were in doing that, and just how easy they made it look.
And it's crazy that despite having that mid game that I really wanted to harp on, that I did harp on, even that they were able to out execute even as their composition did sort of reach its peak. Peak maybe being the wrong word, but the point at which it would be its best. Comparatively, I guess is the best way. At around that 20-minute mark, they managed to bring the game back, explode it from a 3 or 4K gold lead all the way up to past 10K, and finally end up taking the game. I, for one, am very excited for what Game 2 brings us, because if Irvine have shown us anything, it is that they can adapt. They definitely proved that in the semifinals, and now are looking to take it into the finals, hopefully pushing us to a Game 3 here. Let's find out if they can do it once we get into the last game of the night, Dude. If you want to test out your own gaming skills, to potentially be on stream and find out how good you are as a competitor, be sure to join the action at the Gaming Stadium, Canada's leader in online esports event. You can check us out at tgs.gg/events. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It is Irvine Valley College versus Kitsuo's Goons Game 2. Well, you might not know if you're just tuning in. This is the grand finals. I'm Dia, joined by Dude here for what very well could be our final game if Irvine Valley College can't step to the tune of Kitsuo's Goons.
Yeah, and honestly, Kitsuo's Goons, they were by far and away the dominant team in game number 1. There's absolutely no way of putting it any other way. They just took the early game to them, and after a little bit of a fumble, a little bit of a maybe bit of forfunning, in the mid-game region, they clawed it back. They got themselves that 20-minute marker, and they were like, oh, okay, let's start winning now. LeBlanc managed to find somehow 25 Magi stacks seemingly out of nowhere off the bat, and they were able to just continue, proceed forward, and make sure that they were able to take game number 1 in a very swift, very smooth sort of style, making themselves 1-0 here in this best of 3 final.
And it is going to be spooky, scary skeletons for Irvine Valley College as we are getting into the draft. Vel'Koz taken away from Kefi. Showed that prowess on that champion in the semifinals, but hasn't quite shown me anything that has impressed me nearly as much so far. Played it pretty safe last game, going with the Orianna into the LeBlanc, which was unfortunately swiftly punished. Kitsuo's Goons have opted for the red side once again, giving them counter pick and control over the draft. It is up to Irvine Valley College to swoop that away, and the Ezreal pick, Rudu, does that do it for you?
It's what they would have wanted, honestly, and I don't know why I'm talking about them like they've passed away here, but they definitely have been playing this Ezreal to the greatest extent, and I think that's probably been far and away Bomber's best champion tonight. We've seen him on a few different things. The Ezreal has been by far what we would dare say is the cleanest here, so getting that one in their pockets, in their hands, always going to be a successful pickup for them. The Pyke, though, that is just laying down a massive old gauntlet, isn't it, right there? Just saying, hey, you know what? Hey, you want to pick Ezreal? That's fine. I will just pick Pyke. I can predict your Q. I can predict your E. I can do whatever I so please. And I'll be looking to try and dunk you as we make it through that level 6 marker.
Yeah, this is a classic Kitsuo's Goons draft. Very early aggression. Very strange picks, honestly, to start us off. I'd expected maybe a little bit more reining it in for game 2, but they're throwing everything at the wall. Hey,
you know what? We heard rumors that the 3rd place game that Kitsuo's Goons played in was 15 minutes. And I think they'll be disappointed that they've made it to the finals and that it took them such a shockingly large amount of time where the enemy team would have been able to surrender, that they could have been able to play out the game. That just seems like it's an odd nuance to the Kitsuo's Goons right here. They should be looking, and it would appear that they are looking to make things happen incredibly swiftly in this game. Come level 6, expect Kitsuo to just run across the rest of this team and try at least to make things happen in this early game. You can see that right Rengar is a different beast to Lee Sin here. Their composition definitely faltering a little bit in their early game mentality. You can see that Poppy picked up as well is a very strong counter to quite literally now all of the champions that Kitsuo Goons have drafted for themselves. And that early game aggression is going to need to be tapered a little bit limited, because Rengar in the early game doesn't quite have that same impact as the Lee Sin does.
Yeah, you say that. We'll see what Kitsuo's Rengar looks like, assuming that it's even Kitsuo taking it, because I wouldn't be surprised.
Sunny.
If we saw Sunny go for something like this. Although Poppy has been locked in, I personally don't want to see this go top lane. I'm expecting Support Fizz to try and pilot this, because Louis has been such a crutch of this team. A player that can really blow open lanes, blow open the rest of the game, needs to be given something with that same weight to it.
And whilst I agree here that the weighting of Louis and the carry prowess that he gives is definitely something to be noted here for the college. They can definitely keep Poppy in this top side, because I think that the carry potential comes from this time not being that outright damage threat, but it comes from landing just crucial Ws. Whoever is going to be on that, on the Poppy, piloting it, they need to be on point with their reflexes, on point with their positioning. Because if Rengar tries to hop in, if Pyke tries to hop in, they can get interrupted, and that could pretty much stunt their entire engage, make their champions seemingly useless. The micro knockup is enough time to try and burst them down, given how squishy they will be. So I would like to give some sort of credit here to Louis. And I really like this Zilean pickup as well going here. This could very well go into the mid lane, could also go into the support role. We'll be able to hopefully find out where everything's headed in just a little second here, as Support Fizz has got the final pickup.
Do you think that Cassiope is going top?
I think all of these picks could go pretty much anywhere at this point. I think
fair.
we've got Lucian Pyke bot lane, but I think that the rest of it, so Rengar, Cassio, could easily be transitioned. I think with the confirmation that Zilean's going mid lane, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go Cassio top.
Yeah, certainly better picks into the Zilean here, and counter pick is meant for something, so Kitsuo's Goons can make the most of that in this mid lane, or find themselves a favorable matchup pretty much anywhere. As we recognized, any of these picks are very, very flexible. Omnix gonna lock in what looks to be the
Yep.
Kai'Sa here. So what does this mean?
Lucian is going mid lane. I assume Kai'Sa is going to go into the AD carry role, and I would anticipate that we do get that Cassiopeia top lane into the Poppy. Of course, we have to wait to see where all of these move arounds do come through. There's a small chance that we've got a Kai'Sa jungle and that we've got a Rengar top lane, though into a Poppy. I think that is probably the worst assignment that they could have gone for. I'm definitely hoping for Lucian mid into the Zilean. This just seems like a free matchup for the Lucian. If you're able to get away with dodging out on the bombs with Relentless Pursuit, that you can quite easily take a trade. Maybe, though, we could see Big Head Chain take this Kai'Sa. Have to wait and see what sort of build you're going for. The Kai'Sa mid lane builds I'm not. Do you know what? I don't know what the Kai'Sa mid lane builds are, dear. I will be perfectly frank with you. I just assume they're the same as AD carry, but you're able to farm up a little bit safer, a little bit more easily, and should be looking fairly well into this mid and late game, because the composition is very different for Kitsuo's Goons.
Yeah, it seems like Big Head will be piloting the Kai'Sa, whether it be in the mid lane or in the bot lane is yet to be determined. Right now, it seems like we're going with the bet that it is mid lane, but Irvine Valley College, as displayed here, are down one game to Kitsuo's Goons. The second game could be the end of them, and Kitsuo's Goons certainly feel like they have the confidence to take it with the rather strange draft that they've gone for. A reminder that today's tournament is presented by Norquest College, and this educational institution is proudly currently serving its 19,354 learners from the Edmonton region and all around the world. For more information on them and their exciting programs, check out www.norquest.ca.
You know, dear, I wanted to ask you a question at the beginning of the last game, and I never got around to it because of all the Nautilus shenanigans. I'm always curious about teams, players, and people, individuals. If they're in a high-pressure situation like a tense League of Legends game and you're playing solo queue, you're trying to climb, do you have music on or not?
No. Yeah, I tell you what, dude. I turn the actual in-client music off.
Really? You're just a hard focuser.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? This doesn't apply to you then, dear, but for those that are interested in keeping music going whilst they're trying to grind out some solo queue games, we can give a quick shout out to Monster Cat Gold. If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great service for just $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use your music in your live streams and in videos with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes, and they've got tons of additional perks as well. Included in the said perks going to be early listening to access to new music, Monster Count discount shops, and exclusive community features. There really is no reason not to be checking it out.
I tell you what, Rude, there may just be a reason why I'm silver, because you tune into any of those challenger streams and there ain't no silence in the background. That's all I'm saying.
You're definitely not wrong here. Looking forward, that could definitely be something to be implementing into your game patterns. Maybe again, I personally will always have just the same song going on repeat. You know, when you play a song so often that you just hate it after a certain amount of time. I do that with League all the time. Like I've gone through maybe 3 songs in the last week, and to be honest, that's probably better than usual. Normally, it takes me like 5 hours to get rid of one. I had a song that I had on repeat for about 6. No, for about 3 or 4 days recently.
I tell you what, I have a funny story for you. I used to work at an escape room, and it's a relatively low wage job, right? Filled with a lot of teenagers, and you just hang out and redo rooms and make sure everybody's having a good time, right? But during the winter, you don't really get that much traffic. So I went in for an 8-hour shift one day, and I was the person who was running the place, and so I decided that me and everyone else would listen to 4.5 hours of "And They Don't Stop Coming."
Was that until somebody came?
Yeah. And it was just ruined these poor staffers' days. But it was really fun to watch everybody like break down, and that's what I imagine listening to the same song and repeat would do for you.
No, I love it, and then I'll like turn it off when I'm like, okay, I've played my League of Legends now. Let me watch a stream. Let me go make dinner, whatever it may be, and then I'll come back and I'll put it on for like my second bout of solo queue, and then I'll be like, wait, I hate this song. What is going on? Why am I listening to this? And then I've had enough. That'll be it. That's me finished. I'm quite happy to move on, go forward with my day. I'd never listen to that song ever again. And then I'll find a Spotify playlist or a different playlist of other things, just like. Well, you know what? This is like a throwback tunes list, or this was something that you listen to. You know, the rewind that people do, and they're like, "Oh, you listened to this song for X amount of hours. Maybe you'd like to listen to it again." And then I'll be like, "Oh, that was pretty good for one song in 3 months' time." Well, less of that, as we do have here, dear, our finals second game here. This is, of course, the best of 3. There's a chance here for Irvine Valley College to come out on top and for us to take it to a game number 3. And honestly, I rate their draft. They've got a very good chance at doing so here, and it is going to be that Kaiser in the mid lane for Big Head. Omnix once again doing the exact same trick and might just get away with it again.
Yeah, goes for the hook. This time Kefi on his marker and support. Fizz lands that nice hook over the wall, so Omnix should know, well warned, not to go for that one. I had a question for you following up our discussion. If you had to pick one player here, which of them do you think is listening to heavy metal?
Omnix.
Yeah, I see it. That early game cheese, it doesn't come from pacifism in your music. No, it doesn't.
He's not listening to his team. He's just pinging consistently his pathing and just walking out into the lane. And you can just hear the metal in his ears like consistently.
I mean, certainly with an invade like this is going to require that metal mindset. Hook lands onto Corki Dorgi, but where is Omnix? He is heading his way back with full health bar. Back into this bot lane. Kitsuo getting away with a really nice invade, more or less soloing this buff down.
Yeah, he's going to have to be doing this one solo, unfortunately. The Kaiser did roam in just to try and help out, if necessary, if they were to be taking a fight in and around that red buff. But they weren't, so the Kaiser moved back into the mid lane, and unfortunately, having to recall after the quick little hook connection, Omnix was not in a position to help out with that buff either. The Hecarim, though, he's going to be taking the red buff in response, so a quick trade of buffs right here, but Darken does need to be careful. Kitsuo already on his way up to this top side, and he has Smite available here. He's going to look to check. I guess Smite it away just in the nick of time, and maybe they're going to miss one another, passing like ships in the night, and maybe just continue on their way.
Darkin roams up towards this top side. Sunny spots him there and knows that the ghost has been used. So Hecarim not going to be the most potent ganker in general, but certainly with no ghost available, going to be even less so. Sunny just hanging out here in this in this top lane. I get so confused when I see the Cassiopeia, and having the time of his life, honestly. The ranged versus melee matchup is not something Poppy enjoys.
No, Cassio. So this lane's a little bit weird in the sort of skill order when the champions start to beat up against one another, right? In the laning phase, we expect Cassio to have the advantage whilst she has mana. Whilst she doesn't, definitely going to struggle for that poke. You can see that that's really why you take this victory here as Cassiopeia. The issue being if the Poppy can sort of sustain it, then you're definitely in a fairly decent spot. Because the Cassiopeia just runs out of mana. Looking to get a cheater recall off here. Very good for Sunny that he's able to get that base, go back, get it here, even a control ward as well. And now should move out to top lane without having to burn the teleport. All very well played, all very decently done in those mechanics. Going to be able to pick himself up a couple of... a nice little bit of cheese right there. Picking himself up the mana pretty much off of every spellcast that he puts down. Always going to be helping out as the Rengar looks to be trying to try and take this crab away from Hecarim. As looking for a double crab, definitely very aggressive, but if you've got these winning lanes, it's something that you can go for. Fortunately enough, Darkin was able to pick up the crab, and is just going to emote his way out to safety.
Feels pretty good for him, shutting down the very, very omnipresent, I want to say, aggression that Kitsu and the rest of his team have been laying out is going to be something that not only keeps Darkin in the game, but moreover knows that he's wasting the mental resources, right? And the question is how much more do Kitsuo's goons commit to this before they go, okay, well, he's just not going to fall to this short biz, flashing away, turns that into a hook that unfortunately does just hit the cannon minion, dragging it ever so slightly closer to the tower, but otherwise not providing any real benefit.
Yeah, they do burn the flash from Omnix right there. He doesn't want to get hooked and stunned under the turret, so he flashes away from the death sentence to make sure that it is not, in that case, living up to its namesake. And, you know, quite wisely so here, keeping it nice and even down on the bot side. You burn the flash of the Thresh, you trade your own flash for it. It's effectively a worthwhile trade right here, and neither of the two supports can have that luxury again. So the second that either one of them starts channeling their hook, need to be a little bit cognizant and a little bit careful of the fact that they don't have those mobility summoner spells. Of course, Pyke as a champion, a lot more mobile than the Thresh, but the things that Thresh does obviously provide is a lot more safety to the rest of his team, where Pyke is exclusively that one-man assassination army.
And certainly one that, if we see the repetition of last game, is going to want for the levels a little bit more, but once he hits them, he can get the kills, and right now just giving them over, well, actually getting them himself with the Ignite there. He's going to trade one for one in this bot lane.
Minions.
Feeling confident right now, but you're right, the minions stacked up here are going to mean that Bomber gets to push Corgi Dorgi back, at least for the moment. Level 5 does get ticked over, and I'm sure that Corgi Dorgi wants this kill, but he'll have to weather that storm of his emotions for another day as he pushes this wave and should get himself a reset here.
Going to be looking to pick up what is probably his first new and quiver components, maybe even just the full thing itself. All in top side, just get flashed away from there. The important feature, of course, of Cassiopeia, the majority of her damage comes from the Twin Fangs, but only after you've connected on a Noxious Blast. So long as you dodge the groundwork, which you should be seeing come out pretty soon here if Sonny's looking for poke, then the rest of the follow-up damage really doesn't hurt all that badly.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Miasma is wreaking havoc with this Poppy, and is certainly going to, for the rest of the squad as well, the grounding effect of very, very potent. At all stages of the game, Omnix manages to get himself away from a little bit of trouble there. Now if they hunt him down, they're going to find Kitsu, not actually spotted. Court Biz should just go down here. The assassination potential is there, and Killer Instinct is only going to support it. That's the first two of the Bone Tooth Necklace completed for Kitsuo.
Good little startup right there, getting it onto the support as well. Going to be pretty nice. It's one of those champions that you might find it difficult to isolate in the later stages of the game, and find it even more difficult to kill. Quite a little bit of self-CC, to be honest, on the Thresh, so always worthwhile to get that one locked and loaded pretty quickly if and while you can. And now they have a bit of a difficult job still here for Kidsrow. They've still got to try and make something happen, and well, looks exactly what they're going to do in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, we're just going for it right now. Gonna burn the ult off the Zillion. One can only assume. How long do they wait for this final auto? Gonna connect and finally proc the res. Big Head does end up, I want to say, doing something there, but realistically it's going to be a reset either way from Kelpie. Unfortunately, Kitsuo's ultimate was burned for no kill, so instead he turns towards the jungle for one.
Well, you can see these junglers just sort of clearing side by side with one another. I'm not quite sure that they're all aware of one another's exact locations. As
Well, they are now.
just look like exactly they are now. Rengar is level 6 here and does have himself access to that red smite should the smites become back up and available. So waiting just quickly to see who's going to be coming out on top, who's going to be looking for the Gromp. And that looks like Cassio here on the top side. Yes, with all that damage, he's looking to pump it out. But might have himself a nice little pony to contend with as well in just a second. Oh!
Yeah, as we turn back to the bot lane, we're going to have to think about this, because Bomber is looking to take a solo killer, flashes forward, gets a double kill after taking down Omnix, as the pan ever so slightly too late to see the Pyke be assassinated. However, the fact remains that the gold is a lot closer than it was in Game 1, and we've got a lot more win conditions open to Irvine Valley.
Oh, that is so unfortunate, actually. Corgi Doggy should have come out on top of that. He just gets a bad Q. And it's very rare you get bad Qs on Lucian because it's point and click. But he actually genuinely just got a bad one right there. He presses it on the Ezreal, and it sort of targets the slight edge of him, and he's moving away from said edge. So it all comes out fine. Looks like the flash being used from Big Head does take himself to safety. No re-engage comes through from the bombs, and they are going to be able to move out to safety here. The gold lead now just 2,000 here for Kitsuo's Goons. Not obviously the lowest amount that we've seen all day, but obviously not the highest either. So going to be more than capable of trying to close this gap if you are Irvine Valley, and also if you're looking at this from the Kitsuo's perspective, they should be looking to close this game out, even if it takes them a few more minutes this time around. They've got themselves Cassio, they've got themselves Kaiser. These two champions are going to be scaling incredibly well. Definitely worth trying to put you on here.
And Sunny's running this top lane right now with Omnix up here as well. You just got to get within the execute threshold for the Pyke. Now spotted on the control ward. Louis is going to go down here. One can only expect easy shutdown goes over to the Pyke. And call it a shutdown is perhaps a little bit generous, but it feels with that emotion when you hit the Pyke on.
Yeah, and it also goes to the Cassio here as well. That's worth noting. When you hit the ulti, your entirety of your cut goes to the allies that last assisted in the taking down of the enemy. So Cassio here in this instance going to be the one picking up the nice assist there to take a little bit more gold. It is 400 gold into both of the support and the top laner here for Kitsuo's Goons, and that once again gives them an extra about 1,000 gold in the gold lead. You know, it's 800 gold for the kill and then 200 gold for the wave pushed under the turret, a little bit more for the plating gold that the Sony went for. So pretty much everything there looking very, very good, and that top side is going to get worse and worse for the Poppy. Especially since your first item doesn't have the most magic resist in it anymore these days. The Cassio here should be looking to pick up that Liandry and should be looking to take a quick victory.
Darkin isn't spotted though, and Sunny could turn this around actually. Petrifying Gaze finds ground, but will be taken down with the rest of the devastating charge from Darkin. It looks scary for a moment, but Cassiope not at that 1v2 power level yet. And this grand finals, still anyone's game. Kitsuo finds the root, but does not have the damage to take down Poppy. Big Head, though, has joined him. And good steadfast presence to Peel for his jungler. The very squishy one. Corki Dorky finds a kill in the bot lane to shut down, landing onto Bomber to make that work there. As I still want to see these outplays in the bot lane. It feels like we're always panning down here a little too late.
Oh, the action's just everywhere, though, dear. It's impossible to try and catch it all as Ezreal now falling here. This is the one lane that they can't be affording to lose on. This hook hits.
Oh, wow. Support Fizz is actually smurfing. He's fine.
Yeah. I mean, if that hook hits, he dies. If it doesn't, then he lives. And he lives because the hook misses. It's a good little dodge from him to keep himself safe, keep himself alive. So, really good stuff from the support Fizz, making it nice and safe.
Oh, you say that now, but forced to flash the death from below. Omnix very much wanting to get everyone off the ground, and that does not exclude Corgi Dorgi, who's not leaving alone nearly as much as he was in Game 1. We've got a small lane swap here as Sunny covers mid lane for a little while. Big Head pushing in the top lane, but it's all to open up this Rift Herald that's being taken.
I wonder if Sunny can go in and take this turret right here. Should be able to be honest. Needs one more auto on it, unfortunately, and he's going to be made to wait for just a little bit longer before he goes in for it. No, it's a turret. No,
he can do
he's
it.
not going to get it.
No, he's going to do it.
Is he? Do you think he's going to do it, or do you think that Sunny's going to do it?
I guess Sunny's going to do it, that's right. Well, I mean, with Sunny hovering around, Louis can't really challenge this Kai'Sa. As much as I'm pretty sure he wins this 1v1 as a Poppy who is exclusively built to withstand the Kai'Sa right now, but certainly is going to withstand this minion wave. Doesn't want his turret to go down just yet, as what little symbolic safety remains there is certainly backed up by the gold. Kitsuo Chen with the Rift Herald in the mid lane, though. That's going to shift the attention of the game. That's now the charge going to net them another 300 odd gold.
And using the gold for the greater good right here, getting a nice little spread amongst the gold, getting little distribution. It is an eclipse. Has that surprised you?
No. It's just it's gonna hurt.
Yep. That is gonna hurt you. Quite right. Getting less of a shield as well will always be good.
Great hook, but Omnix does have that ever-present mobility on the pike, the thing that makes him very slippery. Big Head, though, not going to be nearly as his Steadfast Presence gets used to shut down any potential ultimate. And actually, I think Teleport was cancelled. Sunny eats a stun from Kepi in the mid lane.
Oh, very, very nice of them to cancel this back right there. Nice little hook.
Corgi Dorgi gets hooked. Support Fizz, the actual god of the bot lane, does find the hook. Now can he make it work? Omnix doesn't find the ultimate there and looks for the final kill. The triumph is enough. A double kill goes down in the bot lane as Bomber very much alive right now. Kepi looking for the solo in the mid lane as well. Finds that last bomb onto Sunny, but shouldn't take him down just yet. So ridiculously close in this mid lane, but it is a still slim margin that keeps turning these fights. 4K gold lead still in the favor of Kitsuo's Goons.
You wanted to see the bot lane shenanigans and you were not disappointed. A beautiful hook comes on out to turn the tides of this bot lane once again here. Feels like it is just coming down to execution time and time again. These guys have got very similar items. The supports at this stage are just hook bots right now. The more hooks that are getting hit, the more likely you are to take the W in that bot lane. And right there, it was Support Fizz that hit the hook. It was Support Fizz with Bomber that came out on top. Now they're going to look to see if they can maybe try and stop this dragon, but they are just a little bit too far.
Double 80 carry, that dragon is gone before you can say dragon.
Very swift little pickup, especially with double Kraken Slayer picked up for the mid laner and the AD carry right here. The damage at this point, pretty much incomparable coming out of these two ADCs, and the second they pair up with the Cassiopeia as well, that is going to be absolutely devastating for any team to be dealing with. The Cassio at this stage is still incredibly fed, incredibly farmed. 133 farm at about 16 minutes, that's pretty decent here. Poppy nearly about half of the CS per minute that you should be looking for, so who's going to hit it? Who's going to hit it?
Hook. Okay, Support Fizz. Still
dash in.
No real damage coming in there. I know. You can see the thought. Ooh, Corgi Dorgi's going to be thinking twice, though, before he goes in on Bomber.
You dash in, Ezreal. I don't mind anybody. Just go in. Kill them. Let's do it. Let's go again. Whoa, okay.
Well, we got what we wanted.
They fought, they killed, they went again. Oh, good speed up, actually.
Use the Onslaught of Shadows and delete Sunny. No surprises there, as Cassiopeia very, very dead to the hack room at that health at that stage in the game. Kitsuo, however, brings a completely different level to the table in terms of damage, and with nowhere to go, Darken will go down.
Cat beats horse, horse beats snake. And we are getting all sorts of Animal Kingdom references in right now, as we have got, of course, Kai'Sa, who's just managed to solo kill the old grandpa underneath his own tier 1 turret. So quickly didn't quite get to catch that one on screen, but worth noting that Kai'Sa did find her first kill via killing young Kepi here on the Zillion there. So still working towards that Mythic, unfortunately. Doesn't quite have it for himself. Going to be either that Everfrost or that Ludens. Expecting Ludens here to come on out very, very bursty on the Zillion. So if you're able to get away with it, you may as well.
Yeah, ideally, Zillion will be able to pump out that damage and shut one of these AD carries down, one of these AP carries down, one of these supports down. Somebody, please, take somebody out of the fight. And importantly, Zillion, of course, able to keep someone else in it. So turning the tides of battle is the ideal of Kefi. See if he can actually execute on it. Is currently he can't keep himself alive in the mid lane, so we're gonna need this to devolve into the team fighting sooner rather than later, because individually Kitsuo's goons are pressing down the solo lanes in a way that has already netted them a huge gold lead.
Yeah, they do need to be careful though. This Ezreal is incredibly strong. 4, 1, and 2 has got Essence Retriever completed, Serrated Dirt completed, and this is by far one of the longest laning phases that we will see here, with the ADCs and supports still farming down in that bot lane. That is pretty atypical to see. You can see Sunny now forced, maybe not forced it, Petrifying Gaze.
Woo! Omnix, support Fizz just barely managed to live there. Finds the hook back as well. What an outplay in this bot lane is. Voidseeker will just barely go wide. Big Head, though, is in this bot lane. You can't walk through Louis Reformed, though, and that's the problem with all of this carry potential. You cannot just deal with this Poppy in the way that you would like. Kitsuo almost dead right now. He's going to need to get himself out. Eats another Q from Bomber and might just go down. Flashes away, goes over the wall. And Sunny, unbeknownst to anyone, is on the flank right now. I don't think this results in a kill, though. As even Dark and face checking this should be able to get out alive. The tank stats are just, well, they're just there. I don't know what else to say.
They're just ready. They're just waiting here.
Yeah, good flash from Big Head. Gets him further away from Louis, who now has tanked the Zillion ultimate. Importantly, Big Head's still very much alive. Kitsuo waiting on the cooldowns here. Big Head manages to weather the storm for now. Corgi Dorgi.
Sunny.
Oh my god, Sunny in the backline doesn't manage to find a kill. Kitsuo finally finds one of his own, and slowly but surely kiting out around the edges here. We see Kitsuo's goons coming out ahead, splitting the team fight and splitting Urban Valley College down the middle here. Bomber, the last one left alive, is going to be ignited, taken down for the double kill. Big Head finds it, and it's just around this dragon. They should be able to secure this last remaining outer turret for themselves as well. Kitsuo's goons continue to find the outplays in this game.
They just pincered them. They baited them into the main middle bit of the river right there, and then Cassiopeia comes from the back. The Pike comes around on a flank as well, and they just dismantle the Irvine Valley College. I can only apologise. I don't know why that is so difficult for me. Irvine Valley College, they managed to get absolutely eviscerated, taken straight off the face Summoner's Rift right there. It was very close. They did get 2 kills back, and the Cassiopeia just tearing them apart from the backline. Pretty much what sold them down the river right there. Unfortunately, not watching their flanks and unable to completely commit into the front side of that fight meant that it was going to be pretty difficult regardless. Oh.
Kitsuo, though, if he goes down, this is going to be a big problem here, and the stuns, the CC, are certainly enough. Sunny now spotted on a ward right now. He's not going to have the same advantage as earlier. Dragon gets started out, and Omnix still waiting on the side here for these hooks. Louis Reformed is very, very healthy, and this should just be Dragon, as it does end up going over there. Oh, Omnix gets stuffed on his way out as well. Steadfast presence isn't enough. Corgi Dorgi trying to solo out Bomber, doesn't quite have the autos in there. Big Head, Sunny turns this around though. Big Petrifying Gaze. Big Head putting out damage from the side, but you're getting run down by Hecarim here. Shut down does go over to Kepi.
That's a big swing.
Yeah, this is massive. This is what their team comp, though, is meant to do, is group up, is find these team fights and dismantle Kitsuo's goons, who otherwise do not have that front to back.
No, they're not setting up for the front to back, though. I think that they've got it in their locker, but they don't really have the front line to execute on that. What they need to be trying to do is deny this Baron right now. You saw Kitsuo hop onto the red buff, but that's the least of their worries. Baron on the table, but very low on resistance, very low on health. Here goes Kai'Sa!
Big Head just assassinates Zillion right now, and that's going to be one extra life that you don't have access to. Omnix still needs people to get lower. Kitsuo could go in, ends up using his ult on the blast cone, or not the blast cone, the vision plant though, and now he's going to give over the Baron. It closes this gold gap, and at a crucial point in the game, just 3,000 gold remains between Kitsuo's Goons and Irvine Valley College, between Kitsuo's Goons and the end of a potential series to find themselves in first place.
But they're fighting for their tournament lives here. IVC are looking to try and claw this one back. They don't want to give it up too easily. Yes, they saw game one was a little bit of a stomp, but game number two, they are giving it everything they have got. They're not letting this one go out into the night so quietly. They're going to be continuing on into this game, into the rest of this tournament, and they're going to be trying their hardest to make this a best of three, not just a quick 2-0 series. And Corgi Doggy does need to be careful stepping so far forward. He's getting engaged upon with Onslaught of Shadows, and is going to be let to live another day. But now, with the Baron, we have two questions, and I'm not going to have time for them.
Yeah, one of them is, does Omnix live? The answer appears to be yes for now. The other is, what is this flank? For me, at least.
Well, the questions become, how well can they use the Baron here on IVC? And what tools do Kitsuo's Goons have in terms of stopping them? Because if they're just grouped up like this in that 5-man formation, their tools become very limited here. You can see Cassio on a flank Rengar too. This is a big fight.
Yeah, this is massive right now. Big petrifying gaze locks everybody in, and just dancing around the sides of the fight are Kitsuo's Goons once again playing the dismantling game. Omnix shares the gold there, shares the wealth. Kitsuo assassinating Bomber right there is just going to continue here. A shutdown does go over on Omnix though, and Sunny, not long for the world, will be taken down. A triple kill has gone to Bomber, who now has finally been assassinated. Corgi Dorgi trying to kite out Darkin, who should be taken down by Kitsuo. The root comes in. Darkin still searching for the last bit of damage, but Kitsuo needs to survive. The bomb's going to go off and take him down, and Irvine Valley College still weather the storm.
I don't know how they're doing this here, dear. This is a 5v5 that they're able to take it, and it's not front to back. It's front to every single corner of Summoner's Rift that they're coming in from. Kitsuo's Goons trying their hardest to split the fight, but somehow Kepi still able to find the targets to ulti at the right time. And also, the big feature is just Darkin constantly pumping out the damage after he gets resurrected. But now Big Head's here. He's going to try and get one. That's the resurrection. How good is the support to stop it?
Oh, support Fizz, of course, landing that hook. The classic there.
He's dead.
And he might actually get this kill back. Big Head just goes down in response. What a tragedy in the mid lane.
He's going to be looking for something here. Now here comes Omnix.
I don't even know if he gets to pick this hook up. Support Fizz just too good.
Ezreal's nearby. They need to be careful here. Bomber has been pumping out damage on that Ezreal as well. He got a triple kill in that last team fight. He went a little bit under the radar because he did fall just before we got to see it. But he was so strong right there. He was pumping out the Qs in every single angle. And really, this could be another fight.
It's just going to be another pick is what it's going to be. Corgi Dorgi doesn't get to play the game, and apparently neither will Sunny, who throws out the petrifying gaze to save his life. Flashes away. Bomber, though, almost assassinated there on single-digit HP, is not taken down. Does end up using the ult of Zillion here, but Kitsuo has been taken down by the tank line. Bomber not quite able to frish out. Omnix is still looking for the kill, but Kefi trying to find the stun here as the last one left alive is Omnix. Looking for the kills, looking for it, but does not quite find the death from below. All 5 members still alive for Irvine Valley College, and now they have got a gold lead for the first time this series.
Kitsuo's Goons just need to sit and reset. They need to take the time out, calm themselves down, gain some composure, start trying to take the fight together here. They're going to go down to a gold deficit. They're going to lose another dragon here. But if they reset, if they refocus their efforts, they have got a nearly 3-item Cassiopeia, a nearly 3-item Rengar, and a Kai'Sa as well.
Sorry, did you say have a Kai'Sa? I'm really not sure. Big Head does manage to proc that res with an outplay, but it does cost him almost everything, just preserving the flash.
Zillion's ulti is on about a 25-second cooldown at this point. It is not long at all, and you can see he's looking for a trade already. It's almost 2/4 or 3/4 of its way back up off cooldown. He can look for these fights consistently. Killer Instinct is only a quarter of the way off cooldown, where Zillion's ulti is now already back up. Like, this is the difference in ability haste, the difference in the movement of Zillion and how much he is providing to the team comp right here, because he can get 2 of these off inside one fight. The way these have been going, the way that the front lines work here, it's going to be quite easy for IVC to make something happen with that double resurrection. Now Corgi Doggy, he's in the wrong spot as well.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to get picked off, and this is what the composition from Irvine Valley College excels at doing, is with this front line running you down and not giving you any options. The damage to take down people like Dark and Kefi, Support Fizz, and Louis just isn't there. And it's weird because I included a support in that. Nobody's really been able to challenge the Thresh.
Honestly, like they're just throwing. There's no other way of putting it here. That they had so much of a chance to take this game. They had such a good goal lead. They had such a good opportunity to find the fights earlier on, and now you can see they're just looking for Omnix as he's been trying to play spoiler with the wave. He's going to be able to make it out to safety, but they need to wait for their Lucian. Stop stepping forward like this. You're just asking to get hooked.
It happens one more time. Darken, I want to say got the last hit there, but Kitsuo disappeared so ridiculously fast that the fact that the client even has the chance to tell us is a miracle. Right now, Irvine Valley College definitely looking for this Baron, as there's no real contest to stop it.
No smite available with Rengar dead here, and you know, Kai'Sa is now back up and available. Maybe they could have made something of this fight, but I fear that this is just going to be another 4v5 that they're just going to lose.
Yeah, Hook from Omnix not finding any desirable targets. Louis getting to play point guard right now, but Support Fizz eats a big culling. Sunny flashes in with the Petrifying Gaze and can try and find the front to back. They have to isolate Darken, though. Unfortunately, dead. Sunny is the one that gets isolated. Big Head, next up on the docket here, is going to be slain by this Hecarim, who fears no AD carry today. Irvine Valley College looks like they're going to take us to a game 3 here, as they've got the Baron. They have got plenty of time to work with Kefi. Certainly wanting to take down Omnix right now. Doesn't even have to fear for anything.
There's that second ulti coming on through. The gold lead just continuing to go up and up and up right now. Kitsuo, he's in the wrong neighborhood once again, and it's just a slow bleed out here. This is going to be the game. Slowly but surely, you have to imagine that this game goes into the favor of IVC.
Yeah, Ace does come in, and I mean, look at the timer, right? We're past that 30-minute mark. This is where a lot of these champions will end up peaking. Kefi tanks some turret shots just for the extra health right now, and that, if anything, should definitely illustrate the low cooldown of this ultimate. It's used more for healing than anything else, and honestly, you don't need it right now. Nobody is being threatened. Support Fizz might go down on the side here. Sunny's still well and good, but this FF will be channeled by Kitsuo's goons, and Irvine Valley College will move us to a game 3.
Yeah, so there we go. We're in that position for the absolute banger series to come on out. I don't think we were expecting it coming into the game after the dominant performance Kitsuo's goons put down in game number 1, but honestly, the way that they threw that game, they fully deserved to lose that one, and it's very much on IVC to capitalize on those mistakes. They've done an incredible job at capitalizing on their composition, making that front to back, that team fight oriented style work, and finally we saw them play a group that needed to a comp that needed to group, and they finally managed to do it. They got away with it, and it managed to work out.
Yeah, I was going to say how much of this was Kitsuo's goons throwing, how much was Irvine Valley actually playing very well, because it did feel like they weathered an immense storm in the early game. If we check back up on that top lane, if we just look at it the whole time, I mean, Louis is suffering. In mid lane, Kefi is suffering. The jungle is suffering as Kitsuo invades over and over again, but they outlast, and ultimately they do manage to walk away with the win. It wasn't a gift, but you know what's coming, Rudude, because designed in Toronto, Canada, FanFit Gaming is your one-stop shop for gifts gamers loves. From collectible mugs to neon lights, they've got it all. Check out their wares at fanfitgaming.com, as it might not be a gift to either teams, but it certainly is a gift to us to be able to cast a game 3 between both of these.
Definitely is, and honestly, I think that game number 3 shouldn't be too far around the corner here, dear. I think that we've maybe got one more little parting words before we head into the break and head into game number 3. So I'll leave this to you for the send-off.
All right, well, let's get to it. We'll be popping into game number 3 very shortly. If you too want to compete in a tournament like this, if you want to be as good as these players, there's no better way to do it than by testing your mettle here at the Gaming Stadium, Canada's leader in online esports events. Check us out at tgs.gg/events. We'll see you soon. Welcome back here to the TGS stream of Norquest College's tournament. Today's tournament, of course, presented by them. This educational institution proudly serves almost 20,000 learners from Edmonton region and, of course, all around the world, rooted even where you find yourself. More information on Norquest College and their exciting programs, check out www.norquest.ca in case you're not getting enough education in your life. But what we certainly are getting enough of right now, Rude, is high-quality gameplay.
That is done right here, dear. We've got ourselves a final, a best of three, which has gone the full stretch. The third game coming out. We've got ourselves two teams battling for the top end for that number one spot. And game number one, a bit of a stomp. Game number two, a complete flip-flop, an absolute reverse, where we saw IVC come out absolutely massive. They came out swinging. They did everything they needed to do to claw back their defeat. And they managed to take themselves a really, really good spot, put themselves in a great position to continue on this path towards success here. In the semi-finals, they took 3 games to do it. In the finals, they could just as easily take 3 games to do it here, dear. It's going to be an absolute blast to see what happens.
I am super, like, I don't even know what to expect here based on the way that game 2 went. I feel like Irvine Valley College, this sounds bad, are so used to playing from a deficit that if you give them an inch when you're ahead, they will still take the mile. We have popped ourselves into the draft, though. Pro Draft has been done before this, so we'll just be seeing what the selections were in their individual roles.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting. We're going to be seeing what is up for grabs by everybody today, and unfortunately, we won't get to talk about quite so much of the draft intricacies, but we will be able to see at least a very, very entertaining set of champions be picked up, be coming on out right here. It looks like we've got a return to Sonny and his Jarvan in the top lane here. Once again, going to be counted out by this Poppy, so going to be looking toward that to see if there's any little interactions, mainly with the flag and drag combo that can get interrupted by the Poppy. Maybe we just don't see that come through at all and just using the Q for poke and the E more so for just a bit of attack speed.
Well, that's happened, though. I mean, we've got the first Karthus that I've actually seen this season, and Tristana, certainly no stranger to the mid lane recently, is going to be going up against a Karma, which makes me wonder what the ultimate support pick was.
Looks as though it was an Alistair. And once again, Bomber getting his hands on the Ezreal, right? This is something that he's just been playing non-stop since the semis right here. So always going to be something to keep our eye on, and we should be looking to Bomber to be one of the carries right now. And to be honest, the carry. Looking at the composition that has been drafted here on IVC's side, they don't really have a lot of damage coming out of their other roles. Hecarim can deal damage. Poppy, if left unchecked, can chip you down and whittle you down a little bit by bit. But Ezreal is going to be your lead source of damage, your only real person that I'm looking to be shut down by Kitsu's goons. Honestly, that it is just an Ezreal show. They've got a Karma, they've got an Alistair to try and protect him. And if the Ezreal is able to get off to the races, then they're going to be in a good spot. If not, I fear that the entire IVC squadron could just fall to the wayside.
It's a ridiculous amount of dive in this game, and that's going to be the 2 win conditions playing against each other here as we do get into the game rather shortly. The thing that is scaring me, though, is the promise of the Karthus.
Karthus, obviously, the Requiem cannot be dodged. It cannot be evaded. The only way out is through a Zhonya's, through a stopwatch. And if you're an ADC, you probably only get one of those because you get the stopwatch, and then that's about your lot right there. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Zhonya's upgrade coming through as a 4th or 5th item here for the Ezreal, just because of all of the dive, all of the presence of mind that the Ezreal here is going to need, because Zhonya's is just so good into a dive composition. Always worthwhile. If you can pick it up, then you may as well. And it's not like they're wasted statistics. Ezreal does have AP ratios on the majority of his abilities, so you'll be getting at least some value out of the magic damage that you do get provided from it. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty difficult one. I'm still expecting to see that lethality build with the Essence Reaver come on through, and that sort of leads you to, can we get any early aggressive fights going down, can we kill him before he gets to Essence Reaver? Because Essence Reaver is a lot cheaper than the Mythics, and it also does just a little bit more so than the majority of the Mythics, to be honest. So Ezreal does have a really good one-item spike, typically just because it comes online a lot faster. So even if you do get a little bit ahead here, the Ezreal can probably match you in terms of pacing. So trying to keep him down in the early game is a difficult task with his Arcane Shift, but he's definitely one that is worth the reward.
And I am going to throw another item out there that we should be looking out for. And with a support Pantheon in the bot lane, it actually could flow quite nicely. Serpent's Fang, very recently buffed in terms of the actual damage that it's going to do to shields and take away from in shielding, is going to be so massive for Kitsuo's this game. If they want to shut down the peel that this Ezreal has, they can make Karma very, very ineffective when trying to peel for him, when trying to take down Hecarim, and it is the item that I want to see prioritized. That and maybe some Grievous Wounds.
Yeah, I can definitely hear you with the Grievous Wounds here, and my fear is for the Serpent's Fang here. And as much as I appreciate your, I appreciate the use of Serpent's Fang up against Karma. For me, the amount of times I'm expecting to see Mantra Shield come on out doesn't warrant the purchase of a Serpent's Fang over another legendary item. And if Karma is exclusively Mantra-ing, then maybe, just maybe, you can make an argument for it. But in my experience, at least in my sort of tenure as playing in the bot lane and playing against any Karmas that I've seen, Mantra-Es that have that massive AoE effect don't often either last that long, don't have that great an impact, and even if they do, I feel like the shield destruction capability that you get doesn't warrant you picking that up over having something that is just outright a different item, right? A different passive, a different damage source coming on through. Like, for example, you take that as a third item instead of the Infinity Edge, right? Yes, you're going to be cutting through the shields, but then once you cut through the shield, you just don't have the damage to back that one up.
Wait, who's going Infinity Edge?
Wait, we've got the Kai'Sa, we've got the Tristana.
No, I want Omnyx to pick it up.
Oh, you said Omnyx, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know what, I'm all for it then. Let's go.
I like it.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't hear you. That's my bad.
No, I'm excited. I was listening to it and I was like, I mean, fair. And I understand, like, damage is certainly something this composition is not lacking. And so we should see Bomber falling quite quickly, even without a Serpent's Fang.
Now, looking to anti-cheese this level 1, Omnyx has had a very generic route here in the first couple of games, and you can see he might try and go for it again here. They're looking ready for this. Oh no, please.
So ridiculously ready. Although, I don't know if they're ready for this. Darkin probably gonna have to flash here. Ends up popping the Ghost and sprinting it, really. First Blood does go over to Kitsuo. I mean, I'm not gonna mince words here. That was horrific. Big Head actually does manage to use the Summoner defensively, and he's laying a lot of Dark Harvest stacks, a lot of damage over to Kitsuo's goons, who are forcing Irvine Valley College out of their own jungle before minions even spawn. Kitsuo, though, half health on a jungle Karthus. This is going to do you a lot of favors. We'll see where he chooses to start the game.
I don't think I expected anything else from the level 1, to be honest. That was a very peculiar set of events, I think, is the best way I can phrase it here. The fortunate thing here, Karthus going to be able to sustain quite nicely up against the Raptors, even solo leashing. Does have himself his smite, will of course have another charge of his health potion to be ticking on up. And should be able to keep himself nice and safe here in his clear. Obviously isn't the traditionally easiest to clear on Karthus from half HP and with a little bit less mana than you might have anticipated, having thrown several of them at the enemies at level 1. But by the by, he is going to be able to make his way throughout the rest of his jungle and should be able to clear up fairly easily here. Opting into the Krugs as his third one may not be the best camp to be going for here. He's very low on the old mana right there, and will probably have to have expended the smite.
Yeah, level 2 does get popped by Sunny, though. Feels comfortable going in onto Louis, who performed rather well in the Poppy last game, able to outlast the Cassiopeia. And if you can outlast the Cassiopeia, you can outlast anything. You certainly have to in what is going to be our final game, where every inch, every kill will count in Irvine Valley College. Very good at staying in the game, although Louis, very, very spooky right now. He's going to pop that pot and run for the hills.
Yeah, and you talked about every inch, every margin, right? Remember, First Blood went to Kitsuo on the Karthus. He's able to go back after his first 3 camps on the top side, pick himself up a Dark Seal here, picks himself up an Amplifying Tome as well. But this Karthus already has an absolute ton of ability power trying to make these fights happen, and it's clear going to be that much faster, going to be aided by all of this ability power, and be able to take the trades as well if he's able to find Hecarim in the jungle. And that's also something to keep our eyes on, because even with Ghost, even with all the movement speed, if just a couple of those Qs connect, you're going to be in some sort of danger for yourself as this Hecarim.
And that's a spooky spot to be in. Sunny, equally in a spooky spot, goes for Louis here, but takes a turret shot and goes down! Game of Inches is right, as the top lane, it is all about the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, he's 100 HP. There's just no way you can ever flash under the turret and expect to get away with it right there. Well played by Louis to predict the flash, and he himself gets away, gets to safety, able to go back to base, pick up a double cloth armor. He's not going to be fearing this Jarvan too much anymore. And a little bit of an advantage given over. Once again, it's a really good performance from Louis, as you talked about being a bit of a cornerstone in game number 2, and maybe felt a little bit diminished by putting him on Poppy duty. But right here, right now, he is performing, and he's still getting himself those kills in the solo lane.
We'll see how that ends up impacting the rest of the map. Of course, having that tank Poppy is going to be really big, but remember, the game is still about the Ezreal. I would dare say I can extend it to being about the Hecarim if he gets rolling. Poppy going to serve as a very good front line. Speaking of the Hecarim, we're going to get Dark and ganking this top lane. Sunny doesn't have a lot of means of escape, although Hecarim charges the ward, buying him plenty of time. And big misclick is going to cost you.
And also, Steadfast Presence goes up before Sony even casts the flag and drag combo, so a little bit early, a little bit of a preemptive attempt on that one, and down on the bot side.
Oh, that's actually going to be a kill, right? No, the heal from Alistar keeps him up just barely.
Wow, Alistar passive, you hate to see it if you are the bot lane right there. They just kill minions nearby and he manages to live off of it. He's going to pop a potion, going to get himself back up to a fairly reasonable standing of health for the time being, and looks like he's still going to take a recall anyway, but it was nice that he could have stayed around if they'd have wanted him to. They're going to be looking to push in this wave, deny the Alistar a little bit of experience, but that is going to funnel more into your Ezreal. And as she talks about the game being all about that Ezreal, giving him a solo experience area, maybe not the best idea that you would have had.
No, and I am a little bit worried because as much as it looks like it's a good play for Kitsuo's Goons, you're right, the experience on the carry, I don't even want to say like the AD carry, just straight up the person who needs to put this game on his back is going to mean a lot, especially when compared to the lower level of Corgi Dorgi. Kitsuo opting for an early dragon take here is going to land the smite and get themselves a little bit more resistances. Not something we often see Karthus be able to do, is take that early Drake.
No, and with obviously the support from the team, Corgi Dorgi interrupting his base on quite literally the last millisecond right there. I genuinely thought he would have based off of that. Look at the wave is positioned right now. Mid lane dive!
Big Head's diving, level 6 is hit, and he should be able to get this one. The explosion trades it 1 for 1 as Kelpie does end up going down, but trades his life for something worthwhile.
Yeah, minions missed under the turret, going to go toward Karma. Now on the bot side, a nice little shunt back. Shouldn't really mean too much here.
Nyx gets big mispositioned away from his carry. Corgi Dorgi forced to flash here. Still has the heal available to him. Bomber searching for this last kill. It might be getting baited in here. So has to play very carefully as Kitsuo is waiting in the wings. Has the level 6 as well.
Yeah, you can see Corgi Borgi now trying to bait it for his jungler here just a little bit. Knows that the wave is pushing in, and if Ezreal Arcane shifts anywhere near the forward motion, would have definitely been collapsed upon. Didn't, and not wasting any time. You can see Karthus roaming his way up to the top side. Now he's got all of those camps to cycle through now, and can probably go for a top through to bottom clear, make something happen in terms of a gank. Look for mid lane, look for bot lane. He's got plenty of options on his table. As we look at the CS numbers though, Kitsuo's Goons, they are ahead in pretty much every single lane right here. About 10 to 20 in the top lane, 10 in both of the solo lanes. And you can see that the First Blood gold in the jungle has also made a big difference as that W goes on just the wrong target, unfortunately. Big Head will with the E.
This time around, eh?
Yeah.
really rough stuff is they're going to get Karthus stunned into the wall, leaving Big Head to free auto. Karthus really not minding it nearly so much. It's going to turn into what looks to be a blue buff here, unless Kelpie can secure it over the wall. Smite not quite available for Kitsuo, waiting out that cooldown for now. Will end up taking it away. Krug, the follow-up target here as Sunny is roamed down. Karthus is very, very split. Sunny still looks for going in here, and with the Cataclysm, will lock in 2 members. Nice bomb. Takes 1 out here as Darkin gets traded back. Louis, the next up on the docket here, should be secured by Kitsuo, but the shield doing a surprising amount of Big Head. Will go down to the last auto well as well. That true shot barrage putting in work. Kelpie looking for this kill is going to eat a lot of Skittles on his way. I think he's forgetting that Karthus has ultimate. Even if they get this kill, Kelpie could go down. Bombers roams his way all the way up the top side, though, does end up contributing, and Requiem not actually channeled by Kitsuo. Doesn't think he'll get that kill and wisely saves the cooldown.
Yeah, you can see the second that Alistair steps near any minions and near the Karma just goes back up to full HP. No, not full HP, but you know, enough HP to not die to a Karthus ult is the most important part. Down on the bot side of the map, Kai'Sa farming up the entire time, but it is at the cost of giving Bomber a kill and an assist with the true shot barrage as well. And going back out of the base here, it looks like he's going for a very early Duskblade right now instead of the Essence Reaver Rush, going into what could be a Duskblade first item, and it's obviously tradition of the second item. So a few mana problems could arise though with the blue buff in hand, with a nice I suppose, grasp of how much he needs to be controlling his mana and how much he needs to be using it. He should be in a good spot to try and continue his way forward this game with just the ability to be stealthed.
Mastery 7 flashed in the mid lane, as it should be being flashed in top lane, because Sunny does not have a whole lot to do with this matchup now that the Steadfast Presence is available. As I say that, though, does get a nice trade for himself. Louis not going to be baited into using it one more time. Will back out with the flag already down.
Now, as we look across at the gold at about 10 minutes into the game, there's a 1,200 gold lead. Flag and Drag goes in, doesn't quite find anything right there. Level lead for Sonny up on the top side, and tanking up those nice Qs on both sides really. It's going to mean that the power of Grasp does sort of increase quite a substantial amount. The power of Poke as well, definitely going to go up. The Corrupting Potion definitely helping out here for the Jarvan in terms of the sustain. But you can see that Poppy spent much more gold on items. He's actually looking pretty decent with an extra sort of Bramble Vest really over the Jarvan in the top lane.
Tensions are rising across the Rift though, as nobody's seen Kitsuo in quite a long time, and that means exactly what your worst fears will confirm. Karthus is getting farmed. Hasn't hit his first mythic just yet. We expect that to be soon and to be deadly. Omnix not nearly so lucky as to have that same amount of threat. Let's go aggressive in this bot lane. Big Head though has shown up top and is looking for Louis.
Oh no.
Another one, honestly. It's upsetting. Unfortunately, not finding that kill is Big Head though. The Cataclysm does get used to great success. Good fear onto Corky Dorky is going to theoretically take him down, though the Killer Instinct takes him to relative safety, and Omnix is going to be trading it back. Importantly, onto Bomber, the one man who you really need to take out here. Omnix should go down, and definitely will, bopping him out of the tower, and getting that last hit will be Darkin, as Big Head is able to secure himself another turret plate in the top lane, and Kitsuo gets a little bit of farm in mid lane. Still doing well in the econ department, Kitsuo's goons. But the question is, how long are you going to be able to hold out before this Ezreal and Hecarim win condition is truly online?
Well, it depends if this Drake fight goes the way of the ones at the end of the previous game here, looking to maybe take down Kitsuo.
Alright, well, Pulverize isn't going to land, but Kitsuo should be assassinated right here. Takes down support Fizz first, though, and remember, Karthus going down is not the end of Karthus in the team fight. Still able to channel the Requiem. Actually, it got cancelled. What?
He died. I guess he doesn't know the timing on it then? Either way, I didn't think that that was a possibility, to be honest with you, but would appear that it is in the mid lane. Sunny going to fall as well. This Moonstaff Karma with the Mantra W baited him on in. The Dragon doesn't even fall either, so neither of these squads going to be completely convinced they want to take this Drake, and we're just going to move it on with some other team next. I guess like this is looking really kind of weird. I think more so than anything else. Kitsuro's goons, they have themselves this gold lead, yet they don't appear to know what to do with it.
And it's odd because, at least in Game 1 and Game 2, we saw them running it down every once in a while to try and do something with the gold lead. This time, not nearly so lucky, although Corgi may be able to find a kill bot side. There's not any vision in these brushes, though, and Louis, quite tanky in his own right, is actually going to be able to escort his own self out. Big head, though. Finally does land the explosive satchel and will manage to take down a kill. Bomber up next on the chopping block, falls quite low himself, and it will finally be the second dragon of the game going down. Kitsuro's goons managed to push that gold lead, push their luck, I dare say, but it does go in their favor.
Just about. They do get themselves, obviously, the Drake, and they are going to get an Infernal Rift here, so once again, worth noting, a little bit more damage going to be in the arsenal of whoever is able to pick up that Rift for themselves, whoever's able to pick up that soul. They're going to be the ones looking, rocking and rolling to make things happen throughout the remainder of the game here. Small chance that they were able to get a plate down there on the Kaiser, but it didn't quite come to fruition just yet. And we're still waiting here for the first brick other than that top lane tier 1 to be falling. And of course, that Herald being used up there was definitely what I believe to at least have managed to make that fight so easy, so simple for the Jarvan. There is still a Rift Herald up and available though, so if any team would elect to go for that one, they're going to be more than welcome to do so, and maybe try and take themselves their own start of turrets.
Might be Irvine Valley College, as we do have the bot lane going top here. We've swapped sides, and first rotation does belong to the Ezreal. Sunny, of course, as always, looking to fight in this bot lane. Feels very confident with his newly completed Sunfire Aegis, but the health bars aren't quite showing it to me.
No, Grasp of the Undying getting mitigated as well by this Bramble Vest coming on through, but there you go. There's going to be Requiem used, and gets himself a Dark Harvest stack, but not a lot else to really speak of there, unfortunately. So, you know, it's great that you're using it to try and help your side laners. You just need to make sure that there's something more concrete going down than just a Dark Harvest stack in the future.
Right now, support Fizz could be that very thing. Corgi, the one that lands the final auto. Requiem not needed there.
And only just as well. Using the Unbreakable Will there, I thought that he might have even lived through the Kaiser auto. Just doesn't quite manage it. Nice interrupt right there. Really good play, but you think he's dead anyway.
Yeah, ultimate investment will mean the Darkin picks up the kill in the bot lane. Still very close game, although weirdly enough, as much as it's been trade for trade, still up 4,000 gold as goons, and they're consistently playing this early game much better.
They are, and it becomes once again that question of what can they do with said lead, because they're always finding it, and it's just sort of saddening to see them diminish it as easily as they have been doing. They've got themselves a 4.5k gold lead right now. Let's see if they can find themselves anything else to try and work with here, because mid tier 1 still standing, for me, feels like a bit of a crime, right? If you just send 5 people into the mid lane and you have the decent enough composition, you should be able to force underneath that turret, force somebody off the turret, do whatever you may need to do to secure that mid tier 1. Even if it's just take the Herald and use it mid lane, right? Like, you should be able to accomplish that with your squad, with your roster, instead of all of this just continuous farming up style of approach where you just sort of wait, sit about, and then it comes to 25 minutes, 25, 30 minutes, and you've just been outscaled and you start to lose again.
Yeah, and my question this game is really who is going to outscale who, because we've got big front lines on both sides. The Bruisers maybe not so much, but the damage certainly more versatile on Kitsuro's goons, more protected on Irvine Valley College. I'm not sure what to go with.
I don't think Ezreal has enough damage to carry through the entirety of Kitsuro's goons, to be honest. In an ideal world of perfect situations, I don't think that the Ezreal will be able to cut through Jarvan, Karthus, and then have damage to deal with Tristana and Kai'Sa, whilst still, you know, trying to position from everybody as well. And I think that on the other side, Poppy has got the ability to be shredded here. It's double Kraken Slayer. The same thing goes for the Hecarim as well. He's even gone for Divine Sunderer, so not really too much of a big tank. Lulu, of course, going to be that little shielding ally, I suppose, and I meant Karma there, not Lulu, that's on me. But yeah, they do the same thing. It's okay. You can see nice little bits of chunk damage coming on out, but there's 2 items already.
Very, very important that we are hitting the item spikes in both mid laners, as Staff of Flowing Water and Moonstone Manure both picked up are going to be crucial here. Omnix looking for a kill here. Can't quite lock up Darken Lord. Even Cataclysm not going to do the trick, as Onslaught of Shadows is available. But looking for those picks is just the beginning here. At least we can see the Kitsuo's Goons are trying to be proactive, and it does net them that crucial mid lane tower that we wanted to see go down earlier.
And there we go, we get a little bit of an ulti exchange down on the bot side of the map. That translates into mid lane priority here for Kitsuo's Goons. They're able to find themselves yet another objective here. Need to be careful though.
That is a Tristana that is not very happy about being interrupted. Fortunately though, alive, and that is the most that you can hope for here. Kelpie wants to finish it off, but Omnix very wisely body blocking is going to be the reset from Big Head, who unfortunately will not be around for the fight over this Infernal Dragon that's just now breaking out. Kitsuo, however, is going to be forced to contend with it. Sunny can't get himself over the wall and can't feel for Kitsuo either. Going golden is this Karthus, and he's going to have to use his death as for something more meaningful. Requiem just now channeled. It's going to get burst across multiple members. Louis, though, not going down. Finally going to be able to be finished off here, as Louis eventually does fall just barely. And the same thing can be said for support Fizz. Now the channel the ultimate from Omnix. It's going to follow up on the fight. Everybody is running on Irvine Valley College, but Sunny finds them. Doesn't find the knockup, though. And now is eating a bunch of damage in return. Going to go down to Bomber. Can still from the back of the team fight not carry a fight, because the satchel is there, and a double kill goes over to Big Head on his re-arrival.
Needs to be careful here trying to jump onto the Hecarim. Could have maybe tried to turn that one back around instead. In a devastating charge, probably use the crab here to make himself a little bit more safe. TP coming in as well. Maybe don't try and bite off a bit too much more than you can chew here, Kitsuo's Goons. You've still got Drake respawned, and you've still got yourself the jungler with a load of HP coming out of base. You should probably try and play this one safely if you're trying to take this Drake.
Stun is feeling ballsy though. Oh, the stun into the wall. That's going to be it. That's a huge shutdown for the side of Irvine Valley College, and Kitsuo's once again left to kind of 1v9 over here. Sunny's just shown up, but this duo couldn't do it before. I don't think they can do it now.
Why did he go there? I don't understand this behavior here. Big Head living up to his name right there, unfortunately getting a little bit too boisterous, and just asks for the Poppy to slam him into the wall, and she does exactly that. Rest of the team now, the carry force is going to be Kitsuo, going to be Corgi, Doggy as well. If they're able to do anything, that'd be great, but it looks like this one's just going to go over uncontested.
Barrage does find its mark there, and now up to the rest of the fight as Corgi Dorgi is dealing with support Fizz right now. Kitsuo, though, crucially still alive, is able to pump out the damage, and the fight is just going the way of Kitsuo's Goons as they deathball their way forward.
Yes, so they get themselves 4 kills for 0. This should mean the Baron for them right now, with Drake completely off the table and their jungler out of the rift as well. Should be able to go over here. They'll have it on 5 members. They should be able to find some successes with this, and up 7,000 gold, you can give up a single Infernal Dragon. If you get yourself the Baron, this should very easily be game.
It certainly should, although we've definitely said that before. Pushing that 10,000 gold lead, it still feels like Kitsuo's teams have struggled to coordinate here. So we'll see if they can continue with this Baron to find the success that they should be owed with their gold lead, or if we'll continue to see these small skirmishes really not go in their favor, because if we look at the numbers, this should be way more convincing.
It should be. We should be looking at, well, to be honest, like 14 to 17 kills, you feel like this game could maybe be a bit closer, but you look at the gold and you look at the turrets and you think, well, I now know why it's not so close. The CS leads as well speak their own story. 50 CS up in the jungle top and mid, about even, top up 20 CS, and then down on the bot lane about a 40 CS lead as well. There's just gold spewing everywhere here for Kitsuo's Goons, but somehow IVC just managed to continuously find themselves a little bit of an advantage, find themselves something to go in their favour. And honestly, it's just magical how they've been able to do it so far. If they can continue to do it here, they are really going to be looking to be challenging Kitsuo's Goons and maybe be deserving of that top spot.
Yeah, and certainly no one can argue that Irvine Valley College very much deserves a second place, because they have weathered some incredible storms right now. question is whether they will be the better team on the day, because Kitsuo's Goons are putting quite the challenge to them right now. Big Head, having crested that 10,000 gold, is so much of the damage on this team, though, that we cannot see him overextending in the same way, because Irvine Valley College will punish you. And, well, that'll be that. Sooner rather than later.
Yeah, short and sweet. If they punish you, then you're gonna feel the pain of that one. They've been very active in their punishment strategies. They've been very good at it as well. They've definitely not been slouching and not letting Kitsuo's Goons get away with such illegal behaviour on the Rifters. Might be seeing them fight on the top side as well now.
This one doesn't look illegal to me. It looks like Big Head is really safe in this backline. That is exactly what you want. Kitsuo just now arriving, has the backup, throws the wall of pain down, and Sunny ends up picking up the last hit there, but Big Head goes under the tower, tries to assassinate Bomber, and he does not quite fall. Instead, Big Head, still alive, is chasing down the members one by one, finally gets traded back by Bomber. Kitsuo goes golden here. Might be taken down, flashes for the safety. Inhibitor is the next target right now. You cannot disrespect this Ezreal. Do you trade lives away for this Inhibitor? Is it even necessary right now with the Baroned up minions? Kitsuo's Goons do manage to escape without letting another member go. Big Head, of course, crucial part of their team, though, will mean that the push stops there.
Okay, finally, we get to see some good, decent macro pushing out of Kitsuo's Goons on the top side of the map. They get themselves that turret, they get themselves the inhibitor, they trade mid laner for the jungler, and I mean, honestly, Big Head didn't need to die there, but at this point, we're beyond the point of asking. They now need to try and focus on securing themselves different forms of inhibitors, right? The top side is going to be putting in pressure left, right, and center. You've now got this time to secure yourself the Infernal Dragon, which spawns in about 1 minute 10 seconds, and then you've got yourself a little bit of time after that to go down bot lane, secure yourself a different inhibitor. The main goal here is to try and get yourself another inhib before Baron respawns. Doesn't matter if it's mid, doesn't matter if it's bot lane. It'd preferably be in the bot lane, just so that the team have to move a little bit of extra distance to get from the bot side up toward that Baron, which is going to spawn pretty soon after the fact. But any inhibitor will do, because 2 is always going to be better than 1 when it comes down to how many inhibitors you've got taken.
That is very true. Truer words were seldom said or did, but the advantages really can keep growing for Kitsuo's Goons. This time, it does feel like they're taking this. I'm thinking of whether I should use the expression with a grain of salt. That means they're taking it seriously, yeah?
Yes.
It's
the
tough.
grain of salt.
Neither
the
of
grain
us
of salt,
are
maybe
chefs.
more like a small fistful.
Yeah.
But yes, I like this though from Sunny actually. Shepherding the minions into the turret is always worthwhile.
Fort Fizz, very, very low right now. Big Head, you can see him over the wall with the control ward, looking for the assassination. Requiem gets channeled, and it's going to take some damage off of Louis, but more importantly off the rest of the members who would otherwise challenge this dragon, now finding themselves at less than half HP and have to go back to address Sunny, who should be able to get out here. Never mind, he's in pulverized range, and he goes in looking for the assassination on Bomber. So that is definitely Kitsuo's Goons style if I've ever seen it. They do give up the dragon, but they live and die true to their names.
Yeah, again, he didn't need to die there, but he manages to force out a couple of cooldowns, right? Does get Alistair Flash and Ezreal Flash, so to be honest, it's probably worthwhile coming up with the Baron spawning in about a minute here. He's going to be alive in time. So long as Big Head doesn't fall here, we're going to be more than happy with that trade. They get themselves the mid lane inhibitor turret as well, so even if they don't get these inhibitors now, when the Baron comes on up, if they're able to pick up that Baron, they should be able to knock down these inhibitors fairly freely, should be able to move their way into the base without too much trouble, and you can see they don't even need the Baron to be doing that. They are so far ahead that they can get away with this, but now here comes Hecarim.
Darkin, suffering from classic Hecarim syndrome, is going to go way too far forward for his team to back him up, and now Sunny gets to teleport himself into a nice frontline position where Onslaught of Shadows can no longer break through. Watching the cooldowns here, but Big Head is the one taking down the inhibitor, winning the game. In the meantime, though, is the rest of Kitsuo's Goons. Onyx goes in for the stun. The shield bash gonna do its dirty work, but he takes quite a bit of damage on the way out. Fortunately for Kitsuo's Goons, the rest of the members of Irvine Valley College are still quite low and don't have the engage tools that they're used to. Louis needs to find it here, but I don't where is he going? He's off the map, realistically. Sunny goes forward, finds some good CC. Kitsuo goes golden for the moment, is still far from death, but with his death, comes pain as everybody's going to take a Requiem to the face just as Big Head jumps forward, trying to finish off the low members here. Damage is not quite there. Without two extra members of Kitsuo's Goons, Irvine College will manage to live another day.
Yeah, the Poppy getting slammed the second that she casts her charge, actually. The rocket from Tristana propelling her even further back. The Buster shot, in fact, shoved her back out into the other side of the map, as you so eloquently put it. So making it pretty difficult for the Poppy to really do anything in that fight at all. It was a really well-timed Buster shot from Big Head to keep the Poppy at bay. But then, nice little counter to the Karthus, as you could see, is going to be that Karma. Nice little Mantra Shield comes on through. This is a very brazen play to try and go for this Dragon here. I'm not sure the Poppy can even defend up against all of these super minions. And down in a 4 versus 5 here. This could be a pretty difficult spot for them to try and take this fight. Remember, if Poppy TPs, then she's just going to lose the base. The base is already going down anyway.
Yeah, she needs backup. She needs the help. Honestly, they can just cancel the recalls right here, and they will stop the teleport. A double kill goes over the Big Head in the meantime, and even if they manage to defend the base, this is going to be the fight. Darken goes down. The Baron will fall. The super minions are taking the base right now, and my question is, just is Kitsuo going to arrive in time to see it? They will not. They will win the game with the minions alone and will win the grand finals.
It's picture day, dear, but nobody showed up, nobody got the invitations from the family, and instead it's the long estranged aunt from across the road and the other family that has managed to show up here, and it's just the Poppy there that's going to be showing her face for the victory screen. Obviously, all the minions there doing all the hard work. There's a beautiful little Minions OP situation coming on out for Kitsuo's Goons, and at the end of the day, he'd managed to employ not just 4 other teammates, but an entire army of super minions to break down that Nexus.
It could not have ended more perfectly. As, I would have loved to see an explosive team fight, and we got that. I would have loved to see something weird and funny, and we got that too. The super minions too much for Poppy in the end, as she had weathered all other storms. And Irvine Valley College, we said it during game, I'm going to say it again, they are truly, truly deserving of that second place with the performance that they gave us today, being able to really outlast Kitsuo's Goons and put them in several tough spots when it didn't feel like they'd been challenged throughout the entire tournament up until now.
You're quite right. That they, honestly, I think that the stomping of pretty much the entire tournament maybe gave them a little bit of a complacency issue, is what I'll call it here. That they felt a little bit too lackadaisical with their approach. Maybe they were going a bit too lopsided in how they wanted to play out these games. And it was a good reality check to lose game 2, but game number 3 they bounce back, they come back, and they manage to take the game. They take the tournament, they take the championship. Everything is theirs.
And I'm so happy that, 1, it was so fun, and 2, that we finally get to go to bed, Rudude, because I know that it is late for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors, of course. Everything from Norquest College, Monster Cat Gold, of course, Canada FanFit Gaming. You should check them out at fanfitgaming.com, as they have got all sorts of gifts for gamers. And if you want to be involved in tournaments like this, I would highly recommend going to tgs.gg/events so that we can potentially shoutcast you in the future. It has been a blast casting with you, Rudude. People can look for you on Twitter as they can me, and I want to give a shout out, of course, to our observers behind the scenes, First Night of Knee and Sam Price, for giving us a hand in making this the best that it can be. The production at TGS has been on point, and for more events run just like this, be sure to follow us at all of our socials, join our Discord, and we will see you next time.